Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran's foreign ministry says the US has violated the ceasefire following its latest strikes on southern Iran and vows it will leave no act of aggression unanswered. Amid intense negotiations, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the Strait of Hormuz will get open one way or another. And China has urged for all parties concerned to observe the fragile ceasefire. Now, Iran has vowed it will leave no acts of aggression unanswered after the US launched fresh strikes on southern Iran. US Central Command has said they were launched to protect its troops from threats posed by Iranian forces, whilst Iran's foreign ministry says the terrorist US army committed a blatant violation of the ceasefire. We can now speak to former US ambassador to the United Nations and former National Security Advisor under President Donald Trump, John Bolton. John, always good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. As I just said there, Iran has condemned the attacks as a gross violation of the ceasefire and said it reserves the right to retaliate. Has the US breached the ceasefire during these fragile negotiations?
Well, it doesn't sound to me like it did. The Pentagon says that fire control radars from the Iranian side locked on to American fighters, and that what that means is that they're prepared to launch anti-aircraft missiles. It's standard rules of engagement for U.S. forces when a fighter or any kind of plane is locked on by radar to be able to retaliate. That's what they did. We'll see how Iran responds. Look, this is something that plays into Iran's hand. They want more time. They're playing for time to keep their nuclear program alive, to try and end the blockade that the U.S. has imposed on Iran. They may succeed in that, but it's all part of that strategy.
So, John, you say no ceasefire was breached as it appears, but you did mention then Iran says U.S. strikes will not go unanswered. The country's supreme leader also said America will no longer have a safe haven in the Middle East. What implications will the resumption of Iranian attacks have on neighboring Gulf countries? And could this actually also accelerate a regional arms race potentially?
Well, I think as long as the Iranians have been pursuing nuclear weapons for the last 30 years, the region was already in an arms race that unfortunately Iran was winning. Look, I've maintained for decades now that there's no lasting peace and security in the Middle East until the regime in Iran is removed. And I think Gulf Arab states understand that we've all allowed this threat to metastasize over decades, and we're now seeing the result of it. I think this is the time to go for regime change. I think Trump made a lot of mistakes in the early days of this struggle, but I still think it's winnable. And I think people want an end to the fighting, but it's going to take an end to the regime to end their terrorist threat, their nuclear threat, and their economic threat.
John, we talk about a change in Iran when it comes to the infrastructure of the government. You say the regime change is necessary. We now see when we are having these negotiations play out, there seems to be loads of different factions communicating in Iran. Donald Trump said that himself. Half the time he doesn't actually know who he's talking to. So how difficult will it actually be for the US to get a change in Iran at the top level without putting boots on the ground? Because a lot of people have said it's impossible to do it with airstrikes alone.
Well, I think the evidence that we see now, this inability of the government of Iran to come up with coherent negotiating strategy, is a reflection of how decimated the top leadership ranks are and how the government itself is beginning to come apart at the top. My assessment of this from the beginning was that Trump didn't want to put American boots on the ground, at least not in any substantial numbers. So my approach from the outset has been that you need to rely on the opponents of the regime inside Iran. And this is where Trump made a very important mistake. I hope not a fatal mistake, but he didn't consult with, work with, aid the opposition in Iran before the war began. I don't think it's too late to do that. In fact, I think inside Iran, a lot of people, even some in the regime, some in the regular army, are looking around saying, this ship looks like it's going down, and I don't want to go down with it. So there's still time to do this here, and I don't think it requires a lot of boots on the ground. The regime is enormously unpopular inside the country for lots of reasons. The economy is a wreck. And I think people in the government who are not tied to its radical ideology see that too.
John, there has been visible diplomatic momentum in the recent days. You've described negotiations with Tehran as a waste of oxygen in the past. Where do talks currently stand, and is a deal imminent? And if you were still with Donald Trump in his top team, what would you be saying to him right now?
Well, I'd be saying no deal is better than a bad deal. What the regime in Iran wants to do is play for time. The more time they have, the more likely they're able to dig out the arsenals of their weapons and ammunition, drones, and other equipment that were buried in the initial strikes. They're able to regroup, reassert their authority over the suffering Iranian people, and ultimately get back to their nuclear weapons program and their support for international terrorism. So I don't see that extending the ceasefire really benefits either the people of Iran or governments around the region. I think the short-term answer could well be open the Strait of Hormuz by force, keep the blockade against any shipments of Iranian oil in place, starving that government of revenue, but see if we can open transit through the strait for oil from the Gulf Arab countries to remove the threat to the international economy and allow the Gulf Arab states to resume more normal life as well.
And do you think that's why we saw these renewed strikes on southern Iran by the US? Because we are seeing negotiations stall when it comes to talks between the US and Iran and, of course, the mediators, Pakistan. Do you think the US did strike in order to try and get some leverage in these negotiations and force the opening of the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, that's what I would have done if anybody had asked me. What the Trump administration is actually doing, I don't know. But there are reports that although Project Freedom itself has not formally been restarted, that American destroyers are escorting tankers and other cargo carriers through the Strait of Hormuz. So it may well be that at least at a very low level, we are seeing some traffic coming out of the Gulf that could help restore international confidence that a return to something like normalcy may be in the prospects.
Trump introduced a new dimension into negotiations when he asked Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt and Jordan to join the Abraham Accords. John, by putting this on the agenda, will this make it more difficult or actually easier to reach an agreement with Iran? And do these countries see this as a priority right now?
Well, I'm not sure what Trump's motive was in doing that. I think ultimately it's American policy. We'd like to see Israel fully recognized by all the countries of the world. It could be that this is a condition that Trump has imposed now because he sees maybe a deal is not coming, and he wants to find some excuse for why the talks broke down. Very hard to tell. I must say it caught a lot of people here in the U.S. by surprise when we heard about it.
And reports suggest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is concerned with the emerging US-Iran framework and has admitted actual difficulty in influencing Trump's decision on Iran. John, there's been so much talk about this, but how much influence does Israel have on US foreign policy and decision-making? Because this is becoming a real hot topic in the US.
Well, some people have said that Israel convinced Trump to go to war against Iran. I don't think that's true. In Trump's first term, when I suggested to Trump that our objective should be regime change in Iran, that was Netanyahu's position then. Obviously, it didn't persuade Trump in the first term, but it's Netanyahu's position now. So he hasn't changed what he's saying to Trump, and why Trump changed his mind I think still remains uncertain. I do think Netanyahu has influence over Trump. I think Trump listens to him very carefully. But ultimately, one former senior Israeli official told me months ago, he said, look, Trump started this war and Trump's going to end this war.
John, just one final thought from you. As we speak to each other, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. You have said that you would like to see regime change in Iran. It's still possible by the US. Donald Trump seems to have a strategy loop at the moment. I don't know what your thoughts are. He escalates, he retreats, and then he repeats. And this seems to be something that's happening. Do you support Donald Trump going into Iran? And why do you think the Strait of Hormuz was such a fatal mistake? Was he not warned about that being closed?
Well, I thought originally maybe Trump was trying to get regime change in Iran. Some of his early remarks seem to indicate that. I don't think that now. I'm not sure what his objectives are. I can tell you in the first term when the possibility of efforts at regime change were discussed, people who didn't want to adopt that policy said to Trump, look, the Iranian regime could close the Strait of Hormuz. In addition to attacking Israel and U.S. bases in the region, it could attack civilian infrastructure in the Gulf Arab states. This was all discussed. And obviously, I wasn't present in the second term, but I'm convinced that the Pentagon would have said very early on, Mr. President, we have to be concerned here that the Strait of Hormuz will be subject to Iranian efforts to close it. So why Trump says that he was surprised when it happened, I can't answer that question. I don't see how he could have been surprised.
John Bolton, as always, it's really good to have you on with your analysis and your thoughts. Thank you, as always, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
For more on this, I'm joined by global analyst and former U.S. diplomat at the United Nations, Jonathan Wachtel. Jonathan, great to have you on. Thank you so much for joining me. I was just speaking to John Bolton a little bit about the situation that we're in, and I'd like to get your point of view. Do the latest U.S. strikes on southern Iran look like a serious threat to the fragile ceasefire at the moment?
They certainly signal that the United States is not going to just back down easily and placate and sort of kowtow to anything that the Islamic Republic of Iran regime wants to see happen here, as the talks of a deal were getting very, very close. This is really a signal to say, look, the Strait and the asymmetric attacks that Iran has been pulling off in the Strait, attacking ships and U.S. ships and other threats needs to be minimized, and transiting through the Strait needs to be clear and unfettered at the time that that can eventually happen here. You know, if indeed the Iranian ships were laying mines, that's not a sign of signaling that there's any intention on the part of the Iranians to ensure safe passage of ships through the Strait.
And John Bolton mentioned to me earlier that he thinks a lot of this from Iran's side is actually a play for time. Do you think that the more Iran plays for time when it comes to this negotiation that we are seeing, they can actually gain more leverage over the Strait of Hormuz the longer it's closed?
Certainly time is a major factor, and the Iranians have a wonderful, in terms of their perspective, gain by pushing this out farther and farther, because the pain at the gas pumps, the economic turmoil that this conflict has caused and continues to cause is really being felt by so many people. And the longer this goes on, the closer this gets to the midterm election situation in the United States. So it becomes a political hot potato for the Trump administration as well.
Yes, and of course we got figures out of the U.S. administration today, and consumer confidence in the U.S. is dipping. We're seeing those high gasoline prices and inflation all played into by this war in Iran that we are seeing. But for weeks and weeks, we have been speculating that there's going to be a deal. We hear from Donald Trump on Friday that a deal was imminent. Nothing actually happened. We're now back at escalation. So where do you think the ceasefire talks between the US and Iran are right now? Jonathan, are we any closer than we ever have been, or are we still miles away?
Honestly, Leigh Ann, it comes down to the basic issue. Is Iran going to be clamoring to have atomic weapons and that ability with enriched uranium, or is it not? And the Strait of Hormuz, is it going to be something that in any normal circumstance, no country would rule over passage through what is essentially a natural passageway? This is not, some sort of channel that's been built through Iran to allow the transiting of ships like the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal. This is a natural waterway. So to have this be something in which there would be restrictions and the ability of the Iranian government to shut it down and cause economic difficulty for the surrounding Gulf nations and others who enjoy the benefits of the transiting of commercial merchandise and fuel through that region is just not acceptable. So those are the main points. And frankly speaking, all that hasn't been ironed out, even by the negotiations that are happening now. A lot of this is postponed to deal with the difficult topics, and whether that is 5% of what the negotiations are that's left to do. That 5% is at the core of what this entire conflict is all about. So arguably, though a ceasefire and opening up the Strait of Hormuz could happen, the contentious issues are still really miles apart from one another in terms of resolving them.
And as I'm just going to repeat to you, Jonathan, the main sticking points remain Iran's nuclear situation, the Strait of Hormuz, frozen funds, ballistic missiles. And reports are now suggesting Iran wants the release of $24 billion in frozen funds in any U.S. deal. Do you think this is actually a reasonable request from Tehran to get the ball rolling? Because as you say, those contentious issues are going to be there for years.
Exactly, Leigh Ann. They're just adding on. I mean, it's almost as if you have, a finite amount of money and you've gone to order a hamburger and suddenly you're adding the milkshake and the French fries and, oh, let me get those onion rings, and throwing all these other things into the mix, trying to show that, look, we're in a powerful negotiating position. This is the Iranian regime, and now we can ask for more concessions from the U.S. side. It just isn't happening. We're seeing by the strikes that Donald Trump is in no mood to just roll over here and allow that to happen. The Qataris are doing some interesting, if that's the right word to speak to it, side deal to try to work out something to lessen the economic pressure that the regime in Iran is feeling. They have their own national interests for doing that. All of the Gulf nations are very upset about what's happened in terms of Iran lashing out at their infrastructure and terrorizing their populations. So this problem is something in which each nation is beginning to show its own position on what to do about this, ultimately relying on the United States to be the strong force to try to push the Iranians into a better place in terms of what we want to see in the world, and not to see a regime that can use extortion of nuclear weapons to pretty much push policies that are really going to be distasteful to everyone in the years to come.
And Israel's military has expanded its ground operation in southern Lebanon today, saying it's going beyond the yellow line. What does the escalation in Lebanon mean for the ongoing negotiations between the US and Iran? Because you described to me a little bit earlier that Iran keeps on adding things to the menu, and this seems to be another thing.
Exactly. The Israelis are going to do what they feel they need to do to eliminate existential threats. That's the reality of what they're facing here. So if a deal is going to be worked out and Hezbollah can remain a strong enough force that it can reconstitute itself and continue to harass Israelis, Netanyahu and, frankly speaking, most Israelis are not going to want to see this happening in the future. They're fed up with it. The Israeli residents in the north of the country had to be essentially pushed out of their homes for the better part of a year. And they've been able to return to their homes in the north. But now, again, we're facing this open conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. At the same time, the Lebanese government is very much wanting to have sovereignty and is pretty sick and tired of Iran essentially being a puppet master through Hezbollah in their country, and they really would like to see a future in which that country can chart its own course. So there are so many things going on here. But in terms of the Israelis pushing this thing, certainly that does create tension in terms of trying to reach a deal between the Iranians and the Americans, because the Iranians desperately want to preserve their proxy armies. That's what their entire agenda is about. That's the Islamic Revolution at its core. So to concede on that for the regime, the Iranian regime, to concede on Lebanon is just too big a thing for them to do, because it goes right to the core of what they're all about.
Jonathan, as always, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me.
Pleasure, Leigh Ann.
Thank you. Amid the diplomatic negotiations and the latest US strikes on Iran, China has urged for parties concerned to observe the fragile ceasefire. Emily Sue has this report.
As peace talks between Iran and the U.S. drag on, there appears to be a potential breakthrough that could help end the conflict in the Mideast. Sources have told Arabiya that Iran is now seeking guarantees from China before reaching any sort of agreement with the U.S. And perhaps more importantly, Tehran has agreed to move its highly enriched uranium to China. Now, this is key because this issue has been a central obstacle in Tehran's negotiations with Washington, with President Trump often referring to the highly enriched uranium as nuclear dust. And in a very recent Truth Social post, he has said that this enriched uranium will either be immediately turned over to the U.S. or destroyed. So these latest developments between China and Iran certainly came as a surprise to many. I mean, not long ago, Iran has said that even though some progress has been made in the talks with the U.S., a deal is not imminent. And this comment sort of dismissed the sense of optimism we've been seeing from the U.S., with the Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying a deal could be reached as early as this week. Here's what he had to say.
I think our position is well stated. The president had a very important, I think, historic call just a couple days ago with a number of leaders from the region. I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Now, as for China's reaction to all of this, well, in the Chinese Foreign Ministry daily briefing, the spokesperson did not address these developments directly. She merely urged the parties concerned to observe a fragile ceasefire. And this is especially after U.S. forces have claimed they've struck Iranian missile sites, as well as boats laying mines in southern Iran. But it is worth noting the timing of these new developments. Donald Trump, after all, has just returned from China less than 2 weeks ago in what he called a historic summit with President Xi, while American officials have openly called on China to play a more active role to be a mediator in this conflict. Now, China is, of course, Iran's most important ally. It is the biggest buyer of Iranian oil, and it is also interested to see the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz because about a fifth of its oil supply passes through the strategic waterway. So all in all, Iran's seeking guarantees from China and also its willingness to move some of its highly enriched uranium from its territory is seen by some as a step towards de-escalation, towards Iran's willingness to compromise. But it is far from any sort of final or permanent solution to this war in the Middle East that has raged on for nearly 3 months now. Emily Sue, Arabiya English, Hong Kong.
Once again, the Strait of Hormuz is becoming the real sticking point between the US and Iran, and talks are focusing on getting the crucial waterway reopened. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said it will get open one way or another. For more on this, I'm joined by the Daily Telegraph's defense editor, Con Coughlin. Con, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So we've had some news today. The US military has confirmed it hit targets in southern Iran. Central Command is calling the strikes defensive. Con, why does this wording defensive matter, do you think?
Great to be with you, and hello. I think it's important because President Trump has said over the last week or so that if he doesn't get a deal, he will attack Iran. And I think the emphasis on this being a defensive measure suggests that the Americans are still keen to pursue the diplomatic track on the deal that's been talked about to end hostilities and try and resolve the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. And of course, what the Americans are claiming is that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, was engaged in potentially hostile activity to the US naval presence in the region, and so that's why they took this action. So, but it is a rather, it's a very provocative act, there's no doubt about this, with the negotiations very finely poised at this point for the Americans to engage in any form of military action will be seen by many as being very provocative.
Iran's Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has said that Gulf countries will no longer serve as a shield for US bases. How seriously should the US take these threats, in your opinion? Or is Iran, do you think, Con, just playing for time at the moment?
Well, I think they're playing for time. I also, let's not forget, they have to persuade the Iranian people that what they're doing is defending their country. And if you're one of the hardliners in Iran, the terms of the deal, as we know them, are not very auspicious. It's giving up the nuclear program, it's giving up control of the Strait of Hormuz, etc. So, you know, the regime is trying to indicate to the Iranian people that it is still in the game. And by threatening the American bases in the Gulf region, if the Americans continue to base their forces in the region once any peace deal is done, just is an attempt both to show the outside world that the Iranians still mean business, and to a domestic audience that they're still trying to safeguard the interests of the Iranian people.
Now, the Strait of Hormuz, let's be honest, is something we've been talking about for weeks. It's the main point of contention. I feel like every time I discuss Iran, we talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Iran sees this as leverage. So what price does the US have to pay, Con, to reopen it? Because I want to know the answer to this question, because right now, does America have to pay cash? What is going to be the answer here? Is it military? Is it diplomacy? What?
Well, I mean, I've been covering the Strait of Hormuz for 40 years. I was out there during the Iran-Iraq war, the last time the Iranians tried to close it in the late 1980s. So this issue has been around a very long time. But the bottom line, and this is not just for the Americans, this is for the global community, is that the navigational shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz are international waters. They are not Iranian sovereign territory or anybody else's. This is international waters. So just like the English Channel and many other waterways around the globe. So I think it's in the interest of the global community that the international law on this is upheld. Now, you're right, the Americans are the people who are in the forefront of the negotiations to keep it open. But, you know, this move by the Iranians to set up a system of charging tolls for shipping going through the strait is illegal under international law. And so the international community should act as one to make sure this doesn't happen.
So, Con, what is the international community doing? Because NATO isn't involved. We haven't heard much from China, Russia. Who's actually doing anything at the moment?
Well, all I can guess is there's a lot of diplomatic activity going on behind the scenes. And in your earlier interview, there was talk of the Chinese suggesting that they would take possession of the enriched uranium that the Iranians produce, which is one of the big issues. So that shows that even though the Chinese didn't say much about the Strait of Hormuz when President Trump visited Beijing earlier this month, they are engaged. And of course, the Chinese depend very heavily on Iranian oil imports to sustain their economy, as do many other countries in the region, like India. So a lot of countries have vested interests in doing this. And you mentioned NATO. Well, NATO is having meetings. As I understand it, there are plans being drawn up for NATO naval forces to conduct policing operations in the Strait when hostilities are over. As you know, a lot of NATO countries have not been very supportive of Trump's war against Iran. So for that reason, they're sort of keeping in the background. But, you know, work is going on behind the scenes. And I think a lot of people, apart from the Americans, want the Strait of Hormuz issue resolved. And they want it resolved in a way that is open for international trade and not controlled by Iran.
And let's just touch a little bit about what you said about China, because Al Arabiya sources have been saying Iran is seeking guarantees from China before proceeding with a deal with the US to end the war. That's according to our sources. And also Iran is demanding that highly enriched uranium is indeed transferred to China. How realistic is it that Donald Trump will actually allow it to go to China?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, I think given there's a lot at stake for both Beijing and Washington, and of course what Trump really wants are big trade deals. You know, he took a very powerful business delegation with him to Beijing. Not much was achieved, but Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, has basically said, you know, there's the potential for some very good deals. So if he's satisfied that the Chinese will take control of the enriched uranium and not in any way help the Iranians to rebuild their nuclear program, I think there is a possibility for a deal. That's all I can say, is there is a possibility. I mean, previously, let's not forget, the Russians have played this role, and the Russians helped build the Bushehr nuclear reactor many years ago. So, but I don't think the Americans are very trusting of the Russians at the moment, whereas Beijing is a big power. As I said, there are other issues that the Americans want to discuss, like trade, and I think, you know, the Chinese might think this is a way to calm tensions, get the Strait open, get global trade back on course, because that will benefit the Chinese as much as it will the Americans.
Con Coughlin, it was great to have you on the show. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Always my pleasure.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Russia is threatening to launch a fresh wave of strikes on Kiev just days after its largest attack on the Ukrainian capital. The new strikes will supposedly target decision-making centres and command posts. Moscow has told foreign nationals and diplomats to leave the city. 4 people have been killed in a collision between a school bus and a train in Belgium. 2 children and 2 adults died whilst they were on their way to a special education school. The barrier on the level crossing was down when the vehicle carrying 9 people did cross the railway. At least 7 people have died in France due to an extreme heat wave. Hot temperatures are impacting a large section of Western Europe, with record high readings in France and also the UK. At least 8 French administrations have activated the national heat warning system. It's the first time this has happened in the month of May since it was introduced back in 2004. Divers from Thailand are racing against time to rescue a group of 7 people trapped in a cave in Laos. The group entered the cave on Wednesday, supposedly to hunt for wildlife and search for gold, but heavy rain led to landslides and blocked the entrance. Muslim pilgrims from around the world have been congregating on Mount Arafat on the second official day of the annual Islamic Hajj pilgrimage. Al Arabiya English journalist Mazen Sameh has sent us this report.
I'm standing near Mount Arafah, where more than 1.5 million pilgrims are gathering for the day of Arafah, one of the most important moments of Hajj. For pilgrims, this is the peak moment of the pilgrimage, a day centered on prayer, repentance, and seeking forgiveness. Many spend hours raising their hands in worship under the intense heat, as this is one of the holiest days in Islam. Arafah carries deep significance in Islamic history. The Prophet Muhammad delivered his final sermon here during his farewell pilgrimage more than 1,400 years ago, making Arafah one of the most sacred sites in Hajj. Unlike the movement and crowd seen in other stages of the pilgrimage, today is quieter and deeply personal, focused almost entirely on worship and reflection. Once the sun sets, pilgrims will begin leaving Arafah and making their way to Muzdalifah, where they will spend the night and collect pebbles. From there, they will return to Mina for the Jamarat ritual, the symbolic stoning that represents the rejection of evil as the next stages of Hajj continue. Mazen Sameh, Al-Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Spotify's CEO has defended the company's move into AI-generated music. The streaming platform claims that it offers users and creators a better alternative to piracy and what it refers to as unregulated AI slop. Spotify shares surged by 18% after the company unveiled the move. Luxury sports car maker Ferrari has unveiled its first fully electric 5-seater car model. The $500,000 model was created in collaboration with the former Apple design chief. Supercar rivals like Lamborghini and Porsche have scaled back on their EV plans due to poor demand and intense competition from China. Turning to all the sports news now, and world tennis number one Aryna Sabalenka has beaten Jessica Boesas Marinero 6-4, 6-2 on day 3 of the French Open. Meanwhile, 6-seed Daniil Medvedev recorded a 5-set loss to Adam Walton, and the reigning French Open champion Coco Gauff is now through to the second round after recovering from a slow start. And the New York Knicks have reached the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 years. The team commanded a 103-93 win over the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Knicks last reached the finals back in 1999 when they lost 4-1 against the San Antonio Spurs. A reminder of our top stories. Iran's foreign ministry says the US has violated the ceasefire following its latest strikes on southern Iran and vows it will leave no act of aggression unanswered. Amid intense negotiations, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the Strait of Hormuz will get open one way or another. And China has urged for all parties concerned to observe the fragile ceasefire. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It was heavy on optics, but was it light on outcomes? President Trump has hailed his US-China visit as a historic moment. It certainly appears to have thawed diplomatic tensions. But with no movement on Iran, uncertainty around Taiwan and a lack of headline-grabbing trade deals, just what was achieved? That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. So stay with us.
Now, it's been almost exactly 50 months since the war in Ukraine began. Well, we don't know exactly how many people have been killed since the Russian invasion began in February 2022, but the death toll on both sides is believed to be well into the hundreds of thousands. Well, the war has also affected millions of people in Ukraine and beyond. And we're going to discuss that now with the Ukrainian footballer, Anatoly Trubin. Well, originally from war-torn eastern Ukraine, Trubin is now at the very top of European football, becoming one of the world's elite young goalkeepers. Well, currently with the Portuguese side, Benfica FC, and also goalkeeper for the Ukrainian national team, Trubin stunned Real Madrid and the world earlier on this year with an unforgettable last-minute Champions League wonder goal. Well, we're going to be speaking to him about that, and we'll be discussing his upbringing as well in the war-torn Donbass, as well as his journey from a young boy chasing a dream to becoming one of Europe's elite goalkeepers, working under Jose Mourinho. Well, we're joined by Anatoly Trubin, goalkeeper for Benfica FC and the Ukrainian national team. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You're 24 years old now, and you were just 20 when Russia launched its full-scale invasion of your country. I'd like to start by asking you what you remember about your younger years before the war changed literally everything for you.
Actually, for me, it started not 2021. It started in 2014 because I was born in Ukrainian Donetsk. Everything was perfect, I think, because I live at my hometown with my family. I always want to play football in Shakhtar, so I grew up as a person, as a footballer there. So, and after when the war started in Donetsk region, it was really difficult for me because I need to move from my hometown to Kiev, and it's changed me a lot. I think start to be more older in still young age, so changed me as a person. And after when the war started in all of Ukraine, it was difficult, not only for me, for all country, and still difficult. So it's take a lot of from our lives in our real, not only football life.
Right, so you're saying that the war forced you to grow up much faster because of the fact that it made you leave your home. And, you know, clearly there were some very difficult moments for you. Was football a way for you to escape from all of that?
Yeah, actually, it's true because it's football is my life. It's a sport that gives me everything what I have. And I love to play football. And of course, when I train, when I have games, I forget about everything and can just enjoy my game, enjoy the football. So football is kind of escape land for me from every problem which is around. So football gives me everything.
And in fact, your football success is arguably giving hope to Ukrainians back home who aren't able to travel and play football overseas. I think you said yourself that your goal against Real Madrid, that sensational goal, brought light to the Ukrainian people. Describe the power of a great football moment like that during a war.
Actually, it has huge power. After this goal, something unique, and I play for Portuguese team, but I receive a lot of message from Ukraine And really, really kind message. So I was not expect at all. So I think in this difficult time in Ukraine, sport, especially football, can give us the light. And also people in the country, especially soldiers, can forget about everything around and focus on football and happy moments. When we play national team, it's huge responsibility from us because we play not only for ourselves, our team, our family. We play for all of country, all of Ukrainians, and it's huge responsibility.
Is it very difficult to remain focused all the time? Because clearly focus and concentration are really important to being a goalkeeper. And you're having to focus at a time when your country is under attack and suffering every day. I mean, that must be a huge distraction.
Yes, of course. It's not easy, but we need to keep going, especially me as a goalkeeper. I think I need to show my personal power, personal character to move forward because the life continues, life goes on. So we need to keep believing, keep working hard, and to bring some special moment for our people.
Do you speak up openly on political issues on a regular basis? I know you once called the Russian President Vladimir Putin a killer. I mean, do you think it's important that people like you, football players with a large platform, do speak up?
Yes, I think it's important, and especially Ukrainian popular people, I think they talk a lot about everything, and all around the world knows about war, about Russia. So I think we need to keep talking, and maybe it can change something, some minds. So we need to talk about the problems.
If you could send a message to President Putin, what would it be?
Stop killing Ukrainian people.
And what about a message to the people of Ukraine who see you, who see your success on the international sporting scene? What's your message to them?
I can say that they give me power to do it because Ukrainians have strong character, and as I said before, I received a lot of good message from Ukraine, and it gives me more energy, more power to do better and better, to do better things, to represent my country. So I try to see everything, and thanks for this support.
It's clearly working because right now you are regarded as being one of the best, if not the best young goalkeeper in world football. I mean, do you feel that yourself? Are you aware that you are absolutely at the pinnacle of your career?
I think no. I think a lot of things to improve, a lot of things to do. I feel better than last seasons, of course. I feel that I'm improve step by step my strong and my weak points. But we need to improve every day. I think I learned it from the past, from my childhood. So I need to improve to be better every day.
Well, 2026 is off to a great start for you because that sensational goal we talked about at the beginning was, of course, in January against Real Madrid during the Champions League. I mean, would you say up until this point, and you're still young, that was the greatest moment in your career?
Probably yes, because this moment can be once in life, and not all of goalkeepers can have it. So, yeah, it was sensational, it was unique, but it was also opportunity that I take, that God give me. And you never know what can happen next, and you need to be ready to take your chance and to give your best in this moment.
What was going through your mind? Just relive that moment for us when José Mourinho, the captain of Benfica, he sent you forward. I think it was in the 98th minute of the game. Did you really think you were going to score?
No, I don't have this in my mind, of course. Actually, at this moment, I don't know why I need to go there, because we are winning, so I don't know why. And only after, when I arrived there, my teammates say to me that we need one more goal. So it was, like 1 second, like in a movie. So I think in this moment it must happen. So I just do what I think, what I need to do, and score a brilliant goal.
So the fact you weren't aware of how important it was that you did score that goal, do you think that actually helped you? Because I'm assuming your head was a little bit cooler than it would otherwise have been.
Actually, I don't know what to say. It's his goal that gave us opportunity to play in playoffs of Champions League. So it was important for all of team, for Benfica. But, it's not changed me at all, because I understand that next day I need to continue my way, continue to work, continue to prepare for next game, because, as I say before, life's always move forward, and you cannot stop on your past. Of course, it's brilliant, it's beautiful to remember this goal, but you have next day, you have next game, and you need to be ready.
Had you practiced for a scenario like that during training?
No.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple more questions really quickly. We were speaking about José Mourinho there just a second ago. There's a lot of speculation about him going back to Real Madrid this summer. What do you think of that?
Actually, I don't know what to say. I know that he's top coach, and of course, some of best club can try to have him as a coach, but I don't know. It's, as I can say, not my business. I'm really lucky, and I'm really happy that I have a chance to work with him, because he is one of the best coach in the history. He won everything. So he gave me a lot of new experience, and what happened in the future, it's not in my hands. So I hope he will stay with us in Benfica for next season, and we can continue our way together.
And what if he said to you, Anatoly, come with me to Madrid? Would you go?
I don't know. We'll see.
All right. That was an unfair question, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Anatoly Trubin,
thank you so much.
Goalkeeper for Benfica and the Ukrainian national team. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, bye.
You keeping that coat on?
Yeah, why?
Oh, there's a little going fishing.
One of the Liverpool fans calls in. He goes, "Look, he can win the Champions League. I still want him off."
I got called a Bulgarian lizard once.
Bulgarian lizard.
That should be the name of this podcast.
Yeah, it should be the Muppet Show.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast. We're here a day late, chaps, because of bank holiday, and we've had a really, really relaxing one.
Yeah.
Thanks to this man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to...
It wasn't relaxing me getting there, though. I was rushing.
Do you want to explain to the listeners where we was yesterday?
Oh, mate, do you want me to take it?
I think take the ball by the horns.
I'll say it. Yeah, we went for a bit of hot yoga. And, yeah, it was it was quite interesting. So obviously, when you go to these type of places, like I didn't know what to expect, but I know you have to go there relaxed, and open to the elements, open to what can be. Yeah. So I've gone in. I'm obviously late, as I always am.
That was the most
there.
stressful part. I know one of them was going to be late, and they locked the doors.
So somehow you've got them. You got the doors.
They started late for you.
All the women of Cobham waiting for Colton Cole. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I got there, and it was very inviting. Got in there, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't have my towel. That was the main thing for me because I don't like sweating without having a towel to dab my face at least. So that was really uncomfortable. But when I got in there, everyone was very nice, isn't it?
Yeah. It was. Did you find
calm.
it tough?
It was calm.
Yeah.
She messaged me the night before,
right,
and said, "Oh, shall I make it tough?" And I
why
went,
would you do?
Why not?
See what I'm saying? Like,
first time.
I've never done yoga before, and I'm doing hot yoga, so we're doing extreme sports right now.
At one point, I looked over, and you looked like you was a pretzel. The way that your body was, like your arm was like, and I was like,
hey, do you know what?
Straining your face.
I wasn't far off it, mate. I was straining, man. I don't know. They done this. What was the downward dog?
Downward dog, yeah.
Yeah, then there was, what's
the other baby. There was the warrior pose.
Warrior pose.
Yeah.
What was that?
Two.
The warrior 2.
Yeah.
What was the other one when you're like in a plank?
Yeah, that's I've forgotten the name.
And then you've got to lift up your leg.
You go down. Oh, I've forgotten the name of it.
And then there's the other one when you got to roll your body up from your chin upwards. Yeah.
And you get dizzy, so you got to breathe out on the way up.
He was breathing, holding on for dear life.
You were breathing heavily, to be fair.
I thought there was a buffalo next to you. Breathing. Yeah.
No, but we had a great time.
The best bit Shavasana at the end, innit?
Oh, yeah.
Lay down and nice music playing.
It's hard work, innit?
I told you.
What about this geezer though? Like to be Wayne Bridge in Cobham, people calling him a legend at 9:30 this morning. He had his just to give people the view. Right? We went for a coffee afterwards, and we bumped into Enzo Maresca, and he's seen us three sweating, and he's like, where have you gone? Paddle? We've got hot yoga, and he looks at us like.
He was like, that must be a sight.
Man, like one big black guy and 2 white guys, and I can see. He was looking at me. He's like, "Have you lot influenced this guy here?" I said, "I'm open to try new things, man. This is not my style, but I'm having a little go."
It's good. You feel good afterwards.
You do feel good, mate. And we recommend it to anyone listening if you get a chance.
Yeah. But you've done yoga before.
I've done yoga before. But if anyone listeners get a chance, go and do hot yoga and write us in and tell us about your experience.
You do feel good after.
You do, man.
What I would advise is to start just doing yoga first. Don't just go into hot yoga because I didn't know I was getting into. Yeah, it's good, but you need that because I didn't know what I was doing. And you made it strong. You made it strong for me. It's bang out of order what you done.
No, it's all right.
Mate, you loved it. That's why you kept on laughing at me. Like, we're doing the plank, and then he just kept on looking at me laughing.
I couldn't help myself.
I was cursing in my head. I was actually cursing. I didn't want to say certain things, but you got to be calm in that situation.
Yeah.
But we had a great time in there.
That was good.
But we saw Enzo Maresca.
Yeah.
And then me and you, we thought, they actually look similar, didn't they?
Oh, exactly. So we've got a photo of them together.
We've got a photo. We'll put it in there.
Yeah, we'll have to get it.
He
looked cool, by the way.
Yeah. He looks like what you're supposed to look like.
He had like these loose-fitting light blue jeans on, pair of light
Gucci t-shirt.
Oversized t-shirt.
That's what you're supposed to look like.
All right, I want to be Enzo Maresca when I grow up. Right, okay.
He's
a nice guy.
He's a good guy.
I thought he's hard done by.
Should we talk about football? People think they're on a yoga podcast here. Right, okay. Right, Arsenal, Bridgie. You was at the game.
Yeah,
the Grim Reaper for Arsenal turning up again on the sideline.
You see this guy? He had his big cloak on the side of the pitch. Looked like he was dictating what was going on the pitch.
You were the Southampton mob, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but I took my dad, obviously, buzzing, just sat in the director's box, had best mate Luke and Aaron come.
And your dad looked amazing, by the way.
I dressed up, waistcoat. He actually lost loads of weight, and he ended up wearing a suit he ain't wore for about 15 years.
Is it?
Yeah, and then he had
an old... and
then he had my old Saints tie on.
Oh, wicked.
Little top hat, walking stick. Mate, he was buzzing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then to trot into the director's box as well with all the big dogs.
Yeah, the atmosphere was brilliant, by the way.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah,
it's been
the build up to the game
down...
was wicked.
Really?
Because
I was surprised how it felt.
50 years to the
50
years since they last won the cup.
And 50 minutes in between both their goals.
Yeah.
So 35 and 85 minutes.
Oh,
so,
my God.
Yeah.
It's written in the stars for the minute.
My mate Luke's obviously fuming because you pulled City out the bag.
I know. He's not happy. He's already told me.
He's not happy about that. But you've got to beat them to win it.
Yeah.
So.
We're going to talk about Arsenal because, listen, it's the theme of the last 3 months. Are they every time they lose a game, lose a couple of games, are they bottling it? The quadruple's gone. They're now out of 2 competitions. They play Sporting Lisbon tonight because we're recording this on a Tuesday. Do we think we're at the stage now where it's league or bust? Are they? What do you make of what's going on?
Saints played well, by the way.
They
played really well.
They did play really well. They did play really well.
You know where Arsenal struggled with a long ball?
Yeah.
Struggled massively.
Yeah, you were saying that,
yeah.
Mm.
The
Just
first
a direct
2 long
ball.
balls, they were in all the time.
Really?
Just getting in all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry,
but going back to Arsenal, Gabriel limped off, right? They've got a lot of injuries at the moment. They're coming into the most crucial part of the season. We've been in that position, Bridgie, like where you're. What was the crucial things do you think that we had that this Arsenal team haven't quite got yet that they need to show in these next few games because the pressure's on.
I think the squad, whoever came in, slotted in all right. No matter how many changes there were.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you could change 4 or 5 players.
Yeah.
And it affects everything. But I always felt like at Chelsea, no matter who you change, everyone just slotted in all right.
Well, there was a lot of changes.
System. Is that because of the system, or is it?
Yeah, but Arteta's very systematic. But it seems to me when he makes changes, there is a drop off. Like you're saying, like Ben White coming in found it difficult.
Is that the quality, or is it the understanding of the system for the player that's coming in to replace the player that was already in there?
I don't think it's the understanding because I think Arteta's been saying for 6 years since he's been there, trust the process. And I think you watch them and they're quite rigid the way that they play. I just think when you take certain players like Declan didn't play at the weekend, I just think he's so influential for what they do. Like so, still like any great team with a great system, and you can have 20 players at all levels, but there's always 1 or 2 or 3 players scattered within that. That's just the soul of the team, and I think Declan Rice is one of them players. Do you know what I mean? At Chelsea, we were blessed with quality. Like centre halves, we had Gallas, Terry, Carvalho. So one of them was injured. That would you didn't really miss the other one that much, although they was all fit. The one player I thought with us that we couldn't quite replace because he was so unique was. No, I think Lamps was because you. What about was Drogba?
Drogba,
because he was so like. I remember when we had to play, it was Drogba or Ida, so we had to make a conscious effort to change the way that we played.
Approach the game.
Do you know what I mean? There was no like for like, and I think Arsenal with Declan, there's no like for like in the midfield where he could because he does so much good work where he gets it deep and he drives through the lines, he breaks the play. I don't know. I'm trying to think of reasons why they drop off.
I think Zubamendi's not been at it as well, and he's been brilliant for them the whole season, I'd say.
Yeah,
and look, takes a bit of pressure off Declan Rice as well when Zubamendi's at it. But I'd say the last 5 games, maybe Arsenal fans might disagree, but I think Zubamendi's not been at his peak form, and that midfield area they really need that to tick.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Then you've got Odegaard that goes in there as well.
He played deeper in that game, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if they're not at it at the level that they should be, they can't replace Rice.
Yeah,
because Rice is at least. And I saw something the other day as well about how influential he is, but there was something saying that he's a bit too emotional as well, Rice.
You're right. Okay.
Because when it's not going his way or going the team's way, he'll get too emotionally involved rather than keep his head. And I think there's a thing in that as well where they need to do it. He has to omit calmness. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he can't be something he's not, Coley.
Well, he's not been a winner yet. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's what they're depending on. But he doesn't know how to navigate that just yet. That's why they need to get silverware over the line so they know how to navigate for the future. They've just missed 2 big opportunities to get silverware.
Yeah.
I know they're still in the running for the 2.
Yeah.
But for their experience sake, they need to get some type of silverware over the line.
Yeah.
Because that will create positivity when it comes to the squeaky bum time. They'll know how to navigate when the going gets tough. But they haven't been there yet. They've not gone to those trenches yet.
It's almost like a trauma thing, isn't it? Like every year for the last 3 years, they've got to this stage. All of the media's on them, and saying they haven't got.
I think they listen to media as well too much.
All right, so here's my next question: What if you're Mikel Arteta and you're coming? How do you approach these next few games? What in terms of forget the tactics or forget. What are you saying on Monday morning? How are you setting the tone with your coaching staff, with everything? Because do you remember the cup final we went to, and Mikel Arteta made the Arsenal players stay and watch Man City the whole way? Like it was a very performative. Do you know what I mean? Like you will look because he's thinking to himself, this is going to be a thing. Like we'll look back in 3 months, we'll win the league and go, remember when we watched them up? That one motivated him. So he's obviously thinking of things, Mikel Arteta. But what would you do, Bridgie, in that situation as a manager?
I think you've just got to try and get them mentally right, playing relaxed, and like Arsenal fans, right? Right. They're going to do the quadruple,
right?
Now they're out of that. Some of them stressing.
Yeah.
Now they might bottle the league.
Right.
So the players could be thinking the same. So as a manager, one, you've just got to get back to winning ways. You just got to get them mentally right, training right.
Yeah.
And if you play with any kind of fear or worry, it just affects your game.
Do you think his face I look at Arteta, I look at managers, I think he looks concerned, worried, like he's like, like he looks gaunt at the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like you look at, and when you see players like,
I think managers
that's managers, mate. If I was a manager, oh my God, I look old enough as it is.
the only one manager, and he's the governor, and it's why he just Don Carlo. Carlo.
Yeah, with the cigar.
Just tuning.
And I've got to go.
He never looks stressed.
I've got to say, to some extent, Vince Kompany. He looks unstressed. But going back to what you're saying, Arteta, he's the one that's he's steering the ship. Yeah. Right? So he's the one. The buck stops with him. He's the one that's got to give his players the confidence to like have that belief. Say, all right, we've lost that game. Now it's time to draw in. And I think there was some training session they was doing yesterday. Did you see it?
No.
It was online. No. It was they put it out there as well. Like I think it was in the Daily Mail or something like that. Yeah, but there was holding a ball on their heads between 5 players around the ball. Like I'm thinking, what kind of activities are this? Like, it's cringy, man.
Are we SEALs? Are we?
I don't know. They had the ball, and all their heads are on the ball. About 5 of them around it, and I don't know what kind of game they were playing. But why would you even film that and put it out there? Do that in the sports hall when there's no.
You're right. If you won the last 2 games, not after losing 2 games.
Do you know what it reminds me of? Respect the ball. How did that turn out? Like they're trying to get the edges every type of way, and they're trying to get that team bond and on the pitch as well. So I know what they're doing, but just leave that. Stop doing it for the media. Do it for yourselves.
I can't see him losing the league.
I can't see him losing.
I can't see him losing.
I can't see it, but mate, if it is, I've never been so wrong.
Upset him a couple of times.
You've said this,
I said it.
Yeah. Bournemouth for
a few times. So it's a tough game. Yeah. If they win it, I'll probably say it's done.
Yeah, I still think they win the league.
I do as well.
Just a quick one before we wrap up on Arsenal. Southampton winning, your old club, Bridgie. Does that you said it was a great atmosphere. Does it feel like the magic of the cup was back there?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. It was brilliant, especially the 50 years since they last won it.
Where did you go afterwards when you was with all the boys and your dad playing darts?
Oh yeah, we were singing songs to you, weren't we, down the phone? You could hear my dad the most, couldn't you?
Yeah.
We ended up back at my sister's house. Right. The husband's got little pool table and dartboard and that, so we were up for a few hours.
The governor of Winchester.
Weren't we?
Yeah. The Southampton fans are happy. Then the FA Cup's
mate,
back.
Buzzing. They've been on fire as well. They haven't lost in
Have you got the keys to the city over there?
No, Matt the Tiz has. Me? Matt the Tiz has.
You should have, mate.
You promote that place properly, mate. But yeah, Southampton are massively thinking they can go all the way here. Because they have to come up to Manchester City. They have to get. Is it away to Manchester City?
That's
Wembley.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Wembley?
Yeah.
So okay.
We'll get
Wembley day out.
Yeah, so it's a one-off game.
Yeah.
So you never know, you know.
Yeah,
that's what you do. Never know.
Mickey have his suit on. Anyway, we're going to move on.
Going?
I don't know yet. Maybe.
It's on both your teams.
He'll be working. I'm working on getting him a job.
I'll get me a ticket then.
He actually made a phone call yesterday trying to get me a job.
Is it?
I haven't even told him I want to do it
Man
yet.
City versus Southampton.
Yeah, that
Played
makes
for
sense.
both clubs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bringing
do
him
that.
in. Yeah. Tells after his commission. I said, no, I'll take that.
I set this up.
I'll set this up. Right, here we go. Right, moving on. We got Liverpool now. It was a drubbing. You know, when you consider they were the two teams at the top for so long, they looked like a gulf apart. Man City fans were singing "You're getting sacked in the morning," with Xabi Alonso available. You know, and which I found interesting. The murmurings from the Liverpool fans are like, let's get him in now and all that. Liverpool fans, I feel, always stick with their managers through thick and thin, and they're quite loyal like that. But I think the lure of Xabi Alonso being available is making them. What do you think on Slot?
It's a hard one, isn't it? Because he's won the league with them, but that's on the back of a Klopp team, and he's ridden that wave because they was in that wave. And I always go back to they go in the summer.
Yeah,
they go on holiday, come back to bad news on
tragedy.
Diogo's
tragedy. Yeah,
Diogo Jota, one of their teammates, one of their highly respected teammates in the dressing room as well. That trauma can carry on for you don't know.
Yeah,
and there's nobody out there that can say how to deal with that as a team. And I always say, and then on top of that, I don't think they went into the season prepared with the style of play that he wanted to employ, because you got to understand Isak's fiasco as well. That was a painstaking, wasn't it?
It
was like, is he coming? Is he not? And that's going to be your main striker, and that's left till the last part of the window until the deal got done.
Yeah.
Then you had Ekitike that had come in and he was doing well, so that was papering over the cracks. But really, truly, when you look at the whole scenario, it's just not a great start to a season. And plus, they didn't address the defending positions.
Yeah.
You know, there was Mark Gahey, they was trying to get him, couldn't get him. And then it just went too long. That they didn't cover the positions that they needed to cover. Plus, they haven't even dealt with the Mo Salah situation as well.
Yeah.
So there's just so much stuff going on. And then on top of that, Slot has to... I've heard rumours, not rumours, but people say amongst the fans as well that he doesn't know what he's doing tactically. So some of the substitutions that he's making, some of the tactical elements of his formations when he wants to try and tweak things, he's not doing the right things.
Yeah.
And you know how Liverpool fans are. They know that they can suss out a fraud quick. Do you know what I mean? So I think that all of that culminating to one, it's just a mess there for this season. It might, and the signings hasn't set the world alight as well. Some of the top signings, they ain't done nothing really of note. So, and I do like Wirtz, by the way, but I think he's got more to come. But Ekitike's done well as well, so give him that. But there's a few of them that haven't. And and even the other players as well.
Yeah, there's you know,
they've been underperforming.
Yeah, you know, like players like
Kirk,
he's been the best player. Kirk's coming into the side from that Bournemouth side where he looked phenomenal. He hasn't hit the ground running. When you break it down like that, it's like you're in real time. You're doing an appraisal on why it's gone wrong. You can see it all right. So.
So I agree with everything you said. Liverpool fans don't want to hear that.
But I agree with everything you said. It's the reason.
You summed it up nicely, to be fair.
As to why it's gone wrong. The balance in the midfield, he's trying to get Wirtz in as well. I wouldn't put anything on top of that other than, you know, I just think Liverpool as a football club and the way that they operate, and I think, don't bite the bullet on Arne Slot yet. Give him an opportunity for start of next season. Even though Xabi Alonso's there, let him coach. Out of his the Diogo Jota tragedy's out of his hands.
Yeah, didn't even think about that. Yeah, what impact that might have on players.
Well, exactly. You know, I mean, nothing like that ever happened to us, thankfully enough. But you know, you can't think for yourself as one of your mates because you're so close as a bond when you're a team.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I don't understand. Like, everyone goes to work and they have work colleagues, and you obviously they have close friendships and that. But when you're a team and you're being a football team, I think it's more than a family, because you depend on each other. You're going to war for each other every 3-4 days. You feel like the whole world's against you. You're like, when we,
it's an unbreakable bond.
It's like a bond you got at the time, and then for one day to one of your mates not to be there, like that,
it's traumatic.
And then it's sort of because like football, we all know how important football is, right? But in the scheme of things, it really is not, is it? Right? When life and death and things like that are happening, but to be able to go to war and put your body on the line, you as a group have to think that you're the center of the universe, and you're going to go to war. And we've seen players get injured, and you go through things, right? So, but then when something actual, real happens, like, it's very difficult then to have the same come on, because you need to push yourself to
that extra 10%.
So I feel that's been, if that's the one thing above all the other things that you listed, the Jota thing, I think they need to grieve, like, and go
they haven't
away.
had time.
I think and people have not
just
really
been going to work like normal.
People say it, but they don't really think it through for what it is, and that's exactly what it is. So I think.
But fans, this is why I was going back to the fans now. The fans ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
Fans, it moves on quickly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the people that's effective, they can't forget about it. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And then I said all the other stuff as well. On top of that, it's just piled the pressure on. And Slot, he'll probably never ever have to deal with something like this ever again. And there's other managers out there that has never dealt with it. And who tells someone like that how to navigate and be around a big football club like that and still trying to please the fans, try and make sure that his players are happy.
Yeah,
it's a hard task.
It's definitely a confidence thing.
Top of that,
definitely.
There's this thing that I always look at, like with managers, like great managers. When a great manager leaves a football club, the next manager that comes in, it's hard. It's a hard job. Like you've got to be something else, like to live up to people's expectations. Because you're not Klopp, you're Slot. Do you know what I mean? And they're always going to have that against you.
It's true. It's true. Like you look at David Moyes, who's a great manager, going in after Fergie never worked. Unai Emery, did he go straight in after Wenger? And Unai Emery's clearly a great manager.
It's so hard. Because everyone's such used to a certain way. Do you know what I mean? And then that happens, and then you ain't going to ever live up to him.
Imagine you're at a great concert, right? And the support act is just blowing the doors off, and everyone's buzzing, and then the main acts go, "Oh God." Drop it down a gear, Warrior. I've got to come in. You're already at a 10. I've got to find an 11.
You've got to find a different level.
That was like when we watched Streets and Kasabian. Mate, the Streets were good.
But Kasabian
were really good as well. They were
you had to bring your
I was worried because when we went to Streets and Kasabian, I was thinking, we love the Streets. You love the Streets. A week don't go by without you in the background playing. Right? And I'm thinking, we were so buzzing at the Streets. I think, God, Sergio's got his work cut out here, but then he come out and smashed it out of the park. So big him up.
Was it the pit?
Was in the mosh pit?
The mosh pit. I was in there.
Only on this podcast can you go from serious talk to mosh pits in 2 sentences. Quick question though, Arne Slot, do you stick with him or do you go and get Xabi Alonso?
Stick or twist?
I don't. Do you know what? I don't know. Part of me's like, it's got to come down to players, and he's got to be able to give them the confidence and a boost. I feel like the confidence affects players a lot when they're playing. I think they need a few good results. I don't know, mate, honestly.
I feel bad.
A new manager coming in might give them a new lease of life. Do you know what I mean?
It's
harsh, isn't it? But that's the world. You're living with football now.
I think it's harsh on him. But it's business. I think it's harsh. But it's business because
I think could get Alonso and they could be flying, mate.
I think the players need a change.
I
think the players need a change because obviously this traumatic event what we're talking about, I think they just need a new scenery. Let's start again next season.
Can I say I want to throw my 2-piece worth in it. I think go to the end of the season and then sit down and I would probably do it if he's available. Not now. Let Arne Slot try and win the Champions League because he deserves that.
So
not now.
That's a question in its own,
right?
Coley.
Go on.
If he wins the Champions League,
he's got to stay.
He stays.
Of course he has.
All right.
Of course he has, right?
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was on the radio the other day. One of the Liverpool fans calls in. He goes, "Look, he can win the Champions League. I still want him off." I said, "Mate, there would have been two major trophies in 2 years.
Yeah.
You got Premier League and you got Champions League. What else do you want?" He'll be like, "Nah, I don't like him.
Really?
Gotta go."
Mate,
it's because they watch the football week in, week out, though.
It's because they've got people like him winding them up on the airwaves.
I'm not winding them up.
Yeah,
you know what? You got to take your hat off to fans, honestly. Like, I'll go and watch my kids play football, and when they lose, it ruins my weekend.
Yeah.
I'm like, these are paying money to go and watch every weekend. Imagine them paying to go home miserable.
He made the. Listen,
how many fans have you made feel like that?
Do you know what? You said something right. This is when I say you've got this weird way of looking at things. I can't argue with you, right? Yeah. He said, I can't remember who it was. I think it was at the final when you went, I hope nobody. It's going to be horrible. Someone's going to lose. We was in the box, and
because we're in the box with both fans.
Yeah, and he was like, "What?" He said, "Why would you bother going to football?" Right? He said, "Why would you just not go to a gig or a rave or something? At least you know when you pay your 50 quid, you're going to have a good time. Football, you can pay your 50 quid and go home miserable."
But I guess the times are really good when they are good.
Yeah. It's like playing bingo, isn't it? It's like playing the lottery.
I tell you, it wasn't good for the other day on TV. Danny Dyer.
Oh yeah,
what happened?
Where it kept panning to him every time with the West Ham. And then he thought they scored, and then they hadn't scored. Mate, he went for a lot of pain.
We will get onto that. So listen, anyway, Liverpool. I'll bring Alonso in, and I'll tell you why. I think Alonso tends to play with that sort of 3-4-3 system. I think Frimpong and Kirkes, Wirtz in behind Isak and Ekitike, Szoboszlai and McAllister. Maybe as a 2 in there.
He ain't turned up this season, McAllister either.
He hasn't. He's but yeah. But anyway, I would do that. Moving on, Chelsea now. Listen, lots going on, Coley. They dispatched Port Vale 7-0.
That was lovely, by the way.
Lovely dispatch, but it's off the back of a bad run.
Yeah.
But the news coming out is Enzo Fernandez has been dropped by Chelsea for 2 games after comments he made about his future are deemed to have crossed the line, according to the manager, Rosenior. Now, when Rosenior come out and spoke to the press, he said it was a club decision to give him the 2 games ban. He's under contract until 2032. And he wants to leave, right? It seems like he wants to leave.
That's funny in itself.
Yeah, man, isn't it?
Right.
While he was talking, I was thinking his contract's up at the end of the season.
Yeah. Right.
2032.
So it's on us, right, as ex-footballers, to like try and give the fans a perspective, the listeners, to give a perspective of did he cross the line? Is his punishment fair? What are Chelsea thinking? So first of all, I think Enzo Fernandez is a great footballer. He's a great footballer. And when he's on the pitch, Chelsea are a better team. And he's clearly, when he signed for the club, he would have been clearly sold this dream. We're going to go back to the top. It's Chelsea Football Club. It's global. He's thinking to himself, fantastic, 100 million player from Benfica. I'm at the big league. And he's been there 2.5 years now. He's probably looking around and he's playing with young players, not really competing with your Arsenals, your Man Cities. And he's probably thinking, he signed this 8-year contract of what he signed, which Chelsea, and he's probably thinking, this ain't happening for me. And it's a short career as a footballer. So I think between him and his agent, they've decided they want to get out. Now they have to, these agents probably encouraging him to say these things in the press, because what it does, it destabilizes the club. But like you said, when you've got a year or 2 years left, you'll hold the power in the contract because you are a valuable asset. So the club's perspective is, right, we've given all these players these long-term contracts. We've had some where we've given it to Mikhailo Mudryk, who's had the drugs thing, can't get him off the books, paying him a lot of money. So that's a negative for giving him a long-term contract. your Cole Palmers, your Enzos, you give them a long-term contract and it secures the value on the asset. But now you come to where the rubber hits the road, where, Enzo, you got him for another 4 or 5 years, so he's secured, but you're going to have an unhappy player for 4 or 5 years. So this is where I think the ownership group, they don't have anyone in that group who's been a top player, who understands the mindset, understands all the intricacies. You can say it.
Intricacies.
Yeah, and so when they've come to this place, they've all sat around and probably gone, right, how do we deal with this? Because this can't go well. He can't be saying he wants to leave every 5 minutes. So they've gone, right, we're going to ban him for 2 games. And one of the games is the Man City game, right? So, I mean, if they've had someone in the room, you need to preempt this type of stuff because you can't just be banning players for talking about their opinions. If he wants to leave...
Sure, they would have had a chat with each other before they decided to ban him for 2 games.
They said it was a club decision, so for that means it's the owners, maybe the board, maybe the directors of football.
So how's this one such a big deal and Cucurella's one not?
Good point. I think with the Cucurella point, I think Enzo's done it before. I think there's been some
got misdemeanors previous.
He's got previous.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine. and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the State of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the State of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. and the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
was heavy on optics, but was it light on outcomes? President Donald Trump hailed his visit to China an historic moment. It certainly appears to have thawed diplomatic tensions, but with no movement on Iran, uncertainty around Taiwan, and a lack of headline-grabbing trade deals, just what was achieved? We'll debate the latest on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. When you consider President Trump and his MAGA allies have made political sport out of demonising China, this recent state visit was a relationship reset.
This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries. He's a man I respect greatly.
Between praising the size of China's roses and the friendly photo ops, the US announced a smattering of deals, particularly in the agriculture and aviation sectors. But nothing like the $250 billion commercial signing ceremony that marked Trump's 2017 Beijing trip. Is it a sign that China doesn't need the US as much as the US needs China? Two other agenda items left undetermined were Taiwan and Iran. The president still won't be drawn on whether he'll approve the latest arms deal with Taipei and says the US doesn't need China's help to end the Iran war.
Mr. President, did President Xi make any firm commitments to put pressure on the Iranians to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not asking for any favors. Because when you ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors.
Hot on Trump's heels, Russia's Vladimir Putin is now taking centre stage in the Chinese capital. Is the timing a coincidence? Coming up, we'll debate if the smiling state visit indicates stronger, more balanced relations or a weaker US looking to mend fences. Why President Trump didn't push China on Iran, and if President Xi is cementing his position as a stable alternate global leader. Joining the discussion is Kian Tajbakhsh, Iranian-American scholar and professor of international relations at New York University. Carla Sands is back with us, Vice President for Energy and Environment at the America First Policy Institute. And rounding out our panel on Counterpoints, Sean Ryan, founder of the China Market Research Group. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, Donald Trump and many MAGA Republicans have long made rivalry with China a cornerstone of their economic rhetoric, accusing China at times of ripping off the US and stealing manufacturing jobs. But there was no evidence of that previous animosity during this current President Trump's two-day visit to Beijing. Both leaders were all smiles and they hailed progress on various diplomatic portfolios. President Trump talked up the fantastic trade deals that were secured, although many observers weren't overly impressed with the outcomes. Carla, this visit has, on the surface at least, appeared to demonstrate a reset in relations. Does it indicate stronger, more balanced relations, or a weaker US looking to mend fences with a newly stronger China?
Well, it's a fair question, and we could see that on the surface things looked very pleasant, but as a matter of fact, Chairman Xi did raise the talk of a diminishing U.S. He did raise Taiwan with President Trump, and, you know, they had private talks that were not for public consumption, and so I would say President Trump is great at diplomacy. He's probably the best ever president, making friends with every world leader. But the fact is there are tensions, but we want to have a good relationship with every country, excuse me, and we want to have great trade with every country. And that's really the secret sauce for all of our shared prosperity. So I think President Trump was mission accomplished to get more planes ordered by China, to get some more exports for our American farmers, and to raise things like human rights issues and pastors that are being held by the communist government, as well as Jimmy Lai.
Sean, was this a successful US mission? Was it mission accomplished for President Trump, or was it an indication that the US is looking to reset relations because it needs China more than China needs it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like this was mission accomplished for the United States, and it's scary whenever someone uses George Bush's terms. I think Carla wants to be appointed back into the Trump administration because quite clearly China has the upper hand in the relationship economically between the U.S. right now, and that has happened only since Trump has come back because Trump is not good at dealing with other world leaders. He's started causing tension, not just with China in 2017 by launching the trade war, but also with our historical allies like Canada, like the UK, like France. None of our historical allies are supporting Trump in the United States right now in Iran. And that's why China right now has the upper hand in the trade war. So, for instance, before the trade war, China was buying $300 billion a year of semiconductors from America. That's not happening right now because of Trump's export controls. Even during the Biden regime, China was buying $30 billion worth of agricultural products a year. Now that number dropped to $8.5 billion in 2025, and Trump is saying this is great. We're getting the number to only $17 billion with soybeans because China's buying soybeans from Brazil and Argentina, buying beef from Australia. So what's happened is because of Trump, China is de-risked from the United States. Instead of buying American products, they're now buying elsewhere. And one key point, as Carla said, China's buying Boeing airplanes. They've only supposedly pledged to buy 200 Boeings, which would be the first time China bought Boeing airplanes in almost a decade. Last year alone, they bought 350 Airbus jets. So the trade war has completely been a failure for the United States, has hurt our ability to make money, and just increased tension. So respectfully, I disagree with Carla there.
Kian, before I bring you in, Carla, do you want to jump in on that and have a response?
I would love to.
Go ahead.
I would love to. So the Chinese Communist Party does reward countries that kowtow to the party. Australia has China as their biggest trading partner. The U.S., China's not even one of our largest trading partners. Our biggest trading bloc is with the EU. And then we have other countries individually. And the Chinese Communist Party is attempting to replace the U.S. farm products with farm products from countries like Brazil, who are easier to control because they're just not as powerful. The United States is actually the most powerful it's been probably in my lifetime because we have a strong leader in President Trump. Our economy is growing very quickly right now. And I know it's a little blip with this Iran war with the cost of energy, but companies are reindustrializing. It's really exciting to see us regain our footing as a maker, not just a country that does sort of soft production. We have to make steel, aluminum, refine our own rare earth elements. We have to make our own pharmaceuticals and precursors. We have to be self-sufficient in order to be secure. And President Trump is moving us in that direction because of his leadership of putting America first.
Kian, do you agree with Carla? Do you think that China views America today as the strongest it's ever been?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on again. It's great to be with you and my fellow panelists. Look, from a geopolitical perspective, the question of how the summit ended and whether that shows and what it shows, I would make two distinctions and discuss these in terms of two dimensions. Mm-hmm. One is short-term and long-term economics, and the other is local and global geopolitics. Let me take the first one. I'm not going to I don't have the expertise that my fellow panelists have on specific trade issues at the moment, but the reality is that two things are happening. One is that China and the U.S. are delinking. I mean, they are de-risking, let us say, but that is going in the direction of delinking, and that's a geopolitical decision. Just as Carla mentioned, the result of the COVID wake-up call for the U.S. was that it was very hard to have supply chains in the West dependent on a geopolitical adversary. And it's not only the U.S. that wants to de-risk, it's China also. So there is this kind of mutual delinking. So that is a long-term trend that we're going to have to keep in mind, irrespective of what happens in the medium term. The other thing about the economics, remember, is that China depends on the United States for its economic growth more than the U.S. depends on China. The U.S. is the biggest market for Chinese exports, and it needs to have access to that market. And so I think that is one dimension I keep in mind. Now, let me just go to the geopolitics. I think that all the smiles and the, let us say, muted response. I mean, there were no fireworks. There was no great breakthrough. There was no great animosity at the end of the summit. And I think that shows two things. One is that the China and the U.S. Agree that their economic relationship over the long term is paramount, and that Iran is a minor secondary issue to be managed and contained. So I think that's why we didn't hear a lot about that. I think that, China, President Trump was reported to ask the Chinese premier for support on Iran. I doubt, whatever they said, I doubt China would actually give any support, because the reality is that over the last 30 years, and particularly since the 30-year or 25-year agreement that China had with Iran, China has been investing very, very heavily, not only in investing in Iranian physical infrastructure, but much more important, China has been deeply now integrated in Iran's surveillance and digital infrastructure, and the Iran war is clearly one attempt by the U.S. to push back against Chinese influence in the Middle East on Iran and the Houthis. If you remember, China was giving satellite imagery to the Houthis to target ships. So I think that this is the big geopolitical picture, and I think that China is basically waiting to see what happens with this war.
I'm going to put a pin in Iran just for a moment, because we're going to come to that in greater depth as we move through in this debate. So I just want you all to hold a thought there of what Kian has said. I'm going to hand it back to you firstly, Sean, though, to pick up on what both Carla and Kian have said, that China depends on the US more than the US depends on China. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I think it's 2026. It's not 2016. So my fellow panelists are using outdated information and numbers. So if we're talking 10 years ago, they would have been right. But here's the thing. In 2017, 17% of China's exports went to the United States. That number is down to only about 11%. A full 18% now goes to ASEAN. So here's the thing. Over the last 10 years, Western Europe and the United States have said we need to de-risk from China. But the reality is they really haven't. China has de-risked from the United States by then forging strong trade relations with the Middle East, Africa, Latin America. And that's why Trump has come up with the Don Roe Doctrine. That's why Trump is threatening China in the global south right now. Because China has gotten so strong as the largest trade partner of about 140 countries around the world. That number was only about 40 10 years ago. But here's the thing. America likes to say that they've de-risked from China, and it makes great sound bites for politicians. But the reality isn't there. Let's look at some of the leverage that China has over the United States. Now, people have talked about rare earths. China right now refines about 90% of rare earths. It's actually fairly easy to find rare earths. You can get it in Greenland. You can get it in Brazil. You can get it in Ukraine, which is why Trump and some of his lackeys have tried to control Greenland. The difficulty is not getting access to rare earths. It's refining them. And China's probably got a 10-year lead minimum on refining capabilities. But it's not just rare earths. It's also ferrochrome and chrome ore. It's copper. It's nickel. It's tungsten. China has the refining capabilities that the United States simply doesn't have. And then it's also antibiotics and ibuprofen. You know, 95% of antibiotics comes through India and China at some point, and China makes almost 100% of ibuprofen and paracetamol. So China has all of the upper hand in the trade war with the United States. So Scotty Bessent said China had deuces. He said that China relies on the United States for their economic growth. Again, this is 2026. It's not 2016. Only 2.5% of China's economy is based off of exports to the United States. Now, both countries in a rational, sane world would say we need each other. You know, economic trade between both countries clearly benefits the United States, and it obviously benefits China. So China wants to have good relations with the United States, but they have de-risked because they're worried about warmongers, xenophobes, and imperialists from the U.S. trying to contain and destabilize the CPC.
Carla?
Yeah, well, I completely disagree personally. And all political views are my own, but I do believe that China wrote a paper about 10 years ago and it said made in China 2025. And they were working to dominate in the sort of high tech and technical manufacturing world. Absolutely wanted to dominate it internally and then export to the rest of the world. Just one example where they have a plan. The Chinese government is certainly very strategic in how they make long-term plans and then they execute them fairly well. We are working as fast as we can to get that onshore refining because there's no question the rare earth elements are essential for our day-to-day manufacturing, but also for our defense industry. And you know, as we look at President Trump's view of the world, he's really looking to realign the world to make it safer for the American people and our allies. And he's made efforts in Venezuela where he's removed the leadership there that was basically running a narco-trafficking state, heavily influenced by Iran, the Mullah regime, and China and Russia. And he's getting that in a better place. We're now taking that oil and refining it like we did about 10 years ago. And most of that energy was going to China at discounted rates because Venezuela was sanctioned. Same thing with Iran. 90% of the energy was going to China at discounted rates. Well, that's now as we reorganize Iran and Iran behaves like a normal country, which is the goal. China will not be able to buy energy at discounted rates. It'll have to buy it at market rates. And we're about to start selling, it sounds like, some of our American energy to China, which is wonderful. We already sell our coal to China. China today is the only country in the world that is really growing like this in its energy. It's increasing. It's building about 38 nuclear power plants right now, about 30 new coal-fired plants, and they import all kinds of energy. And it's important because if you want to be a great industrial country with industrial might, you have to have enough energy. And certainly China, the Chinese leadership understands that and is determined to have baseload power, where the US and Europe, we're kind of bumping along with a flat line almost of energy in spite of President Trump's work to get our energy growing. And so that is the biggest effort, I would say, in his administration, is increase American energy, sell it to our friends, but also increase our industry so that we are a great power. And if there is a conflict, we're prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Could I just jump in here and just say, I was just looking up my notes, and as I say, I'm willing to be corrected, but based on a report from the Council on Foreign Relations on U.S.-China trade relationship, just a few days ago, the headline is China is one of the largest export markets for the U.S. goods and services, and the United States is the top export market for China. And so that was, I was basing my remarks on that, based on this report. And I think that, as I say, to build off the previous comments, I mean, I think it's true. There is diversification happening. And what the U.S. and China clearly see, I think, is that that the future of the world, and I look at the relationship more from a geopolitical point of view, is they understand that the future of our planet and our world and our geopolitical stability does depend on a cooperative relationship between China and the United States as much as possible. And so I think both countries are trying to find a way to have a thinner but more cooperative relationship. Essentially, strengthening the globalization element, the trade and the economic element. That's the point that I was just trying to make.
Well, you talk about it depends on cooperation, so that is a little bit of give and take, a little bit of a strategic balance, and Taiwan has always been that complex diplomatic balancing act for the United States. President Trump, upon his return, described the delayed weapons sale to Taipei as a very good negotiating chip for Washington. Carla, is the US using Taiwan as a bargaining tool in its other sort of strategic discussions with China?
Well, certainly we love the people of Taiwan as we do the people of China. There's no question. And the chips that Taiwan makes are essential to every country's modern capabilities. But President Trump has encouraged Taiwan to bring that IP to the U.S. and manufacture here in the United States because it is more secure.
Do you think if they don't, the US, President Trump would withdraw his support? Is this just another example of Taiwan being used as a bargaining tool?
Well, President Trump is the world's greatest diplomat, I think. I mean, he wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. So he's not going to take anything off the table. At the same time, he's very fair-minded. He doesn't turn on his friends. He brings his friends in closer. And so I think that
Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert,
well,
he turns on anyone who's close to him.
Sorry, but you don't know what conversations were had that were not for public consumption. And we never know that between world leaders.
I mean, it's literally anybody who gets close to Trump gets into trouble politically afterwards.
Well, so we don't need to divert
That's why you're
into
appealing to the party line very well. I wonder if you live in China or if you live in the United States right now.
Well, I'm not going to talk while you're talking over me, so go ahead.
Finish up your point there, Carla, and then I'll throw it over to Sean.
Terrific. So what I'm saying is that the key important facts are that President Trump wants the American people to be secure and prosperous, and he wants to share that security and prosperity with our friends. That's why he wrote in the National Security Strategy back in November of last year, begging Europe, please have good policies, come back and join us, re-embrace your culture, protect your laws, protect your borders, control your immigration, have sensible energy policy. The fact that they're letting their cultures go and committing civilizational suicide, I believe was a term, is very concerning because we need our greatest friends where the United States, where our ancestors came from, most of us, was from Europe and the UK. And so it's also where our laws came from, our religion, our culture. And so President Trump is looking at the world from the 3,000 or 30,000 foot level and saying, how do we make sure that we're secure? So he's not letting the problems go that former presidents did. For instance, other presidents let Venezuela sit there and become very, very dangerous, exporting Hezbollah training camps. or he let Iran fester, other presidents, for 47 years. President Trump is saying, not on my watch. I'm going to take care of this. It may not be popular. It's the right thing to do. So I do believe he is guided by a strong North Star.
Okay. Sean, what do you make of it? Is Taiwan being used as a little bit of a chess piece pawn?
I'm not really sure how to respond to Carla. Maybe it's my audio, but I thought she said that Venezuela is exporting Hezbollah and was talking a lot about the true Americans are coming from Western Europe. I guess my family, who's Chinese and Jewish, doesn't count as true Americans, even though we've been in the U.S. for 200 years. But it's very clear that Taiwan is being used as a bargaining chip by Trump. He's not looking at it as an ideological basis, which is actually why the Chinese prefer dealing with Trump. He's actually reasonably popular in China rather than Biden, because the feeling with Biden was you were dealing with, a liberal democracy versus evil communist authoritarian fight. It was an ideological battle of Western imperialism. But clearly, Trump is a lot more transactional. So Biden had said several times that he would support Taiwan militarily if Taiwan ever declared independence. Well, Trump has said, we'll sell weapons to Taiwan, but they're not close partners in the same way that it was under previous administrations. The United States did sell $25 billion worth of military weapons to Taiwan last week, but that's down from the $40 billion that President Lai of Taiwan originally wanted. And that's because the KMT, the opposition party, voted against Taiwan buying a lot of arms from the United States. And here's the thing. Relations between Taiwan's KMT, again, the opposition party, and the CPC in China are probably the best in the 29 years that I lived in China. The chairwoman, Cheng, of the KMT actually visited China recently, spent a week traveling around, was treated like a hero, met with Chairman Xi himself, and afterwards reiterated the one China policy. So I'm not particularly worried about tension in Taiwan unless the United States tries to turn Taiwan into a proxy war like they did with Ukraine, trying to sort of put Russia into morass, or unless Trump, moves in order to take the chips. But I don't think that's going to happen. I'm actually not concerned that in the next 3 to 4 years that there will be armed conflict in Taiwan. But we have to really understand, what is a true American? Is it me, my family, who's Chinese, who worked on the San Francisco gold mines for 200 years? Or is it just some, let's be honest, Caucasian white people who came from England, 100 years ago, or, from where Carla used to be the ambassador in Denmark? I think it's very dangerous to sort of define what a true American is based off of racial heritage.
Okay.
If I may, just really briefly, if I may just respond.
Yeah, Kian, let's just let Carla directly respond, and then Kian, I'll hand it over to you.
So our founders actually were from the UK and Europe, or from Great Britain and Europe. That's a fact. And then secondly, there were Hezbollah or training camps in Venezuela, and they were exporting them to the countries nearby. And so that was part of Iran festering in the Western Hemisphere, just right near the United States and South America. And then lastly, President Trump continues the American policy of strategic ambiguity regarding Taiwan, and that is our official position.
Okay, Kian, a quick pickup from you, and then I'm going to move us on specifically to Iran.
Right. What I wanted to say, I wanted to pick up on the question of Taiwan, and I think that because there was a mention about, and I think we can talk about it later about Iran, because I think the question of Iran could be seen as a proxy war currently between the United States and China. But in terms of, it was referred to before about how in the most recent 2025 national security strategy, the Trump administration has focused, and many people have said this, has focused on the Western Hemisphere, the Don Roque doctrine as the preeminent, a focus of the strategy. I don't read it that way. Actually, if you look at the section on China, if you look at the section on Taiwan, it is very, very strong in reiterating a now 50-year U.S. policy called the island chain doctrine, and the 2025 national security strategy states very clearly that the United States will it is a policy of the United States to maintain military overmatch throughout the entire first island chain, and that the defense of Taiwan ultimately is part of the national vital interest of the United States. Now, of course, that allows ambiguity for when and under what conditions the U.S. might enter. But I think that many people have underestimated that section to suggest that somehow the U.S. has abdicated its foreign policy focus away from the Pacific and away from the South China Sea towards the Western Hemisphere. As I say, it's very clear. And the week after that, actually, the Secretary of War, Hegseth, actually called for greater military investment and support to maintain the first island chain. And of course, if you remember that when the Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi made a wave because she claimed that if China made a move on Taiwan, it would be considered a direct attack on Japanese sovereignty, and that relates to the Okinawa. And so I think that, and she got support from the United States. So all I'm trying to say here is I think that we should just focus that I think that, as far as the national security strategy is concerned, and the money that's being put in support of what it calls military overmatch, and it says in the security strategy that the U.S. will maintain freedom of navigation within the Taiwan Straits by any means necessary, including military force. Now, whether that is actually enforced or reneged, but I think that it's important that we see that as an important backdrop whenever there's a summit between Xi and Trump, because the Chinese know that this is the American foreign policy.
We're getting on in our debate here, so I want to change topics now. We could continue to talk about Taiwan for the rest of the show, but I don't want to run out of time to discuss Iran, because we're seeing Russian President Vladimir Putin now arriving in Beijing. And Iran is, of course, a key Russian and Chinese ally. They're a member of BRICS, excuse me, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is primarily a military and security organization based in Beijing. Now, despite words of support for a cessation of hostilities, China and Russia have refrained from supporting Iran in the same manner that perhaps you could argue the US and the European countries have supported Ukraine. So, Kian, why haven't we seen Russia and China be more open and demonstrative in their support of Iran, or, reversely, more willing to moderate a peace deal?
Well, as to your first question, I don't think we should underestimate the support that Russia and China are giving Iran. In fact, Russia, and I don't know what the exact volume of these exports are, but you know that the original Iran Shahed drone, which has caused so much havoc in the Gulf and also in Ukraine, that has been taken over by Russia. It's been repurposed and redesigned and made more advanced. And Russia is exporting those drones back to Iran. So that is a very important lifeline for blunting the U.S. ability to degrade Iran's military capacity over time. If Russia can keep resupplying Iran with important drones, which will they then use to threaten ships in the Persian Gulf, that's an important support. China is also. We just heard yesterday that some Chinese ship was held up by Iranian IRGC, and that's an interesting development. But I think that what it shows is that China is obviously still very interested in maintaining its source of oil, even though it doesn't get a majority of its oil from Iran. It gets a majority of its oil from Saudi Arabia. But China's play is essentially to use the Middle East as much as possible as a lever to dislodge and to degrade and to weaken the United States. One could even see it as a proxy war, as I mentioned earlier. That is to say, everything that the U.S. has to spend time, money, material, and so forth in the Mideast theater is what the U.S. cannot use, or at least is compromised to use in Taiwan. And so, it is in the Chinese interest to maintain, Iran's resistance economy as much as it can, and that's why it's not doing anything to support the U.S. At the moment, of course, China is not able to support directly Iran, but it will in terms of anti-cruise missiles, which by some accounts have already arrived over the last few years in Iran, and those are very dangerous to American warships in the Gulf. And so I think we should not underestimate the extent to which behind the scenes Russia and China are doing two things. One is continuing their support through their military and digital and other kinds of infrastructure, and two, not doing anything to pressure Iran to compromise with the United States.
Sean, how do you see that assessment there? Is it in China's interest for the US to be bogged down in Iran? And is that the gamble that the Chinese leadership is making?
Well, I mean, I think the tension in Iran was started by the Americans in Israel. So I'm not sure why we're blaming China for the Americans and the Israelis getting embroiled in yet another endless war in the Middle East. But what I would say is I wouldn't overestimate or exaggerate the help or the closeness of China with Iran. I think there's a cartoon-like view of foreign affairs in the United States amongst the establishment, where they view that China is the puppet master of Iran or super close ally. I would actually say that China is close to Iran, and for that matter, Russia, as a matter of survival. When you have the pro-democracy ideologues who are clearly trying to contain China's rise, destabilize the CPC, and push for regime change, the CPC is waking up every day saying, we need to get close to Russia, we need to get close to Iran as a matter of survival, not because they're actually that close. When you look at it, China does about $108 billion of trade, not with Iran every year, but with Saudi Arabia, and $103 billion of trade with the UAE. Officially, they only do about $15 billion of trade with Iran. Probably the number goes up to $35 billion when you account for gray area unofficial oil. But when you look at it, the actual trade numbers between the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and China dwarfs by like 7-8 times the trade between China and Iran. So I would find it very hard to believe that China would be giving military equipment. They might be giving some satellite data to the Iranians because they don't want to hurt their allies who they might even be closer to with Saudi Arabia and the UAE. When you look at it, 3 weeks ago, the Crown Prince of the UAE, of Abu Dhabi, visited Chairman Xi in Beijing. You see that Saudi Arabia just opened up their second office for PIF, their international investing arm, in China 2 weeks ago. So relations between China and other countries in the Middle East is as strong, if not stronger than Iran. So I would hope that the establishment in the U.S. would sort of maybe get a better understanding and a less cartoon-like view of China. And it's great that Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, finally visited China for the first time last week. I don't think any board of a Fortune 500 company would appoint a CEO or head of international without ever visiting China one time. But somehow Trump has done that with Marco Rubio. We have ignorant, uneducated people in charge in D.C., and it's hurting the whole world.
Carla?
If I may respond, thank you. First of all, Marco Rubio has turned out to be an incredibly capable Secretary of State, just to rebut that. And the second thing is that there are trucks and trains from China taking equipment into Iran, chemicals. They're also manufacturing some of those missiles in China on behalf of Iran. This is a fact. And President Trump, if you look at the idea that he said about this conflict having been started by Israel and the United States, that is patently false. 47 years ago, the Iranian mullahs took over and said death to America from the podium and the pulpit every single day. And when a country says death to you, you have to take it seriously. And that's why the threats by the Chinese leadership, we do take seriously. We're continuing a good relationship, but we're not stupid.
The Chinese leadership? When did they ever say to blow up America? Come on, you're getting very confused on facts here.
You're interrupting me again. It's very rude.
Yeah, because you're misinforming the public. You're misinforming people around the world.
Misinforming the public. There have been very pugnacious statements made by Chinese leadership. Yes, at the highest level.
If you're going to say that, please share it. I haven't seen it.
But the fact is that the suicidal, revolutionary, crazy mullah regime of Iran is an existential threat to the United States, but also to the region and the world. You can't let a group like that have a nuclear bomb or have these medium range warheads, which they have, which they're working on long range, which could even threaten the United States homeland. So this is a threat, and I'm proud that President Trump is working to defeat them and to defang them. And I wish that our NATO allies would be helping, since they rely more on the Strait of Hormuz by far than we do.
But they're not helping. So I thought you said that Marco Rubio and Donald Trump were the greatest negotiators and, policymakers in the history of the world. I mean, it's clear that the whole world doesn't like what's going on in Iran, except for the Israelis and the Americans. It's clear that Benjamin Netanyahu is finally getting what he's been trying to get the Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas, the Bidens to do for 40 years. And we've now got egg on the face of the United States, which is hurting our prestige. We can't beat the Iranians. We can't get our allies in NATO to help. So we have really hurt American standing. It's shocking for Americans like me who live overseas to see what's happened in the last year to our standing.
Yeah, if I could jump in, a lot of my perspective is shaped by my particular experience as a former democracy and human rights activist inside Iran. I think some of your viewers before had known I was imprisoned by the IRGC in 2009. I was held in Evin prison for over a year for my political activism and for supporting and representing American organizations. I'm a dual Iranian American citizen, but I'm exiled from Iran currently. And then I was held under 6 years under house arrest until I was one of the 4 Iranian Americans that was released under the JCPOA. So I actually have a very complicated relationship with that earlier Iranian deal, because I wouldn't be free without it, but I have analytical problems with it. Let's put it that way. But let me just say, so that's the perspective in which I approach this, and to say that I think that for many, the majority of Iranians that oppose the regime inside Iran, and that I estimate at least 60% or 70% of Iranians oppose this regime and want to live under a free regime integrated into the Western world, not necessarily, tied at the hip with the United States, but certainly not antagonistic with it. For most of those majority of Iranians, they feel what I have said in previous appearances, that I'm not here necessarily to support the war, because I'm a civil society activist, but I would say that I think analytically and historically it's important to recognize, I don't think it's right to say that President Trump or Prime Minister Netanyahu started this war with Iran. I think they want to finish a war that Iran started 47 years ago in 1979, and that they've never ceased fighting, not against Israel, not against the United States, and not, more importantly for me, not against the majority of Iranian people who want to live under a different regime. So I think that to bring it to our conversation today, I think the relationship with China, that majority of Iranians will view this 25-year treaty or agreement that Iran had with China as taking Iran in the wrong direction, in the sense of joining what is becoming to be viewed as the axis of authoritarianism around the world. And most of those Iranians would prefer to be connected with the Western modern world. So I think that China plays a very important role, even for those Iranians inside Iran, because they see Iran being locked into a future, which I think for them, they feel reduces their life chances, lessen their life chances, both materially and also in terms of personal freedoms and a thriving life.
Carla, I want to pick up on a bit of what Kian's saying there. If Chinese firms, so President Trump says that that the Chinese leadership assured him that they haven't supplied weapons to Iran, but Chinese firms have supplied satellite imagery to assist the IRGC striking US forces in the Middle East. So how can Republicans happily sit and watch President Trump cozy up and play nice to China when China is working against them in Iran?
Well, it's a big world. President Trump represents all Americans, not just Republicans, for instance. And he's focused on ending this conflict. I would say he's the president of peace. He's not going to start any more forever wars, these sort of, wars that presidents would start, and we'd be stuck for 20 years trying to bring democracy to a place that isn't democratic, that has a different form of leadership, which is they have a right to have a different form. But what has happened in Iran, for instance, the Mullah regime and the IRGC have basically stolen hand over fist the wealth of that country, because Iran is a powerful, wealthy country. It has all this energy, and it has very smart, educated young people, and they want prosperity. But what's happened is because of the theft of the money where they've enriched themselves, or they have funded the terror groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels, because of all of this, they haven't paid attention to infrastructure in Iran. Iran is collapsing, whether it's the water that people can't get, fresh water, or whether it's the non-investment. If you go to a strong energy country, even a smaller one like Azerbaijan, if the leadership invests the money, the proceeds from the energy into the infrastructure, you can see it, the people feel it, and they have more opportunity for prosperity. What's happened in Iran is they haven't done that, and then they've oppressed the people with this medieval oppressive regime and the torment and torture and killing and even sexual torture of the people of Iran. It's truly evil, but that's not the reason that President Trump is in this conflict. It's a short-lived conflict. He is there because they are a threat to the United States because of their nuclear ambitions, the fact that they have enough nuclear material to make bombs right now, and the fact that they have these medium range missiles moving toward long-range missiles, the fact that they can hit Europe right now, the heart of Europe, or the UK, that is a threat. And so that's why, you see the Middle Eastern countries saying, pause, don't attack right now. We're working on a peace deal. But they are standing with us. It was shocking to me that the Iranian mullahs and the IRGC attacked their best friends. They attacked Oman when Oman was brokering those early talks. They attacked Qatar. These are not like non-friendly countries to Iran. Historically, they have a good relationship. So I think that the clock is ticking. I know the IRGC is not centralized. It's decentralized throughout Iran. But the United States has more cards to play. We can take the funds that they've squirreled away in bank accounts. We can certainly really choke off things getting out, not just through the strait, but the roads and the railroads. And then I think the pain will compel these. There's going to have to be enough pain to compel these the leaders and the IRGC members to lay down their arms.
We're almost out of time, so I just want to pivot us back to how China weighs in on this with you to wrap us up, Sean. I'll ask you the same question that I put to Carla there. I mean, if we're seeing President Trump and Xi standing together talking about this historic moment and this wonderful relationship they have, how can China stand beside the US and say that when we know that China is supplying Iran with the information to strike not just US forces, but as you were talking about, the Middle East countries as well that apparently China has such a good relationship with?
Well, I think China wants to play all different sides and not get into military confrontation with any country. So it wants to have good relations with Iran, good relations with Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar, but in the background push for peace, because it's clear the Chinese are focused not on warmongering, not on imperialism. I don't think when they become the most powerful nation in the world, they're going to be like the United States or Western Europeans and be sort of colonists. I think it's going to be a much more saner, more peaceful world if they were to be able to more of a tributary-like state where China exerts power through trade. But I think at the end of the day, what's clear to me is that China wants good relations with the United States. And I think that's something that Americans really need to understand. China has felt betrayed over the last 8 years at the deterioration of U.S.-China relations. When you look at it, most of China's leaders from the 1980s on, they sent their kids or their grandkids not to Russia or the Soviet Union to study, but to the United States. So you look at people like Deng Xiaoping. You know, his grandkids went to Duke. You look at Hu Yaobang, his grandkids went to Yale. And then even more modern era, Jiang Zemin, the former president, his grandson went to Harvard. And the current president, Xi Jinping, his daughter went to Harvard.
His daughter's a Harvard alumni.
Exactly. And so it's like, a lot of the elite in China feel confused and betrayed about what's happened in the last 8-9 years. They went to the top universities in America to learn best of American know-how, bring back that knowledge to China to help rebuild China's economy, do things like the Made in China 2025 plan, which is about improving the quality of life for Chinese by having better access to technology. How is that a bad thing? But somehow politicians are now demonizing these types of enrichment and R&D campaigns as evil and as a threat to the United States. So what I want viewers to know is that China, you know, you can't just look at things with all roses and flowers, right? Could they be a risk to the United States? Potentially. But you have to look at China more as a potential partner. Stop calling it an adversary. Call it as a strategic competitor. Cooperate where you can and have differences where you have elsewhere. And I'll use one final example to end it. You know, Australia had great relations with China before Scott Morrison became prime minister. And then relations got terrible and there was a lot of economic coercion slapped on Australia. The Australians slapped a lot of economic coercion on China. But then the new prime minister from Australia, Albanese, said, you know what, we need to do trade with China. They account for about 45% of our trade. We will disagree respectfully with China on areas that we disagree on, with values or with feelings, but we're going to go do it respectfully. I think if the United States started using that term with China, which I have to give credit for Trump for saying, then relations will be better and we'll all be better off.
Well, maybe on...
Sean, could I just say one thing? I
Very
think that
briefly,
what you're leaving out, I don't disagree with you, but what I think what you're leaving out is the agency of China itself. Why does China make other countries feel threatened? And it's because a lot of their trade practices were not transparent or fair and so forth. So I think that we should also include, the Chinese responsibility for some of the reactions that they faced.
It has been an interesting week in geopolitics, as it always is when we have President Trump and Xi on the same world stage. But we are out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But I appreciate all of your diverse opinions. Kian Tajbakhsh, Iranian-American scholar and professor of international relations at New York University. Carlos Sanz, vice president for energy and environment at the America First Policy Institute. And Sean Ryan, founder of the China Market Research Group. To all of you, thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, you can, of course, catch us on Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab Russian summit on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran's foreign ministry says the US has violated the ceasefire following its latest strikes on southern Iran and vows it will leave no act of aggression unanswered. Meanwhile, China has urged for all parties concerned to observe the fragile truce. And 7 people are dead in France after an extreme heat wave sweeps across Europe. Iran has vowed it will leave no act of aggression unanswered after the US launched fresh strikes on southern Iran. US Central Command has said they were launched to protect its troops from threats posed by Iranian forces, whilst Iran's foreign ministry says the terrorist US army committed a blatant violation of the ceasefire. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and journalist Jono Hayes and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Michael and Jono, great to have you on the show with me. Jono, let's start with this because we're getting these reactions coming out of Iran today following those US strikes on southern Iran. Do you feel like we're taking a step backwards? Because in many respects, on Friday last week, we felt like a breakthrough was imminent.
It did feel like we were edging closer to a ceasefire deal that was going to be more lasting and more permanent, and certainly looking towards that 30 to 60 days extension of that ceasefire to get us on track to the peace agreement. Now it feels like 2 tracks are happening at the same time. It doesn't feel like a full collapse. On the one side, I think diplomacy is continuing because we know Iran's top negotiators are meeting with regional players as well. Marco Rubio publicly is saying that, look, a deal is still very possible here. But on the other side, these attacks from the US yesterday, which the US say were in direct tried to protect the GCC, that it was against missile strikes and boats as well, and laying naval landmines. These are all things that naturally raises questions about whether this ceasefire is holding or whether it is very, very delicate, which is what we've been saying for the last little while. The US's position on this is that it's self-defense, and that's what the operation is. They're saying they don't want to return to a full-scale escalation. And to be honest, I don't think either party does right now. But there's an important distinction here because I think militarily speaking, there's a big difference between launching a new campaign and then protecting troops from immediate threat. They're 2 very, very separate things. What we're seeing is an immediate threat protection right now. So the concern and I guess this is down to the perception worldwide, is that that often matters just as much as the reality. So the perception is that there is somewhat of an escalation. The truth is very far removed from that. Iran came out and said, look, they reserve the right to retaliate. Of course, that always panics everything, especially the markets as well. And there has been a reaction. We've seen the markets, certainly the price of oil as well, tip past the 97 where it was yesterday and closer to $100 a barrel again. So we're seeing a 1 to 3% increase in that. And the currency markets have sharply, as they always do, shifted in that rhetoric as well over the recent days. And again, there's a yo-yo of these figures, which is never good because it means it feels uncertain for the region. So have we gone backwards? I think no, not necessarily. Diplomacy is still trying to reign supreme here. We're moving forward with some limited military operations. And I think these on the ground are keeping everybody back from forming some sort of a meaningful alliance and allegiance, which is what we're trying to get out of Qatar at the moment. So even reports today that there's going to be a meeting tomorrow with President Trump, a cabinet meeting at Camp David as well. Now in attendance there will be Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, and they're expected to discuss whether the Qatar-mediated talks are moving in the right direction. And I think as we head towards the weekend, we'll see, is there ceasefire durability? Is the Strait of Hormuz security? Has that been discussed as well? And the possible next step if diplomacy fails, which is a very, very real thing. The US and Iran are working on a deal. We're a long way off from there being some sort of a peace deal, a lasting peace deal signed. Qatar, as we said yesterday on the show, is not about getting a peace deal. It's about getting this memorandum of understanding through. It's about getting that together. It's about extending it by 30 to 60 days of a ceasefire while the finer details can be ironed out between the two parties.
And Iran's IRGC Navy says 25 oil tankers, container ships and other commercial vessels have passed through the Strait of Hormuz with permission from Iran in the past 24 hours. And that's according to the Tasman news agency. So we are seeing more vessels get through the strait. But once again, that's under Iran's watchful eye. Meanwhile, Michael, the internet is starting to come back on in Iran. Could this be the government's way to carry favour with the people in Iran? Because the internet has now been in a blackout for 88 days. That's the whole time this war has been on.
So in answer to your question, yes, I think that there probably is a little bit of an attempt by the government of Iran to make sure that they are currying favour, as you suggest, with the people. You know, there are 92 million Iranians who have been without internet, as you said, for almost 3 months. So one of the issues I'm sure that the government is trying to alleviate is that level of frustration, right? They want to make sure that while they might not be too concerned with making sure everybody's happy, they want to make sure that they can alleviate some of the frustration. I do think that that's part of the political survival instinct that the government is going to be going through as they're questioning what is it that we need to do to make sure that, you know, the majority of people are sort of kept comfortable so that they're not thinking about perhaps overthrowing the government. But I do think that the bigger issue at play here is the digital economy. And we have to think about the daily conveniences that we experience. And if there was no internet, all of those would be gone. But it's also so much more than that. It's businesses. It's millions of jobs and millions of people, as well as millions of dollars that have been lost as a result of no internet for almost 3 months. So the government, I think, by lifting this blackout, I think that's an indication that things are getting back, or at least moving in that direction where they're going to be getting back to normal very soon, which tells me that there seems to be a comfort level with whatever it is that the U.S. and Iran are negotiating, what points they're stuck on. I think it's getting to that point where they're feeling comfortable enough that they're also not just bringing the economy back, but they're also comfortable with the Iranians learning more about what news organizations outside Iran are saying.
Jono, we talk about the internet coming back, and like Michael rightly said, right now in Iran, the economy is struggling, 70% inflation, and a lot of the shops obviously can't do trade online, which is a massive part of their business. But when we look back at Iran, and we look back at those anti-government protests that really started the wheels in motion when it comes to the war in Iran we see now, a lot of that was started over social media, over the internet. And I wonder if that is a major concern, once again, for the Iranian government. Could revolution come through social media? Because we see this time and time again in many countries across the world.
And again, I think further to what Michael said, I guess it depends, Michael, and you will probably agree with this, on what exactly we end up getting in terms of the internet is switched back on. Is that everything? Are they going to have everything switched back on? Is it going to be very controlled, limited internet that they're allowed to have? Because, of course, the IRGC, largely, of course, the Iranian government there are in control of what will be seen by the people. And you may have limitations on things like messaging services. They may have limited access to various different websites like Reddit, where this has been discussed at will, and certain websites that I'm sure they'll block down. So I think a return to internet is probably been said with, it's a cautious return to internet. I don't expect internet to switch back on in Iran tomorrow and for everyone to go all of a sudden, hey, we've got full access to see exactly what Western media are saying about Iran and about the situation right now. I think it's going to be a very limited, small return to internet. I could be wrong on that entirely, of course. But I think it is the right mood music. I think it might indicate, like Michael has said, that they are, first of all, happy with what deal has been maybe potentially put on the table. This may hiccup it slightly, and that comes down to, you know, who is actually, are they in violation of the ceasefire? Are the US in violation of the ceasefire? If Iran retaliate, will they be in violation of the ceasefire as well? And of course, that warning today from Iran that the US bases within the Gulf are not safe or would be considered to be an enemy target, so to speak. All of this is very concerning. So although they've said, yes, there's a return to internet, I think it will come down to it's a very limited return of internet services in Iran. We don't know exactly what that looks like. I don't know what that picture looks like. Certainly from Iranian sources in Tehran in the last couple of weeks, when there was internet back on, it was very limited, it was very sporadic, and it was, most importantly, very, very controlled. And I think if Iran wants to keep a tight grip on the narrative, they're going to need to retain that control over the internet and just how much of it is actually available to people to access.
Many people think Iran is playing for time right now when we talk about these negotiations, and I think it's also just important to add in one thing there. Israeli army issues more forced displacement orders in Lebanon. So we're seeing Israel really step up the attacks in Lebanon, of course, against Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy. And so we have these discussions talking right now, have negotiations happening, but in parallel to negotiations, we also have escalation. But stay right there as we move on to another story, which is indeed related. Amid the diplomatic negotiations and the latest US strikes on Iran, China has urged for parties concerned to observe that fragile ceasefire. Michael, it's really interesting because China is also saying that it wants the ceasefire to be observed. But why is China so interested in this? Obviously, they have skin in the game when it comes to Iranian oil.
100%. You know, their biggest priority is economic stability. And they purchase about 80% of Iran's oil. They are the world's largest importer of oil. They are the world's global manufacturing base. If they are going to continue to be that, and if they are going to, most analysts will say that China's GDP is growing at about 4.5 to 5%. If they are going to hit those targets, then they need to make sure that they have the oil that they need so that, again, everything can come into the country so that it can then be manufactured and then so that it can be sent out as well. We also have to remember that I think China is in a unique position at this point. They've done a really good job since Donald Trump has come back into the White House of not getting in the way of Donald Trump and all of the mistakes, some would say, that he's made. They've kept a pretty low profile. There haven't been a lot of responses too often from the Chinese when it comes to what Donald Trump has said that some might say is inflammatory. So they've kept a pretty level head throughout this entire tariff process throughout the war with Iran, for instance. And I think that this has presented them with an opportunity to sort of look as though they're the responsible global power. Vladimir Putin was just in China, and they're in the midst of the start of the 5th year that they've been fighting in Ukraine now. The United States is involved in a war in Iran, and China is welcoming global leaders. The Crown Prince of the UAE has recently signed dozens of deals with China. We know that the Canadian Prime Minister has also been there. We know that, as I said, Vladimir Putin has been there. So there have been not just a delegation from the US going to China, but there have been other global leaders that are going there. And China really, I would say that their position on the global stage has been elevated by what they've not said and by making sure that they stick in their lane and they focus on the priorities for them, which is making sure that their GDP continues to grow at a healthy rate.
We're also hearing, Jono, from China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has been speaking today and says China hopes parties in Iran conflict can stay committed to pursuing a ceasefire and continue to meet each other halfway. After hearing what Michael said, because we do know that a lot of foreign leaders have gone to Beijing. Of course, Donald Trump was there, Vladimir Putin, we've seen Macron, we've seen Keir Starmer. There's been a whole host of people who've gone to Beijing. But does China actually have leverage? Does it have diplomatic sway? And I think the other question here is, do the US trust China enough to be involved in this mediation?
It's an interesting question. I'll take the first part of it and deal with the Chinese trust issue with the US afterwards. I think China's got a lot of influence, and like Michael said, they've made themselves, they've always been key players, they've always been global players, importantly. But I think what they've done now is they've set themselves up to be mediators, to be negotiators, and to hold the cards a bit more. And I think they do have a lot of influence, and probably more than people realise, but they definitely don't have enough to walk in to end this, to get to some sort of a peace deal. That's not where we're at. But economically, I think China is such a major player in the region that they're very hard to overlook. And it imports a massive amount of energy from the Gulf as well. They've got very strong trading partnerships. And as Michael said, they're just getting stronger as well. And they have them with Iran. They have them with many of the Arab states. And China is also Iran's largest trading partner. 40% of the crude imported to China comes actually from the Gulf region. Iran's the large player in that as well. So stability right now is very much in Beijing's interest. And I think Xi Jinping knows this and knows that that is a very important issue that he needs to get through. He probably, more than any other nation, requires the Strait of Hormuz to be back open again. And like Michael mentioned about the oil that's been bought in, this is why they need to be a diplomatic broker. And they've done it before. Remember back to 2023, they were part of the reapproachment deal that took place as well. So Beijing can sometimes achieve, and I'm not going to say it's groundbreaking, but they can break through where I think others failed or where others have difficulty.
It's quite interesting because we have seen news lines and reports coming through that tankers with Chinese flags are getting through the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran has always said the Strait of Hormuz is open to the people that are our allies, who that we are dealing with, and it's closed to our enemies. And they've always stuck by that. So in some respects, China is getting some vessels through the Strait. However, it is significantly slower. And Michael, China's economy, John was touching on it there, it's been under massive strain. 2026 actually looks better for China economically, but it's going to be uneven. We obviously saw that big housing problem in China. The Evergrande sinking of the housing market was absolutely devastating towards the economy for China. Of course, COVID, they've had to recover from COVID too. There's also been real concern when it comes to consumer spending in China. So it's important for President Xi Jinping because he doesn't face elections, but a lot of what he has to do is keep the Chinese people happy and the economy benefiting everyone. So he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders too.
Absolutely. And I think it's one of the tricky things that Donald Trump sometimes doesn't recognize. Everybody will argue, is a big fan of strong men. And I don't know if Donald Trump necessarily recognizes that he is able to manipulate, to play the press the way that he wants, where a lot of his comments will be taken by the media and they'll run with it. And he has to stand for election every 4 years. And then once he's done it once or twice, then halas, that's it. But the Chinese president, he doesn't have to stand for election, but some would argue that his job is a little bit tougher. Yes, of course, he can dispatch with people he might see as his adversaries, but he's also in a position where he has about 1 billion people who need to make sure that they're comfortable following the path that he has set. He has to make sure that there are so many people that are in that government that are going to be comfortable following his lead. That's not an easy task. And you do need to be not just Donald Trump's idea of a strong man, but you also have to have a clear strategy, and you have to be consistently adhering to the strategy and constantly checking back. That is not an easy position to find yourself in. And I think the Chinese president, regardless of what you might say about some of his moves in the past or about the political system that the Chinese live under, but that is a pretty big responsibility. And I think that the Chinese president has done a pretty good job over the past 14, 16 months of welcoming so many leaders in, not just so that the leaders can diversify as the United States have introduced tariffs and the U.S. has become unpredictable, but also making sure that there are plenty of growth opportunities for China and for the Chinese people.
Frenemies is how lots of people describe Xi Jinping and Donald Trump.
Yeah, because the difference with this crisis is that China is obviously, the US is the dominant military power in the region right now in this particular conflict. So China has to be very careful, and it's like Michael rightly pointed out as well, the relationship that they've now formed, and that's a new pseudo-relationship, I'm going to call it, but they're not allies, I'm not going to use that term, but they're certainly better friends. But in terms of energy, oil, cost of living, China have a vested interest here. So I think, they have a seat at this table in terms of negotiations, but it's very much not their table. They're just part of it, and I think they can have some influence.
Many people would look at the relationship between President Donald Trump and Xi Jinping at this point and think it was much better than the relationship Xi Jinping had with Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out over Donald Trump's term in office. Thanks for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And at least 7 people have died in France due to an extreme early summer heat wave. Hot temperatures are impacting a large section of Western Europe, with record high readings in both France and the UK. Jono, it's 42 degrees right now in Riyadh, where we are. But what kind of temperatures are we talking about in Europe? We talk about this unprecedented heat wave.
Well, the numbers are going to sound lower for any of the audience who's listening in the GCC right now, but context is pretty much everything with this, isn't it? So parts of France, Spain, Italy, southern Europe, they've all experienced temperatures pushing into the high 30s, even the low 40s right now. So for me, that is actually quite unusual. Some regions have even approached 40 to 42 degrees. And 42 degrees here, where we are, feels quite normal. But that's because if you look at the buildings, the transport system, the infrastructure, it's built with that in mind. It's built with that climate in mind, and it deals with that for 5 to 6 months of every single year. It's designed around that extreme heat. Even the cars, if you look at the cars, they're built in GCC spec as well. So meaning they are quite literally built different, so they can handle these temperatures. And Europe is, quite simply and bluntly, it's not. Homes do not have air conditioning. Some, obviously, offices and buildings do. But public transport in itself is not designed to be, its optimum working temperature is 25 degrees Celsius max, which to me is crazy, but that's apparently what they've built. So under these extreme conditions, you see a massive collapse in things like rail infrastructure and even in buildings itself that cannot manage to keep people inside because they simply don't have AC, and they cannot withstand a prolonged heat for any extended period. So the human impact, as you mentioned, has been seen as well, and there's been 7 deaths linked in France to the heat wave, and I think another number of them in the UK as well. But they are and I need to make the distinction here, they are drowning incidents. 5 of them are drowning incidents that took place because people went into the water to cool off. So I would take it that that is not actually a direct result of the heat. This is people who got into the water. And I think likewise for the situation in the UK, and some were heart-related incidents during sporting events in the extreme heat outside. So the temperature itself, of course, for anyone who lives in the region here, for a Gulf audience, this is not a massive temperature. But what matters is if the country is built to handle it, and my goodness, poor Europe, but they really are not. They're not ready for this sustained period of heat.
And as you did mention, a number of drownings have happened. People have lost their lives. And Royal Life Saving Society, a charity, has issued urgent water safety advice after the deaths of teenagers. Stop and think, take time to assess your surroundings, have a look at the dangers, and also stay together around the water. And that's really important advice right now. If you're very hot and you feel you want to go and cool down, you know, just stop and think, stay together. But Michael, in London, we've also seen it affecting transport services. Jono did mention this, the Southwest Rail service in London, which I used to get, which is actually pretty awful. But let's talk about it. Is the Middle East better equipped for conditions like this?
So there's 2 things that we have to keep in mind. The Middle East is better equipped for predictable heat. We know that for 4, 5, 6 months out of the year, it's going to be, by most people's standards, unbearably hot. But we go, and we know this, I'm in Dubai, you're in Riyadh, we know that we go from an air-conditioned home to an air-conditioned car, to an air-conditioned office, to an air-conditioned mall, and so on. So we're fortunate, and we understand that we are in a cool climate most of the time. Now, the second point, which I don't think people in Europe necessarily understand or appreciate, is that when we do go out, and it is the summer, we're very respectful of the heat. And when I say that, it may seem like it's a cultural issue, but it's not. It's being aware that this is an incredibly hot weather climate during the summer. So if we're going to the beach, we're going to be properly prepared. We're going to make sure that we're properly hydrated. All the basic warnings that are being issued in Europe, we sort of know instinctively, and we have that level of respect for the heat so that we're not caught unaware. And I think the last thing that I would also want to say is that there's a cultural awareness that comes with being in the Middle East. And we know that it's going to be, again, for most people, they would consider it unbearably hot when it gets up to 40, 42, as it is in Saudi, 45, sometimes even close to 50 degrees. There is a way to manage it. And culturally, as I say, we're aware of it. But I think in Europe, what happens sometimes, especially we're still in May. So for some people, this might be the first nice reprieve from the cool or the damp weather. And people might be soaking it up. And people might be going outside to do strenuous activities, not recognizing that their body is not used to doing those activities in this heat. And they're not respecting the weather. They're not prepared for something that they haven't been maybe working up to over the course of 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe even longer. So these are some of the issues that I think separate people who are living in this part of the world compared to some of the people who are unfortunately dealing with completely unpredictable weather right now in Europe.
I mean, there is some good news for Europe, though, is that this is, and they've equated it to from meteorologists have said it's basically a lid of higher pressure, which has shifted up from Northern Africa and from Morocco and has shifted over Europe right now. And that atmospheric lid has been left firmly on. However, there's a cold front coming from the Atlantic and there's also one coming from the north. So once that breaks, and they estimate it could be in the next 2 or 3 days, you could see thunderstorms, hailstorms, everything that goes with it. And normal service of a miserable wet summer should resume for most of Northern Europe, and your usual temperature should return down in south of France and Spain and places like that, which will get towards the 30s and 40s. But that it's a very temporary shift. And a lot of people have been speculating, is this to do with El Nino, which of course we heard about was in South America a couple of weeks ago. And experts have said that no, they are 2 separate things. And this lid or this dome of high pressure that's entered the European atmosphere is nothing to do with that whatsoever, which is a relief, because El Nino brings around with it, higher floods and people worry about tides. And those 2 things are completely separate entities right now. So good news, but unfortunately for Europe, not promising for a great summer.
But I just hope that everyone takes care, because I think you've made really good points there, that the infrastructure isn't built for it in Europe, and also people forget to respect what the heat really does to us. So stay right there as we move on to another story now. UK model and reality TV star Katie Price has been making headlines over the last few weeks after announcing the disappearance of her husband, Leigh Andrews. Andrews failed to appear on a live interview on British TV almost 2 weeks ago. Conspiracy theories have been circulating on social media regarding his whereabouts, with reports of an international manhunt being launched in the effort to find him. Michael, as we said, the UK media has been absolutely obsessed with the story for the last 2 weeks. You are actually on the ground in Dubai. What do we know?
So I've reached out to several sources, lots of colleagues and peers at various news organizations. There's not a lot of clarity. So I can tell you what Katie Price has said. She's saying that it's not a publicity stunt, and she's saying that she has not heard from her husband. There seems to be a difference, though, because Leigh Andrews' father, Peter, is saying that now he lives here in Dubai, and he is saying that actually his son has been arrested. The no officials in Dubai have commented, although the Daily Mail has somebody that they say is the Dubai police chief. That is not the Dubai police chief's name in the Daily Mail story. But we do know that UK authorities have acknowledged that they've been supporting the family. But there's been no evidence that there's been anything untoward that has happened. As I said, Katie Price has said that this is not a publicity stunt. But if we do go and look at Leigh's social media, there have been some reports that he's now followed new people, and that people who have messaged him on WhatsApp, the one check mark has now turned to 2 check marks. So there's an indication that maybe his phone perhaps has been turned on. I think I have a theory that I think that there is perhaps a willingness or an unwillingness on Katie Price's part to acknowledge that this is an opportunity to allow her name to stay in the headlines a little bit longer. I say willingness or unwillingness because I think there's something. She's been in front of the camera for so long, and I think that this just comes naturally to her. And I think that when she sees an opportunity to seek and receive a little bit more publicity, I think she's very comfortable continuing to sort of allow the story to go along. And when there is murkiness, I think that that just adds to a little bit of the flavor that allows her to remain, as I say, in the spotlight.
Jono, I'm going to give Katie Price the benefit of the doubt here, and I'm actually going to disagree with Michael. I do not think she knew. I think she's been blindsided by this, and a lot of that is we saw her appear on Good Morning Britain in the UK. Her husband, Leigh Andrews, was meant to join her on that sofa. He didn't join her. She seemed very embarrassed, very awkward, and she has absolutely denied any knowledge. And she's still saying she has no idea where he is. And there are now these rumours that an international manhunt could be actually put into motion to find him.
I mean, look, Katie Price historically hasn't had the best track record when it comes to our previous relationships. But for anyone who's unaware of this story, let me take you back a minute or two to January of this year when she first got married, and this story was just breaking, and some people felt that there was something not quite right about this. And I think, I recall at the time, group chats flying back and forth saying, what is this about? This guy, he's a variable Walter Mitty type character. And a lot of the videos that we just shown on screen right now and the pictures of him have been proven to be AI altered, or in fact just completely fabricated. There's a picture on his social media which has since been deleted, which was of him in the gym, which was actually a take from a Chris Hemsworth Instagram post. There's pictures of him with his company, which is registered in the British Virgin Islands, but had no actual legitimate office in the GCC that we can discover. Pictures of him with Elon Musk, with Kim Kardashian, these AI pictures that were circulated, including some of the ones that we're shown on the screen right now. So the question becomes, who is this character? What is he all about? And if you look into his past, there's been previous relationships and alleged former girlfriends who've come forward to say, hey, listen, I saw Katie Price's engagement pictures. Exactly this scenario happened to me in October. And one girl has gone on record to say that allegedly the exact same scenario played out for her. So for anyone looking from the outside point of view looking in, something's fishy with the story from the get-go. And I will say in Katie Price's defence, she has a history of falling into a situation with gentlemen who may be less than endearing in their demeanour. But now we're hearing more about some reports from The Sun, and authorities in Dubai allegedly have asked her to appeal publicly on her social media, which of course she's a huge reach, being the celebrity that she is. And people are saying messages are now delivering to his phone, which Michael rightly pointed out. So the wider question here is, what is going on? And is this a huge waste of resources in trying to locate somebody who may not necessarily be missing at all and just might not want to be found, which I think is part of what might be going on here.
And Clemmy Moody from The Sun, yes. We looked at that video just before we came on, and she said Katie Price definitely not involved in this. And apparently, according to that report from The Sun, the Dubai police want Katie Price involved, want her to appeal so that they can actually find him. Yeah. Because that appears to be what is the latest on that story. But like Michael says, lots of conflicting reports on where Leigh Andrews could possibly be. But once again, just bringing this back to Katie Price herself, she has been in the headlines for a long time. And I do think, on a personal note, she's just a lady who really believes in love and has been absolutely massively caught on the hop. I can see Michael smiling. I
think Michael's right. Michael probably has the same opinion. I just think I get it once bitten, twice shy. This lady has had, I have lost count on relationships that she's had that hasn't gone right. And this smelled fishy from the get-go. And normally, if it's too good to be true, it is. And this is just another headline.
So I would also add, look, I think one of the reasons Donald Trump is the way that he is because he spent about a decade as a reality TV star. And so he recognizes that there is an opportunity to constantly be in front of the press and to constantly speak his mind and to do it unfiltered. And he is the way that he is, and he is that way in front of a live audience. And I think people can't be surprised when he acts the way that he does. And I would say the same thing with Katie Price. She could 100% be falling in love with just the wrong people. And it just could be the way of the world for her. But I also think that she recognizes instinctively that there's something there that gives her an opportunity to also feed that part of her that requires her to be in front of an audience. So just from woman to woman, I really hope Katie Price does get some clarity. She says she hasn't heard from her husband for 13 days. Regardless if he's missing or just doesn't want to contact her, it's quite a horrible place to be in. So hopefully we'll know the truth about the story. Because otherwise she's launching an international manhunt for someone who's just ghosted her. Exactly. Which is wild. I know. I feel like I could have done that with some of the guys I dated in the past, but thank God we didn't get there. Anyway, it's that time of the show where Michael and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Jono, your story is absolutely brilliant. It's about how often we should change our socks. How often? Well, I'll put it out there first and foremost and say my current take on it is twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. The 19-year-old version of me that existed is probably more in keeping with this survey because this is a bit alarming. 1 in 5 of us are wearing the same socks 3 times or more. And if you think about it, once the regular way, once inside out, and maybe once more the first way around again, probably 3 days, I get it. But what's even more concerning is 1 in 10 of us are doing the same with underwear. I mean, I haven't been there since my student days and I know how a washing machine works now, but from a hygiene point of view, pretty straightforward advice here. Your socks are worn all day long, especially in warm weather, in a climate like where we are, especially during exercise. You should be changing those things every single day. Much less because your feet contain 250,000 sweat glands and you're going to leak. Leak's a terrible word to use here, I'm very sorry.
but your socks are likely moist, again, because half a pint of moisture makes its way into your socks every single day. That's a lot of work for those cottons to have to do, so you should be washing them every single day, and it turns out a lot of us are not doing that. It's not just that. We're also, obviously, jackets and coats can survive a lot longer without a wash, but people aren't washing their slippers or their gloves, with actually 25% of people saying they've never washed gloves, never washed slippers, and never washed hats, which is a bit of a concern.
I don't know, Michael, how often do you change your socks? I must admit, I just think crusty socks, must be the worst thing.
Well, I would say it's the second worst crusty thing that we could experience. But certainly for me, it's at least a couple of times a day, if not more. As Jono said, I like how he apologizes for using unpopular words and then he goes ahead and uses them anyhow just to make the point that much more dramatic. Yeah, it can be a little bit uncomfortable, I would imagine. Also, if you're smart enough to realize that maybe you need to wear your socks inside out, why would you not just, change them completely?
Might not be wash day. That's my logic in taking it.
Might not.
Do you know how cheap those socks are in Carrefour? I think we can afford to buy a number of socks and not cost too much.
In this climate, Michael, in this climate.
Other shop socks are available. I was trying to say something then, like other shops are available to buy socks in. But I must say that sometimes it's not wash day for me, and I will wear uneven socks as long as they're both clean. That's acceptable as long as they're clean. Anyway, we're going to move on. Jimi Hendrix, Michael, fans are going to be able to see some of his personal items up close. How exciting.
So it is, and I don't think you necessarily have to be a huge Jimi Hendrix fan to appreciate that. First of all, he's one of those, celebrities that died at 27, along with Kurt Cobain and Janis Joplin and Jim Morrison. And yet it was 1970 when Jimi Hendrix died, and it's 56 years later. And I love the fact that he still has a hold on our imagination. So the flat he was living in 1968, 1969 in London, that's been turned into a museum. And there's going to be an exhibition next month, as reported by The Guardian, that's going to have a lot of what we all think would not be the most glamorous pieces of someone's life. But they're going to be contracts, and they're going to be flight details, and they're going to be invoices, and it's going to be telephone bills. Stuff that we would not necessarily think is going to be that much telling about a person's life. And yet, the curator of this museum is been quoted again by The Guardian talking about how it's the one place, because Jimmy had a bit of a rough childhood, it's the one place he lived where his name was on the lease. And this particular flat holds a special place, she's saying, and it's an opportunity for fans to go and get a glimpse of the man's life and to sort of see some of what today we might think are just mundane bills. But if you can put it in the context of the late 60s and it's Jimi Hendrix, I think it helps elevate it. And maybe it will also lend a little bit of information so that people can understand a little bit more about this man's life in the last couple of years before he died.
Jono, he used to like to order his food from Mr. Love's American menu because he said that one problem with English food is you get mashed potatoes with everything.
I think that's one of the great things about English food, to be honest with you. But I get the idea. I think if you're a diehard fan, you'll probably go and see it. For me, I like more mundane museums, if that makes sense. I prefer ones that have things that are related to them, post-death more than anything else. And so I don't know if it'd necessarily be for me, but I can get if you're an absolute fan, you'd want to go and see something like this. 100% I'd be behind it.
I was being incredibly kind. I purposely didn't include the mashed potato quote because, I knew that there would be a couple of co-hosts who might not necessarily think that that was a fair shot to take.
Leigh Ann's a vegan. It's one of the few things she can enjoy, so.
Yeah, I must admit, love mashed potatoes, especially with peas. I miss that about England. But anyway, thanks to our guests, broadcaster and journalist Jono Hayes and managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X and GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye, and once again, thank you.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. In today's programme, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio dampens hopes of an immediate end to the conflict with Iran, saying that negotiations could still take a few more days. The US military carries out what it calls self-defense strikes in southern Iran, strikes that Tehran calls a gross violation of the ceasefire. We ask, what did the US target and what will this change? And as President Trump undergoes his annual physical checkup today, we ask, how healthy is the president? And would they tell us if he wasn't in good health? All of that to come in Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has today been playing down hopes that a deal with Iran could be imminent, saying that indirect talks between the two sides would still take a few more days. Well, both sides have been reported to have made progress in narrowing the gaps in their negotiations, but casting fresh doubts on the fragile April 8th ceasefire, the US conducted strikes in southern Iran in the early hours of this morning. Strikes that targeted military missile launch sites as well as boats, which the US says were trying to lay mines. Well, a US Central Command spokesperson said that these strikes had been carried out in self-defense in order to protect US troops from Iranian threats. Meanwhile, in Lebanon, a ceasefire is also in place, but tensions there have also been rising, with Israel accusing Hezbollah of targeting Israeli forces with drone attacks. Let's get more now. We can speak to General Joseph Votel, who is a retired four-star general and former commander of US Central Command. He joins us from Minnesota. General Votel, thank you for joining us once again. I'd like to get your take on what happened sort of overnight, these so-called self-defense strikes in southern Iran. What's your understanding of what the rationale was behind them and what sort of targets they were going for?
Thanks, Tom. It's good to be with you again. I think what we're seeing here is an assessment by the United States that Iran was preparing to take some military actions that would endanger U.S. and other commercial vessels that might be traveling through the Straits of Hormuz by emplacing mines or taking some actions that would improve their military posture. And so what the United States did is they went directly after those means. In this case, after some mine-laying boats, and it looks like some missile and launching platforms along the Iranian coast, particularly in the area of Bandar Abbas, which is a major military enclave for the Iranians. It was limited to addressing very, very specific threats. At the same time, we're obviously trying to pursue these negotiations to get to some kind of long-term discussion with the Iranians about resolving the conflict.
Right, and US Central Command said that these strikes had been carried out, quote, using restraint. I mean, what does it look like when you carry out airstrikes with restraint?
Well, in terms of, I think what they're trying to communicate is that they are specifically focused on very direct threats, those things which they consider to be direct threats to U.S. or other, normal commercial movement through the strait. So immediate threats, I think, is what we're talking about. So ships where there is some intelligence that they are going to lay mines or, missile preparation and launch sites that look like they are undertaking activities that would improve their posture to respond. It's going directly after them and then not expanding beyond that. It's about addressing the immediate threats that the United States perceives here.
Okay, I mean, there is, of course, a ceasefire in place. It's been in place since the 8th of April, and yet we had attacks overnight. I mean, is that unusual, from your experience, for there to be a ceasefire and attacks at the same time?
Well, it is a little bit unusual, but there has actually been a steady, flow of military activities over the last several weeks. There actually have been a number of missile and drone strikes on some of the Gulf countries. Certainly not as extensive as it once was, but there has been a continuing number of these strikes that have gone back and forth. So even despite the ceasefire that is in place, there has been a low level of military activity. And of course, this really, runs a little bit in the face of the ceasefire, but it is the nature of what we are dealing with right now, that there are continued military interactions between the United States, between the Gulf, and certainly between Iran in this particular situation.
I mean, could one interpretation, General Votel, be that, a ceasefire for 6 weeks or more suggests that neither side is able to map out an obvious military way forward or a military way out of this conflict?
Well, I think that's very true. And, my analysis is that while I think a lot can be done militarily to continue to weaken the Iranians, and certainly by the Iranians to punish the Gulf or attempting to punish the United States for this conflict, neither of these really can be decisive. What I think has to happen is there has to be a kind of a skillful application of military, diplomatic, economic efforts that are designed to create the maximum amount of pressure on the regime to get them to, move in a more positive direction towards some kind of negotiated settlement of this. And it does appear from some of the discussions, at least from what we've heard over the weekend, that there is some movement in that direction, although it does also appear that both sides are still, a long ways apart in terms of trying to reach some kind of negotiated settlement, or at least create some kind of platform along which discussions can be based going forward.
Yeah, of course, there are those two sides, and then there's Israel that presumably is less inclined, let's say, to pursue diplomacy and a deal. Iran has threatened that if there is a resumption of hostilities, there'll be a much broader conflict. It will be beyond the Middle East. What could that mean? What would you expect that to look like?
Well, it's very possible for Iran to activate their proxy network. I mean, we've known for some time that they have operatives that operate on a global basis that can orchestrate attacks in a variety of locations outside the Middle East. And, of course, it creates some kind of impact. I don't think these are decisive in terms of, changing the course of the war or the conflict, but they can certainly do damage. They can certainly widen the concern about this particular war. So I think it's important to appreciate that Iran has spent decades building up this network of proxy capabilities globally, not just in the region, that they can activate. So while they won't necessarily be decisive, they can do some damage, and they can really cause some problems in trying to resolve this overall conflict.
Yeah, and clearly they have caused damage right across the world with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, economic damage. And I'm wondering whether the fact that, the US has not managed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz militarily suggests either that it cannot be done or that it cannot be done with the resources that the US currently has deployed there. Which one is it, do you think?
Well, my view is I think the United States could actually do this if they chose to. I think So far, the United States administration has not necessarily seen that in their interest to devote the resources necessary to open this up and then be able to sustain it. I think that does require a long-term commitment of resources to not only opening the strait, but keeping it open going forward. We will have to provide the military resources to protect ships going through here and defend against Iranian threats. And so far, I think the administration has not necessarily seen that in their interests. And of course, the president has made no secret that he would like to see more international partners come in and help with this particular effort. And of course, that has not manifested itself at this particular point. There is a considerable buildup of naval resources, maritime resources in the region, but so far we've not seen that in our interests to do that. So I think this is actually more of a policy choice than it is a capability choice down the line.
But I mean, wouldn't you have liked to have seen the United States reaching out and trying to build a coalition back in March, as opposed to accusing countries of failing to step up to the plate? I mean, they weren't really briefed, were they? They weren't told what the end game was. They weren't told what the strategy was. And that's why they say not only do they not have the resources in position that were needed, but they weren't inclined to come on board because they weren't really invited to. I mean, how does it look to you?
Yeah, yes, of course. I do agree with you. I think the way that the United States has gone to war and waged our conflicts in the past has been to do the work up front of building coalitions of the willing or bringing on nations that have aligned interests with us before we undertake military operations. In many cases, giving countries the opportunity to say no has oftentimes resulted in them saying yes and coming on with us in terms of this. So I do think it's in our interest to build the alignment up front before we undertake operations so that we do have a series of partners as we step into this. In this particular case, that was not the situation. We undertook a different approach after we largely unilaterally, or I should say bilaterally, launched operations with Iran to bring nations on board. And I think that has created some friction with nations who weren't consulted beforehand. So I think it's always in our interest to do the work up front, the diplomatic work up front, to try to explain our objectives and to bring people on board before we undertake. I think it's much more difficult to do it after the fact than it is to do it up front and explain what our objectives are that we're trying to pursue.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump's in a difficult position in some respects, even domestically. On the one hand, observers are saying things like there is no deal that would satisfy Israel, and clearly Israel favors a hard line being taken with Iran. And there are probably quite a lot of Republicans who also favor taking a hard line with Iran. And yet there is a process of negotiations taking place, suggesting that there will be some concessions and some compromise made. I mean, where does this leave President Trump? Because it sounds like politically it is quite risky for him, one way or the other.
Well, I think that I won't really talk too much about the politics. That's not my area of expertise. But I think in terms of reaching a conclusion on all of this, is there will have to be some amount of compromise. The Iranians are looking at this through kind of an existential lens here, and so they are going for broke. They don't have the same view on this that we do. They don't assess their progress in the war the same way we assess our progress in the war by accomplishing military objectives. So it's likely that it is going to continue to be very difficult to achieve a conclusion on this, and we are going to have to kind of work forward and look for areas where we can achieve some compromises that allow progress to move forward in resolving this conflict. And of course, some will not like that aspect of trying to compromise, but I think that's what has to be done as we move forward to kind of gain some compromise so we can actually make progress in resolving this conflict.
How degraded would you say Iran is militarily, as opposed to where it was late February?
Well, I think there has been some significant degradation of their capabilities. I think what we knew, what we saw, I think we largely destroyed and disabled. I think we actually took out a lot of their command and control nodes and certainly their ability to produce things. But I think there also was a number of their resources that were hidden from view, that were much more protected, the things that we couldn't see that, are now forming the basis upon which Iran is trying to recover from this. And I think that is of some longer term concern. So I think it's important to appreciate that Iran has been building up these capabilities for years and decades. And so they likely had more resilience in this area than just what was exposed to us during the principal military campaign that we waged here in March and into early April.
And if the war comes to an end by some negotiated settlement, I mean, do you think it's from that point onwards that the leadership in Iran then starts to look more vulnerable? Because, it was looking vulnerable at the start of the year. Now there's been this rally around the flag era, while the country's been under attack from the United States and Israel. Do you think it's likely that after the dust has settled from this war, that's when the regime really does start to look vulnerable?
Well, I think that's hard to tell. I mean, I think the Iranian regime again has had years to basically, put security places in place, put measures in place that control the population. And of course, over the last several weeks, and certainly starting in late January with the protests, has undertaken a lot of measures to really crack down on the population. So I think there is always concern that the population can rise up, but the regime has a lot of measures in place that are designed to present that. And of course, there is no real indication that the opposition, elements have unified in a way that could be a serious long-term threat to the regime. So I guess, I would sum it up by saying there's always a concern of that, but I don't think there is a meaningful threat to the Iranian regime coming from internal capabilities at this time.
I mean, we know the Supreme Leader is still alive. His injuries from the attack in which he was involved back in March, described as being superficial, and he's been issuing statements. And one of them reads as follows: Washington is losing its influence in the Middle East, and countries in the region should stop hosting bases from which the US can launch attacks. And I'm wondering, General Votel, whether you think one of the legacies of this conflict is indeed going to be for some countries to reconsider the US presence on their soil. What do you think?
Well, I think that's likely. Over the last number of years, a number of these countries have tried to diversify their economies and are becoming much more modernized and going into new areas like finance and emerging technologies and trying to diversify their economies. So they certainly all have national objectives that they are trying to pursue. My belief is that most of them view the relationship with the United States as a very, very positive one. But again, our basing of military capabilities there could be viewed as a vulnerability to them. So there may be some relooking at that by these countries. I think that will be something we'll have to look at long term. I also think that the United States at the other end of this conflict will have to look at what our future posture looks like to defend our interests in the region, and whether basing our forces out of a series of land-based locations across the region is the best approach to doing that. And I suspect there's probably some good case to be made that we have to relook at those postures. So, I think it's hard to say at this particular point, but I certainly think there will be a relook on both sides, both on the part of the Gulf partners and on the part of the United States in the way forward.
Okay. I mean, do you see it likely that Iran would, for example, retaliate to the sorts of strikes that were carried out overnight? Is that something you would expect to see, or do you think perhaps the Iranians have reasoned that, given that they were carried out with some degree of restraint, the Iranians will decide perhaps it's not worth responding to?
Well, I think it's likely that the Iranians generally will try to take a tit-for-tat response here. So, we'll see. We may see some limited response here against some of the Gulf nations, and in many cases that will be something that will likely come relatively soon here. But I don't think it will necessarily spark a broader conflict at this particular point. I do think the Iranians will try to respond with some type of measure of restraint of their own.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, General Joseph Votel. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mail is a retired British Army officer and former Middle East advisor at the UK Ministry of Defence. He joins us now from London. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. In the last 24 hours, there have been these so-called self-defence strikes in southern Iran. I just wonder whether you were surprised that those sorts of hostile activities are happening at the same time as we're being told progress in these advanced negotiations.
No. I've been watching this area for nearly 50 years, Tom. The Iranians are past masters at spinning out negotiations. They come from a civilization and a culture that's very good at negotiating. So I am not remotely surprised the Americans, having reached a point of military superiority, I just decided to remind the Iranians that they have many, many military options at a time when the Iranian economy is on the brink of collapse, when civil disorder is probably just around the corner, and we're still trying to focus the minds of rational people in Tehran as opposed to those who are the fundamentalist militant element of the IRGC, who are almost prepared to take the whole region back into some sort of volatile area of conflict. So no surprises at all. Only probably slightly that it's taken this long for the Americans to remind the Iranians who holds the military upper hand.
Right, so you're saying that these strikes are, a demonstration or a reminder of US military might, and to keep Iran on its toes, for lack of a better expression.
Yes, and the reality is we don't know what the chains of command are, Tom. The IRGC, it's quite decentralized at the moment. Any number of people may or may not, and I obviously don't have access to the intelligence, may or may not have gone out with small boats or threatened a US vessel or done something that could look belligerent. And it's very much to say to Tehran as well, just make sure all your assets around the Strait of Hormuz are firmly under your command, or we will retaliate. But it has, as you say, been characterized as a defensive measure, not as a breach of the ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Americans are saying that the targets they were specifically going after were missile launch pads and boats that may or may not have been laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And we've heard Central Command in the US saying that they were strikes carried out using restraint. How do you carry out a strike with restraint?
Well, there's very little restraint if you're personally on the receiving end of it, having been there myself a number of times in my career. But the reality is it is restrained. It will be definitely aimed at reducing collateral damage. It'll definitely make sure that it's a targeted precision strike on a military target. But it will be obviously a military strike, but sending a strong political diplomatic message.
And what do you read into the fact that here we are more than 6 weeks into a ceasefire, and yet, there is no deal on the table that we're aware of? I mean, we keep being told that one is just around the corner, but we never seem to get around that corner. Does that suggest to you, perhaps, that there isn't an obvious military way out for either side here?
No, I don't actually, Tom. I really think Obviously, if we do go break the ceasefire, I mean, in a militarily significant manner, there is a danger, of course, the Iranians have the capacity to retaliate. They probably won't do damage to the American assets there. And be under no illusions, 3 carrier groups, 2 Marine Expeditionary Units, elements of the 82nd Airborne. But, of course, what they could do, lashing out, is take out more infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Qatar. And undoubtedly the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Kuwaitis, etc., will be urging a degree of restraint on the Americans. And in the meantime, they will be negotiating furiously, as I suspect the Pakistanis will, to get the Iranians to see that really they've backed themselves into a corner at the end of this 50 years. There is no way out. The straits must be reopened and the nuclear file must be dealt with. In addition, the ballistic missile program is going to have to be absolutely scaled back, and the support for proxies in the region will have to stop. And on that basis, there will be a deal. But again, I have no surprises that the Iranians will be thrashing around trying to find a way to negotiate some wriggle room within that agenda.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump administration's, caught between two sort of voices as well here. They've got, on the one hand, the Israelis and people like Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that the nuclear threat must be entirely eliminated, they're saying. And on the other side, presumably, the Americans are being asked by Gulf allies to perhaps bring this to an end fairly promptly, and therefore compromise will need to be found. Which of those two scenarios do you think is the more likely avenue for the Trump administration to pursue?
Well, there's a mixture of both, Tom. The reality is they've moved a huge amount of firepower into the area. As I say, this is just the latest episode in 50 years of dealing with the Islamic Republic. And I suspect in Riyadh, in Abu Dhabi, in Doha, everybody's saying, what we can't do is have basically what would be a ceasefire and armistice where we go round this boy again in, you name it, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years' time. We do need, and I hope the Americans will stay firmly on the case, to convince the Iranians that the alternative to continuing to negotiate in probably bad faith is that the economy will collapse. There are ways of bringing down regimes without necessarily having to bomb them. But I cannot believe Riyadh, Doha, and Abu Dhabi wish just another Cold War or hot peace to continue. So my feelings is they'll be very keen to try and bring this to a peaceful end, but everybody is agreed that we want the Iranian nuclear file firmly under control, which means giving up the enriched uranium and allowing themselves to be open to IAEA inspections. And then the ballistic missile program, and then now you can sweeten it, of course, with relief of sanctions, with economic support, with a deal that's a regional deal that sees Tehran, Riyadh, etc., Baghdad coming back into a sort of that sort of regional agreement. But at the basis of it is the Strait of Hormuz, the nuclear file, proxies, and the ballistic missile program. And Iran is negotiating from a very weak position, other than the capacity to bring a sort of destruction across the region, as we've seen in the early days of the war.
Do you think the United States has got enough resources in the region to meet those objectives and to send out the right signals that it really intends to, in many ways, finish the job?
I've never seen a bigger armada collected in my military career. You don't notice it. It's off bases. It's out in the Indian Ocean, Tom. Let alone what you, of course, can project from mainland America itself. And when you assemble that, I hope you're pretty clear in Clausewitz's terms that this is politics by other means, and the politics has at its heart to stop the malevolent, malign influence of Iran that has driven so much volatility, violence, and death across the Middle East in all my adult lifetime.
And with all that military hardware that you've just described, the largest armada that you can remember having heard of, why is it that it's so difficult with such military superiority to get the Strait of Hormuz open and operational once again?
Well, I mean, part of the problem there is an insurance one, to be honest with you, Tom. You can risk it, but nobody, if they're not fully insured, are going to put civilian crews through there. As you know, some tankers have gone through. Some of it, I think, was to do with Trump going to see Xi Jinping the other day. I think that's why 2 Chinese went through. I think anything else that's not headed for somebody who the Americans think is important will not get through. But at the moment, it is a bit of a stalemate. But the Americans are making it very clear that their patience will run out. You can't keep this sort of firepower in a region. The Americans are stretched. There are issues, of course, to do with Ukraine and Russia. There are certainly issues to do with the South China Sea and that standoff with the Chinese. But people are urging a diplomatic route, and I suspect promising that they will get to where they want to do at the end of it. But as I say, I don't remotely underestimate both the willingness and the Iranian and the preparedness of the Iranians to spin this out as long as possible and to give themselves as much wriggle room at the end of it. But fundamentally, the regime, both socially and economically, is absolutely now on the ropes. And I begin to suspect in the next few weeks you will see a breakdown in their oil infrastructure. So they are aware that clocks are ticking. But you're quite right, Tom, to say you've got media, you've got public opinion, you've got the midterms, etc. So there are a number of clocks running at the same time with different timelines.
Do you think, General Mail, that the involvement of other countries could help tip the balance? And on that particular note, would you like to see the United Kingdom get involved more than it already is? I gather a destroyer is not so very far away. Would you like to see greater involvement by the UK and other countries to help tip the balance?
Yes, I would. I think we've got to make it certain that the military is a public expression of diplomatic solidarity in many ways. Wasn't remotely surprised that Britain didn't take part, or many other allies take part in strikes on Iran, but I've been very outspoken about how I felt our response to our great ally, the Americans, was really pusillanimous. Part of it reflected that our military is going through slight doldrums at the moment, and part of it, I'm afraid, reflected the realities of British domestic politics at the moment and the position of our Prime Minister. But at the end of the day, we have huge, to say it's not our business, as it were, it's not our war, absolutely ridiculous. Our allies all across the Gulf look to Britain to be a responsible, reliable ally. We have several 100,000 expatriates, as you know, there. We have long, deep relationships on the intelligence, the military, the diplomatic, the monarchical side, and Britain certainly, but other responsible European nations should absolutely be rallying round to be prepared to do whatever might be required. And that was the, to my mind, my real objection to the slowness of the British response at the beginning. We didn't even prepare ourselves to have options on the table. We're beginning to write that. We're beginning to stand by our friends in Bahrain, our friends in the UAE, friends in Saudi Arabia, politically, diplomatically, but also militarily, because we have seen the scale. I don't think people understand of the strikes on our Gulf friends. And so Britain should absolutely be there alongside the Americans to be ready to do something hopefully constructive at the end when we reach some sort of resolution.
But I mean, some of America's allies would argue it's been quite confusing. I mean, looking back to what was happening in February, I mean, the case wasn't really made for other countries to get involved. There was no sort of coalition building overtures being made by Washington. And they were also characterizing this as being a NATO conflict, which most people that I've spoken to at any rate agree that it wasn't, because it was not an attack on a NATO country, so to speak. I mean, do you think perhaps some of the blame rests with Washington for not having made the case clearly from the beginning?
I think that's a very fair statement, Tom. I get that, and there's no doubt about it. We've seen a lot of it. The language that President Trump uses is not sometimes helpful to European politicians who don't see any domestic advantage in being seen to support Trump. But from a statesman-like point of view, of which there are not many around, people should have said this is our war inevitably. If the straits are closed, we need to be in a position at a certain stage to have options to help. And I totally understand from a straight legal point of view or international relations point of view that the case was not terribly well made, but we knew what it was all about. This is not a new issue for us. All the way back when I was in the Ministry of Defense, my several iterations, we were dealing with how do we constrain Iran on this? So I'm afraid, yes, the American rhetoric was unhelpful. Yes, the case wasn't made, if you wish to be legalistic. But from a personal point of view, that was weasel wording to avoid making a commitment that we should absolutely have stepped into much earlier. We've been involved in this region for a very long time. People have certain expectations of the British, maybe other European nations as well. And we should have looked like that long-term reliable ally who was going to stand by with options on the table to contribute to the politics, the diplomacy, possibly the military, or possibly the clear-up after the military operations.
I'm just wondering whether part of the calculation in the mind of the Prime Minister was perhaps that nervousness that he would find himself 20 years down the line in a similar position to the position Tony Blair found himself in, being blamed, you know, and having something hanging over his legacy for quite as long as it has done, namely the Iraq War. Do you think that was what did it? Do you think there is this nervousness, the sort of inherited trauma, if you like, of what happened in 2003?
Well, I'd say the Labour Party are worried about it. They've torn themselves apart over that. The reality is, the UK government, and I'm retired now, I can be very candid, engaging in the Middle East, engaging with Gulf monarchies, military operations, defence spending, etc. None of these are particularly catnip to a Labour Party or a Labour government. And the reality is, the Prime Minister doesn't really have a great deal of political capital to expend within his own party. So I think you're right. For him, it was an easier option to go down the route of saying we don't want to get involved, we're not involved, this is all about Trump and the like, because it played well within his own party where his own stature is very limited. But for the British people, I think, I'm not saying anybody is angling to go to war. Everybody knows how complex the Iranian issue is, the Gulf is. I get that totally. But good statesmen, as opposed to politicians, explain things. They have a narrative. And a lot of it could simply be we have interests out there. We have many British passport holders. We have huge economic interests. We have an overall interest in helping to manage the volatility or violence in the Gulf. And we should be in a position, Prime Minister, to give yourself options in due course. That's what planners do. Have options, pre-position. But you decided to play domestic politics with it. And, of course, you're quite right, Tom, some of it, if you're in the Labour Party, goes back to Blair and, of course, Iraq and how that went out. But none of us were arguing that we got involved in combat operations against Iran, but there were clearly going to be a range of second-order issues to which we could usefully contribute if we had the assets and if we had them pre-positioned or in position at a particular junction. And that's what politicians, frankly, should look for. Give me options.
One of the comments, General Mail, that I've heard in the last 24 hours, a statement attributed to Iran's supreme leader, who appears to be alive and in reasonable health. We understand the injuries he sustained, described as being superficial. He said this, he said that Washington's losing its influence in the Middle East, and he argued, it seemed, along the lines that having a US base on your territory in this region is more of a liability than an asset. Do you see comments like that gaining traction as a result of what's happened these last 3 months?
Yes and no, Tom, because it depends how this ends. If you remove the nuclear capability, and threat is all about intent and capability, so I'm not interested if Iran tells me it's never going to use a nuclear bomb or get a nuclear bomb if it has the capability to get one. But if you remove the capability for ballistic missiles, which we knew they were getting very close to having very long-range ballistic missiles, if you remove their proxy influence and absolutely stop them spending money on sowing disorder in Iraq and in Syria and in Lebanon and in Gaza, then, frankly, you want the Americans there. If you leave it back to a ceasefire, you probably still want the Americans there. However, if you don't have the Iranian threat, you probably won't need the Americans there. But I think although it's useful to say get rid of the Americans, or it plays well in certain areas, and it's very helpful for the Iranians, back to the reality, they're playing strong cards. They're playing a weak set of cards strongly. That is exactly the sort of rubbish I'd expect to come out of Tehran at the moment. But I suspect if you're looking for genuine security guarantees against a range of threats, then actually an American base and a commitment there. Look what's happening in, we'd hear the same argument from Putin in due course about American bases in European countries supporting NATO. It's a very good line. I've got no surprises that the Iranians are playing it, but I would argue you probably would not want the Americans to step away from this region when people are thinking clear-headed about the long-term threats.
OK, and just lastly, General Mail, you've been very generous with your time up until now. Where do you sort of see things heading to from here? Do you think these talks that we're told are in an advanced state, but that they have been for quite some time, do you see them yielding results in the near future, or do you think perhaps there will be a second round of hostilities and that's going to be the chosen course of action to break this deadlock?
I hope there won't be, Tom, but it's exactly why the American armada, however you want to describe it, remains on station, cocked, locked, resupplied, rearmed, refueled. Because if the Iranians try to spin this out, I think they'll make a major mistake. Iran is very, very isolated at the moment. The Chinese want a deal. There's nothing in it for the Chinese other than annoying the Americans to have an Iran with this capability. Russians are totally, focused now on Ukraine. They can make mischief. Most of Iran's regional allies, Pakistan is on one side, of course, the Gulf Arabs on the other, Iraq want a deal on this one. The Israelis will always keep the option to strike almost independently, and they know they can hit Iran with absolute impunity. If the Iranian leadership wish to have to spend the rest of their lives deep in a cellar, not coming up again, be that as it may, and some of them may be prepared to do that. But for the most part, I see us edging towards a deal, however much the Iranians, elements of Iran, won't want that to happen. Many, many Iranians do want it to happen because we know the regime is deeply loathed by many Iranians, and they've been held hostage by this awful regime for too long, half a century. So I do see us moving towards a political outcome with those elements I've talked about within it, but I expect a few more turns of the wheel, but the Americans will reserve the right to keep reminding them what the alternatives are, and I suspect you'll find most people in the Gulf are backing the Americans to stay the course.
Well, a very big thank you to you for taking the time to speak to us. Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mail, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, President Donald Trump has today been undergoing his routine annual physical checkup. Well, Trump, who turns 80 in just under 3 weeks from now, has been examined at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. Well, this checkup comes amid speculation about the president's health, fueled in particular by photographs that appear to show swollen ankles and some bruising. Well, Trump became the oldest person to assume the presidency when he began his second term in January 2025. Well, Dr. Jeffrey Kuhlman is a former White House physician. He worked at the White House during the years 2000 to 2013 under Presidents Barack Obama, George W. Bush and President Clinton. He joins us now from Washington. Dr. Kuhlman, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Based on what we know and what we see in the newspapers, the photographs, the audio clips, how would you say the president is?
I think the president is in average health for a 80-year-old American man.
Okay, you're not concerned about anything in particular?
The most important concern I would have is when you're getting a medical report, are the physicians being truthful and are they being transparent, which for the past decade during the three administrations, they have not been. There's been deceit, delusion, denial, and delay. So it seems to be more political spin as opposed to here's a factual report. But for an 80-year-old man, the three things that I would check are advanced age causes cardiovascular disease. So they should release, here's his anatomic or functional testing, which they've chosen not to do completely in the past. Cancer, the big three for 80-year-old man are colon cancer, lung cancer, prostate cancer. He does seem to be up to date on his screening, and he has not had any issue. So I don't have any cancer concerns for him. And the third is neurodegenerative disease. Every 80-year-old does have cognitive decline. You know, the cognitive decline accelerates in humans past the age of 60. So that's memory, reasoning, speed of processing, spatial visualization. You know, they put out that, you know, he did a 10-minute screening test, the Montreal Cognitive Assessment that he passed. And, you know, that will guide you towards a dementia, which I don't think he has a dementia, but 80-year-olds need to be at the top of their game medically, you know, physically and mentally, especially if they're the president of the United States.
And just to be clear, what you're saying there is that there's been this delusion and deceit and denial over the last decade. That does include, doesn't it, the Biden administration?
Yeah, Trump, Biden, and Trump. So it's not a partisan issue. It's you know, we would hope that whoever's president, that they, administration, and their doctors around them are truthful and they are transparent. Here's the test they had, and here are the results. And that has not been the case in the past decade.
And when you've looked at the photographs, I mean, I'm sure you've seen the same ones that everyone else has seen. And, you know, we can see some traces of bruising, for example, on the president's hands, swelling around the ankles. We've seen the president falling asleep, perhaps a bit more in recent meetings than in meetings during his first term. I mean, obviously, that's not unusual, is it, as we've been saying? I mean, at the age of 80, a lot of people will be about 20 years into their retirement. But what does it tell us?
Yeah. So the purple splotches on the back of both of his hands, if you rule out all the underlying causes, bleeding disorders, other organ disease, which we trust that his competent doctors would do, they just haven't chosen to release that, then it's very common for something called senile purpura, which are, you have fragile capillaries. And so usually the back of hands of 80-year-olds, you know, think about your grandparents, or the back of their arms, which just even minor trauma causes those purple splotches. He came up with, I'm taking aspirin and it's shaking hands. And we know that nobody shakes hands with their right and left hand, so that doesn't make any sense. And that you would stop taking aspirin, and that's usually not associated with that. So that's part of that, you know, denial, delusion, deception, and delay in results. As far as the swollen ankles, again, if you've ruled out the underlying causes of heart failure, of other things that cause your legs to be swollen, then you can have venous insufficiency, which is a diagnosis of exclusion. They should have done ultrasound to make sure that it doesn't have blood clots in both legs, which is kind of odd as it's symmetrical. And so for venous insufficiency, we see swollen ankles in people that are overweight, that are sedentary, and the answer to that is you lose weight and you be more physically active. And riding 3 miles on a golf cart does not count as physical activity. So if they've ruled out the underlying causes, then that common thing that we see in 80-year-olds could certainly be the appropriate explanation.
I mean, we hear President Trump and those around him joking about his penchant for fast food and Diet Coke. I mean, just talking about diet for a moment, on the scale of 0 to 10, with 0 being terrible and 10 being exemplary, where would you put your understanding of President Trump's diet?
From a medical standpoint, if you are drinking diet soda, that is not the best choice of liquids. We know that water is a better choice. He is a lifelong teetotaler, so he doesn't drink alcohol. So that's a good, it's a good health decision that he's chosen. He's also never smoked. That's a good choice. It's okay once in a while to eat a hamburger, but we know from a health standpoint to progress to a more plant-based diet is more appropriate. So all of us could use improvement in our dietary choices. I don't think that he's the shining example of healthy eating and healthy activity.
Okay, so you're not giving him on the scale of 0 to 10, where are we going to put him? What do we think? Sort of a 5, a 6?
Yeah, maybe a 3.7826.
Very good answer. Do presidents in these sorts of situations, in these kinds of medicals, tend to ask for advice? I mean, has that been your experience? Does the president, when he's going for his medical, tend to say to the physician, what can I do better? Or do they tend to do that, the 3 presidents you work for?
So with President Obama, I asked him, hey, we're going to do your physical. Here's a list. I gave him a briefing book. He actually read every single thing in that briefing book and asked him about transparency, asked him about truth. He said, I've learned with the American people, be truthful with them. Eventually the truth comes out. With George W. Bush, who was in the top 2% cardiovascular fitness testing, we would do Ken Cooper aerobics, testing with him with the treadmill. And he also, followed the traditional assessment of heart function, of lung function, of neurologic function. And same thing with President Clinton. They did not try to redirect medical assessment of themselves to political statements, and just, stick to the facts and, be truthful and transparent with the American people. And that is usually kind of the best advice for any patient is, don't think you're smarter than everybody else. Find a physician that you trust and be an active participant in medical evaluations and pursuing better health.
Yeah, I think I can tell from what you're saying that what you might be alluding to. I mean, do tell me if I'm wrong, but during President Trump's first run for the White House in 2015, he had a physician by the name of Harold Bornstein, who wrote the following at the time: "If elected, Mr. Trump, I can state unequivocally, will be the healthiest individual ever to be elected to the presidency." It later turned out that President Trump had actually dictated that statement word for word. So, I mean, do you think, just to sort of, sum up what we're talking about with regards to the level of trust, public trust in what emerges from these medicals, that, no one really believes very much of what's said about the president, and plus some of it's private, isn't it?
Well, we certainly have laws in the U.S. that protect patient privacy. And so the patients, they have the final say on what gets released. So with President Clinton, with President Bush, with President Obama, they would read through the multi-page report that I would write, or the other doctors would write before me. And to my knowledge, they never changed a word or a statement, and they never added in extra stuff. Sure, Dr. Bornstein, candidate Trump wrote that for himself, and the doctor signed his name to it. We know that's inappropriate, but that could be cast aside as that's political theater. I would be more concerned that after he was elected, the White House physicians that were active duty military members, they came out and gave inaccurate height, weight, body fat. It's certainly okay if a patient says, I don't want anybody to know how much I weigh or how overweight or obese I am. That's okay. You can keep that to yourself. Fast forward to Vice President Harris. When you read Vice President Kamala Harris's report, she does not ever list her height or weight or body fat, because sometimes I think females choose not to divulge that information, and that is perfectly okay. Just don't lie about it. And so that's where the 2018 report is filled of inaccuracies that just every medical person in the U.S. and around the globe knows is just not accurate.
So supposing there is something really wrong with President Trump, I mean, should we realistically expect that it will be disclosed, or do you think it will be somehow glossed over?
Well, I wrote a book, Transforming Presidential Healthcare, and in it, unfortunately, I cited examples in America's 250-year history where we've hidden illnesses that presidents have had, whether it's President Wilson with his massive stroke, and unfortunately the White House doctor, who was a young, dashing Navy doctor who jumped from lieutenant to admiral and introduced his second wife to him. So he does not seem to have cardiac dysfunction, and he seems to be about average. Are assessing his heart status. We know that last year he called it an MRI. His doctor called it advanced imaging. and they still haven't said exactly what it was, but many in the health community think that it's a CAT scan of his heart that looks at his calcium score, which would help risk stratify him of low, medium, or high cardiovascular disease status. And based on his diet and his hyperlipidemia, that he's taking 2 powerful pills, and his lifelong activity level, my opinion, I don't know for certain, would be that he has some type of coronary artery atherosclerosis, which every 80-year-old American male has, unless they are a strict vegan and super thin and super physically active.
I mean, we've all known men in their 80s or approaching the 80 mark. I mean, he doesn't look too bad, does he? I mean, for someone who's going to be 80 in less than 3 weeks from now. And and thinking about his job, the level of stress, the interrupted sleep, the terrifying high-stakes decisions that he has to make, the foreign travel that he has to do. Thinking about that, and then thinking about the photographs, the sort of the before and after photos of President Obama, for example, who looked quite grey by the time he left the White House, and he certainly didn't have much grey hair when he arrived. I mean, what sort of a toll do you think a 4-year presidential term takes on a human being? I mean, could you say that 4 years in the White House is equivalent to 10 years in ordinary life, perhaps?
I think there's lots of people that would kind of agree with you. And, Bush going from 54 to 62, it's 8 years of aging in front of you. Obama was 47 going to 55. I don't know if it's been scientifically validated that there is an increased aging process during 8 years in office. With President Trump, it will kind of be spread over 12 years. And then also for Biden, even though he was in office 4 years, you go back to, 2009 when he started as vice president. So that's actually a 16-year time span. So I think that's kind of a common perception that all of us have. I don't know if it's scientifically validated.
Okay. I mean, one thing that's really striking at the moment, a poll that I saw says that 51% of Americans think that President Trump's mental faculties have declined in the past year. 4 out of 10 Americans believe that President Trump does have the mental sharpness to do the job. So 4 out of 10 think he does have the sharpness to do the job. That's down, though, 7 points in a matter of a few months. I mean, is that quite alarming, do you think?
Well, my mantra is actually no politics, no policy, probably no polls, just trusted medical advice. I wouldn't put any stock in that. Maybe sometimes people answer polls based on the price at the pump. That's where I would say we need objective, evidence-based screening. So doing the Montreal Cognitive Assessment is certainly a good start. There's other testing that you can do that checks the executive cognitive functions that I would recommend. There is also some advanced imaging. We know he had a CT of the brain when he was nicked in the ear by the assassin's bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. They chose not to release those results because it may not have been, it may have showed that the size of the brain or the aging of the brain is consistent with a 79-year-old man. So I would rather evaluate it from a medical and scientific standpoint than trust what polls of humans come up with.
Okay, and just lastly, Dr. Coleman, I mean, in your opinion, what is the maximum age a US president should be if they are to be in optimum physical and mental shape?
So the Constitution of the US does not list one. it just says, if you think back 250 years ago, almost, James Madison, when he finished his final draft and sent it to the Second Continental Congress, he was 36. Men at the time, 20-year-olds only lived 1 in 5 chance of getting to age 60. So it was beyond comprehension that anybody, would be functional past 60. George Washington finished his second term in office at about age 65 and died 18 months later at age 67. I would not put a top age limit. I think for any elected official at the age of 70, there should be cognitive testing that is required of all of them. And I laid that out in the book, Transforming Presidential Healthcare. Maybe who knows it best is President George W. Bush. During the last election, at the time, it was still Biden versus Trump. And he said, Bush said, I'm too old for the job, and I'm younger than both of those men. And so he's a man that knows, Clint Eastwood, a man's got to know his limitations. And unfortunately, that narcissistic trait that says, I can be president of the U.S. Also keeps them and everybody around them to, keep that quest for power alive. And sometimes you need to step aside and let others with more vigor, ability, and function, lead the world.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We really appreciate you being so generous with your time. Dr. Jeffrey Kuhlman, former White House physician, thank you very much indeed.
Good to be with you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Now where's Nowinski going? This is something we don't normally see. That's the reason why.
I don't think anybody watching on television can quite appreciate how dangerous it really is. The margin of error is incredibly small. So if any timing or anyone's positioning is off by inches, someone's going to get hurt.
The violence may be more for show than real, but it turns out the potential danger of injury, especially to the brain, is much higher than people realize. Wrestling, as in many sports such as American football, involves a degree of force and contact that can turn a healthy brain to mush with terrible consequences.
I kept thinking I'm going to get better tomorrow, and after 12 months of constant headaches and sleepwalking and memory problems, I just never got better. And so that was the last time I ever got near a ring.
Former professional wrestler Chris Nowinski describing there what turned into a very dark time in his life, ending his career as an athlete, but one that ultimately led him to a path that is already saving thousands of lives. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. The excitement of competitive sports is hard to beat and drives athletes to push themselves to the limit. But over the past couple of decades, the risk of concussion and brain damage involved in contact sports has been revealed through some very tragic stories, where athletes have experienced serious behavioral changes and have taken their own lives or even killed others. Our guest on this show, Chris Nowinski, had a promising career playing American football from a young age before becoming something of a star in the world of professional wrestling. But after suffering repeated violent blows to the head and regular severe concussions, his life took a turn that forced him to face reality. He could no longer continue to enjoy his rising career in the world of wrestling. Instead, he turned his Harvard-educated brain to finding out what exactly was going on in the minds of athletes, both metaphorically and literally, when they faced repeated severe head trauma. He wrote a book, Head Games, Football's Concussion Crisis, that was turned into a powerful documentary, one that has opened the eyes of sporting associations such as football's NFL, challenging their policies on injured athletes. Dr. Nowinski also founded the Concussion Legacy Foundation and is now a staunch campaigner and fundraiser, providing crucial support for players and their families dealing with CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy.
Chronic traumatic encephalopathy can only be diagnosed after death. And so because of 1,000 generous families, more than a dozen who are with us tonight, we finally understand what is happening to our loved ones.
I caught up with him on the road in Chicago, where he relived the personal journey that has left him with possible health concerns and an uncertain future. Dr. Nowinski, I'm glad you could take some time to talk about this very important subject. I know it's very much a passion for you to make sure you make people aware of this, so we'll go through quite a lot in this interview. Now, you've got a solid pedigree in academia. You're a Harvard graduate, as well as being a sporting star in terms of your wrestling career with WWE. What was the appeal of wrestling for you? Because you excelled in football too. What was it that made you go into wrestling?
I became a fan of wrestling while I was in college. I lived with a bunch of guys and we watched. I got a regular, I wasn't drafted in the NFL. I worked out for some teams, didn't make that cut. Didn't feel like I was done with my sports career, but I took a real job in life sciences consulting in the medical world. And just so happened that the owner of the firm had a history in wrestling and knew people. And just one conversation of, you should try this, turned into me getting a tryout and realizing that I dabbled in theater, I'd played sports. I thought it was more fun to be a wrestler in my early 20s rather than sitting at a desk all day.
So from what I've seen, it was a fun time. I mean, you were there out in the media quite a lot as well, making a name for yourself as well. And what were the highlights for you at that time?
Yeah, I mean, I only was able to wrestle for just over a year on WWE Monday Night Raw because I had too many concussions. But while I was there, I got to be in the Royal Rumble, which was a blast. I got to wrestle The Undertaker a few times, got to wrestle people like Scott Steiner and Booker T. Like, it was so cool wrestling, your heroes. And just being part of this group that, captivated millions every Monday night.
I'm going to get on to how things changed for you at that early age in a moment. But I'm guessing for a lot of the public who don't follow wrestling closely, they imagine that it's kind of, very much a show and it's staged and it's not that physically brutal. But I'm guessing that, from what I read about the things you say, is that it is a lot harsher on your body than people imagine.
Yeah, it's surprisingly hard on the body. So the beauty is you're not trying to hurt each other, but you're basically doing very complicated stunt work without any rehearsals and in front of a live audience where anything can happen. So while if you do it well, you feel like $1 million. When things go wrong, things can go really wrong. And
it was in 2003. I mean, you were about 25 years old when something started to go wrong. Take me through what happened.
Yeah, I was only 24 and I was wrestling and I kind of kept getting concussions, but didn't realize it. And it all came to a head in June 2003 when I got kicked in the head by Bubba Ray Dudley, and I got a concussion where the symptoms just didn't clear. So when I used to get concussions, you'd feel weird for a couple of days and you'd be fine. This one, I had a headache that really kind of lasted 10 years. And I tried to lie through it they could tell something was wrong. I had to go to doctors, but I wouldn't tell them everything. And I kept wrestling until it got so bad that I could barely hold a conversation, and I developed a sleep disorder. called REM behavior disorder, which was the thing that scared me straight, to be honest, because I woke up learning I had acted out a dream and jumped off a bed through a nightstand and didn't remember or feel any of it.
Because you're supposed to actually be paralyzed when you're sleeping in terms of your physiology.
Right. That's something you learn when they tell you what REM behavior disorder is, right? Your limbs are actually paralyzed when you're dreaming. And if that breaks, which it basically broke in my brain, anything can happen.
Now, the way you talk about concussion, it sounds like wrestlers and sports people know what concussions are and kind of deal with them all the time.
Yeah, we do now. Back then, we didn't know what concussions were. And so all of us if we got knocked out, but it was brief, or if we had double vision, or we couldn't remember what was happening, we'd call it a ding, we'd call it a bell ringer. But as long as you were able to work, you would keep working, even through the headaches and the pain, because no one had ever told us what a brain injury was and what it meant for us. And no one ever told us that if you just let your brain recover, that it minimizes long-term effects and helps you get back as fast as possible. So back then, I'd say 95% of concussions were never diagnosed. And they just kept, for some people, piling on each other until it was real and potentially permanent.
So for the sportsman, for the athlete, it was just basically not feeling right for a while. Is that it?
Well, I mean, everyone's, post-concussion journey is different. But yeah, I mean, most concussions actually the symptoms don't last very long. They only last like minutes or hours. And so back in the day, if you had symptoms that lasted minutes or hours, you would wait it out. And if you felt fine the next day, you would never say anything about what happened the day before. But now that we understand, like when symptoms start to last days and days and days, that people get more likely to say, all right, something's not right. Now that they know that if you go back and you take another hit, you can actually die from second impact syndrome, and there are real consequences. But back then, you sort of judged every injury by, can I keep working, right? Whether it was your foot or whether it was your brain, as long as you could remember the match, or as long as you could walk, you would wrestle or play football or whatever. And that was a bad idea.
And actually listening to conversations you've had and interviews you've done, you were actually trying as much as possible not to kind of admit that there was something wrong.
Yeah, there was I didn't fully appreciate how bad things were, but there was a time where I took a week off, and then I felt like I was getting pressure to go back. And so I lied to my doctor. I went back, and as I'm practicing, discussing the next match, because it was a complicated tag team match, we had this complicated finish. And I sat there and I go, I can't remember. Like I'd sit there and I could not make it stick in my brain. And that was not, I was Chris Harvard to everyone. I was the guy who never forgot anything in the ring. You could count on me. So I remember telling the guys, like, look, for some reason I can't seem to remember, like my brain's not working. So if I space out there, tell me what to do. And nobody knew back then to go, we shouldn't let you out there because you're dangerous to all of us. Instead, it was like, okay, we'll cover for you. And that was the culture we had.
I should point out, by the way, Chris Harvard was the fighting name he used for a while as well.
Well, Chris Harvard was my unofficial fighting name because it came off a reality show. I think WWE was worried about trademark infringement.
Oh, with Harvard University, of course, yeah. But you were a graduate.
But I was a graduate. No, I actually learned as the dean of admissions at Harvard. Loved it because I was introducing Harvard to a whole different generation.
Yeah. Now, you were saying it lasted about a decade that you were going through all this. And if what I read was correct, there was literally a headache for 3 years. I mean, how do you deal with that?
I was lucky to be hurt in my 20s where I could just disappear. So I lived alone, and there are days I wouldn't leave the house. There are days that my head would hurt so much I would, drink a lot and try to fall asleep at 4 o'clock and hope the next day I'd wake up and my headache would be less. It was, you can get to a strange place when your head hurts that much. But I luckily, got through it, had support, had good doctors who kept trying to help me get better. And eventually, 23 years later, I don't have headaches every day and I feel pretty good.
Well, so we'll get on to how things have changed in a bit more detail, because that's what's really interesting, especially with your advocacy. But let's explain CTE to those who don't know it. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Explain that and what it really is about.
So chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, is what we used to call punch drunk. So for 100 years, we've known that boxers, if you get hit in the head your whole career, will eventually start having problems with their cognition, their speech, their movement. We never looked outside of other sports. And now we realize that you hit anyone in the head a few thousand times, they're at risk for developing a distinct degenerative brain disease that starts as microscopic lesions, usually in the frontal lobe and in areas that are sensitive to a quickly rotating brain causing injury. And those lesions then will continue to spread throughout your life, we believe in most people, so that your brain is literally degenerating and symptoms start to appear as you lose more functioning brain. And you have problems with your behavioral regulation, you have problems with cognition and memory and executive functioning, and eventually it can cause dementia.
And of course, it goes to different levels, different degrees, correct?
Right. Well, we understand there wasn't even a criteria to diagnose CT that was agreed upon until 2015. So that was because of our work. But essentially, there's 4 stages pathologically, where, again, it's microscopic lesions, and then by stage 3, it moves to new areas of your brain, including your hippocampus and amygdala, which controls short-term memory and fight or flight and emotional responses. And then when it gets to stage 4, most people are no longer able to take care of themselves, and that's where you get functional dementia.
Now, having the word chronic in it, in CTE, implies that there's no real treatment. I mean, there's treatment, I guess, but no real cure.
Well, there's even debate around why chronic is even in there, right? Because the question is it they're referring to the chronic trauma or the chronic symptoms? And there's no answer for that, because it was decided in the 1930s and those people are dead. But yes, the idea is that there is a chronic disease. Once you have it, it does not go away. And again, in most cases, it appears to spread. And while there isn't a treatment for it today, because we can't even diagnose or measure it, we can treat the symptoms. So we don't want people to feel hopeless if they might have it. But it's certainly a formidable disease.
Now, in that sense, is it preventable, or at least, its advancement preventable, or is it simply manageable?
So the disease itself, the science says, is entirely environmentally caused. So you are not born with CT. We've never seen CT in someone younger than 17 years old. But if everyone who ever had it, 99% of them, you could actually go find their sports histories in football, boxing, rugby, soccer, whatever. And so that's one of the interesting public health issues with this, is that we all accept it in boxers, but when it started to be found in American football and in soccer and in rugby, those professional sports leagues saw liability, and they saw people potentially not having as much fun watching the collisions or not letting their kids play. And so they put up this giant front to say, no, wait, it's not proven that our sports are causing this. And so we sort of had to redo all the research. And so it took us about a decade to convince the NFL. It took us more than a couple hundred cases to convince them, look, this is an NFL problem. And they've admitted it, but World Rugby, FIFA, all these groups still deny it. And so it's one of these really sad issues that the opportunity is very clear. CT does not have to exist in the world outside of abuse or military service with explosions, but sports should not be causing brain disease. But we are not really trying to prevent it right now. And so we're just sentencing another generation to this horror.
Cynics might say there's a lot of money in the sport now, so sports.
It's even harder because there's so many billions involved in the sports now.
Take me through your personal journey, though. What were the kind of things that started to happen to you day to day that started to give you those warning signs?
Well, I mean, the question for me is around concussion CT, right? So I definitely developed post-concussion syndrome where I had the headaches, I had the sleep disorder, my cognition wasn't so good. But that's actually slowly gotten better over time. And so I've never had a definite label of CTE. That being said, some of my scans, some of the things would be suggestive. I'm certainly at risk for it. But I sort of feel like I'm getting better. I'm still getting better from the concussion, but the basic idea is at some point things will probably start to slide for me in a more significant way. And I've been doing this so long now that I've been tracking people for 20 years. Like, we just diagnosed my college roommate with this disease, who was the captain of our Harvard team, who was, the guy we all looked up to, who developed a very serious alcohol disorder and died from it. And he had stage 2 CTE, and he played exactly as many years of football as I did. And so it makes you look at that and go, if he had it, probably a good chance I have it.
In terms of diagnosis, of course, if you can actually look at a brain after the person is deceased, you can actually have a better idea of what's been going on. But while a person is alive, what can you find out?
So we can't diagnose CT definitively. And we're sort of at where you were with Alzheimer's 20 years ago. Right now, back 20 years ago, if you were told grandma has Alzheimer's, they were, and it was a very educated guess, and they knew they were right about 4 to 5 times. Then they developed the ability to image beta amyloid plaque. And now the diagnosis is much more definitive. If you have a lot of these plaques, you have Alzheimer's disease. So for us, no one's ever done the work on CTE. When I helped create the Boston University CT Center back in 2008, we were the first academic center in the world ever focused on this. And so we have a lot of catching up to do. And so basically the abnormal tau protein in CTE, we just learned in 2019, is misfolded differently than Alzheimer's disease. And that's why all the Alzheimer's imaging agents don't work for CTE. And so we basically now have to convince scientists to build from the ground up a way to diagnose CT in life like they have with Alzheimer's. But at the same time, we don't know how big CT is. And so no one knows how much money to invest towards this disease because we haven't been able to diagnose it.
Have you been able to get funding, though, easily, or is it still one of those?
Not easily. I mean, not by any stretch easily. I mean, thank goodness the VA in the U.S. and the National Institutes of Health has, the scientists there have seen it, but there's no dedicated funding to this.
What you're talking about is something that actually is quite scary to think. This is only about 20 years.
Yeah.
That, this really started to be in your life and then started to get out there into the public domain with your advocacy, for example. As a young athlete, what kind of advice and support structure was there for you?
As a young athlete, there was nothing.
For you, there was nothing. Huh?
Besides the fact that we didn't understand concussions and we didn't, so everyone was playing through them. Like, there was no concept of CTE. Like, I remember thinking, if this was bad for my brain, I'm sure one of these adults around me would have told me, and they would let me do this, right? So you had this great trust in the coaches and the administrators. You thought you were protected by this helmet. I mean, I remember looking back now how stupid we were at Harvard in the 90s, that when we would get every preseason during two-a-days, massive headaches as linemen. And we'd all talk about it. Like, you'd get in a three-point stance, tip your head, and think you're going to fall over because you can feel the blood moving because your brain's swollen. And you remember, just then they had invented helmets where they had air in them to make them fit better. And so if you would tell the medical staff, like, my head really hurts, you'd get more air in your helmet. And they just pump it up and just make it tighter. But that wasn't protecting your brain. That helmet was there to protect your skull. They hadn't even conceived of what was going on in your brain back then. So it's sort of like, you look back and you're like, God, that was a really bad idea for us to all strap on a hard-shelled helmet and just bash each other with our heads all day long. But at that point, there were 5 million kids in the United States doing that every year. And so everyone just thought it was normal.
And of course, you have the skull, which is a protective shell, but you have the deceleration and acceleration injuries from all this trauma, presumably.
Yeah, you sort of aren't born both understanding that your brain is soft and also understanding that it doesn't have any pain nerves. So when your brain's bouncing around or stretching and tearing, you can't feel it. And so that's why we've been so reckless, is because it's so easy to put a helmet on and hit someone in the head because you don't feel it. And you only feel it if someone gets you well, but most of the time you don't feel anything there either.
Tell me what happened, what was going through your mind when you realized this is the end of your wrestling career, just as things were kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, I do look back and, for those who don't, no one remembers me, but they don't remember that my class back in 2003, 2004 was John Cena and Brock Lesnar and Dave Bautista and Randy Orton. And some of the guys are still going. I mean, legends, just absolute legends. And they're all amazing what they do. And I don't know if I'd ever be able to get that far, but I still have the 2003 Raw magazine where they named me Newcomer of the Year. Like, people expected things from me. So I miss, because that job is still a lot more fun than my job is today, which is, can be, which I enjoy.
It's more valuable,
but it's depressing. It can be harsh. So anyway, I did. I had high hopes for that, but when my head hurt so much, I decided that after 12 months of literally going, I don't want to get out of bed. I'm not sure if I want to be here. I said, if I ever get my brain health back, I'm not going to risk it going back to this because I couldn't imagine going through this twice after I got better.
Are there better definitions now since awareness has increased? I mean, do people define concussion in a better way now, for example?
Yeah, I mean, the definition of concussion is actually its own slippery conversation because there's 40 different definitions in the literature and it keeps evolving and changing over time. So the definition is actually not that great because we still don't have a biomarker for CTE. We still don't have a biomarker for concussion. It's still a clinical judgment. So basically, you get hit, you experience something, you might show some symptoms, you might not. Whatever you tell them is how they determine whether or not you had a concussion or not. We're getting to the point where now we can actually pick up brain proteins in your blood. And so that's one way we understand concussion, is you're actually tearing axons. There's also the neurometabolic cascade of concussion, which is all these, microscopic metabolic and chemical changes that we can't pick up and test. So, no, concussion is still very much a clinical gray area.
The technology presumably is improving to the point where hopefully we'll have the right kind of technology to know. I mean, AI.
Yes, no, I mean, people
help?
are finally investing in it, right? So you can now get, there is blood work and there's some saliva work that maybe on the sideline within 15 minutes you could determine that you've had a concussion. But the reality is it's probably never going to be perfect.
Well, Dr. Nowinski, you got a PhD in behavioral neurosciences. 2017, I think, is when you got the PhD. And as you were kind of researching all this, following your own personal experience, what was it that made you want to go into kind of much more extensive research into what was happening to athletes?
So it was actually only about 3 months after I was hurt that I went to the 8th doctor that WWE sent me to try to sort of figure it out, Dr. Robert Cantu, who was one of the pioneers of concussion. And he, in that first meeting, was the one who sort of flipped the switch for me by helping me understand. He said, when I first got in there, he said, how many concussions have you had before this? And at that time, my answer was 0, because I had never been diagnosed by a guy in a white coat with a concussion. And he said, okay, no, you don't think you've had a concussion, but how many times were you hit in the head and you couldn't remember where you were, you saw stars, or you were double vision or ringing in your ears? And I was like, well, that happens all the time. And I started telling stories about these times. This scar is from when I got this elbow and this. And he goes, okay, well, you've had a lot of concussions. You never took any time off. That made each one a little worse. And this might have added up over time to create this problem. And I was like, why the heck did I not know that? Like, I would have taken a couple weeks off after the sky would go orange on me and I couldn't remember my name. Like, I was so frustrated by that. And then step 2 was, as I dug into the research, realizing that we'd actually cared about concussions 100 years ago. I found in the diary of the Harvard football coach in 1905, he kept the captain of the team out of the Harvard-Yale game because he was concerned he had a concussion. Like in the 1950s, the Harvard team doctor had a 3 concussions in your lifetime and I'm retiring you policy. And then it became a talking point in the 1990s because 2 famous NFL players, Steve Young and Troy Aikman, had their careers ended because of concussions. And the NFL decided we're going to get involved. And they started conducting research that I suspect, and I ended up writing about, I thought was aimed at minimizing the problem and not finding the issue. And so I sort of realized that in my mind, the NFL was covering it up.
Well, so it was only to your credit a few years later, after you'd given up the wrestling in 2006, that you wrote the book, Head Games, Football's Concussion Crisis, which really opened some eyes at the NFL, didn't it? What sort of reaction did you get from them from the book?
Well, I mean, it was a cone of silence from the book. I mean, the reality was I remember trying to promote the book and talking to reporters I knew from wrestling. And I remember one of them, was Chicago-based, actually called me back and said, we have to cancel the interview tomorrow. I just got called from a vice president I've never heard of who said, you cannot interview that person, put him on our TV, because they were worried the NFL would no longer give them rights to use their footage. And so the reality was the book, nobody paid attention to, but certain people read it and realized I was right. And the way I got people to pay attention to this was not through the book itself, but was starting to get the brains of athletes when they died to prove that you could actually see the problem in this disease, CTE.
But I guess the key was that there were those who recognized the book was going down a path that would expose a lot.
Luckily, literally one of my advocates back then was a reporter at the New York Times who had read it and thought that it had something. And so it did allow people to believe that I knew what I was talking about.
Now, you even had Jesse Ventura, the former governor of Minnesota, himself a professional professional wrestler, take part involved as well. And you were saying that he actually is quite an advocate for it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually Vince McMahon who told me, like, Jesse's teaching a class at Harvard, go talk to him. And so I stopped him and we chatted, and I actually remember handing him like a 300-page printout of the book, and he started looking at it. He goes, yeah, this totally makes sense to me, and whatever I can do to help. He introduced me to his agent. He said, I'll write the forward, whatever I can do to help you get that platform. So, I mean, it was such a generous move by him to help me use his celebrity to help get people to pay attention to this.
Now, you'd mentioned it a moment ago about the actually getting athletes' brains. And I think a turning point was when the family of football player Andre Waters was asking you to take, or they sent you part of his brain, I think, to
Right.
examine. Tell me how that story went.
Yeah, so it was about a month after the book came out. No one cared, and then, but I knew I wrote a chapter about the first 2 cases of CTE diagnosed in NFL players, and it made sense to me that if boxers got this disease, what's the difference with football players? And so when Waters, the story came out that he took his life, and everyone was surprised by it. He was a football coach, he was employed, like there was nothing obvious.
Andre Waters committed suicide November 20th, 2006. And he was a coach, and he was working, and he wasn't money problems, and it seemed kind of bizarre.
I like to hit things. I can get all my frustration out on the field.
And I was shocked to find that he was quoted in the newspaper saying he stopped counting his concussions at 15, and he would just grab smelling salts and keep playing.
And I remember thinking, he was a huge hitter when he played, and his nickname was Dirty Waters, so he had to lead with his helmet. And I spent time online searching and found a quote where it said, I stopped counting my concussions at 15. I would sniff smelling salts. I'd keep playing. I was like, everything lined up to me that this guy might have had CTE. And part of that was because the first 2 cases, both died at 45 and 15, both had very similar, bizarre turns in their lives. So I ended up calling the medical examiner after I didn't hear anything about anyone studying his brain. And I said, hey, are you going to study him for CT? And he told me I was crazy. But I said, well, read some of these articles. So I sent him a bunch of stuff and a dialogue over a few weeks where I kept pestering him, even after Andre was buried, because I just wanted to know if I could convince this random doctor that there was something to this. I wasn't confident back then. But he read enough that he said, actually, there's enough literature here where I could justify giving you his brain. Per Florida law, I had to keep 5 pieces of it. And you might be able to get a diagnosis off that. I had no idea this was a thing. And so he said, so I'll give it to you if you find a doctor to study it, and you just have to get his mother's permission, who was next of kin. So then I had to make the choice of cold calling his family to say, hey, you think Andre's buried, but actually some of his brain's still up here, and can we have it? And the reality was they were so generous in learning why I cared. They appreciated that someone cared why Andre died. And so they ended up saying yes, and he had CTE, and that just sort of started this chain reaction that we're now, 1,600 brains later, we've been able to show that this is everywhere.
Is this now something that people are so aware of? You're saying 1,600, that you expect this to keep growing so people, you could map out a much better situational map.
Yeah. I mean, what was interesting is that even by the 3rd brain that I coordinated, they actually, I remember this. I called the Grimsley household. John had just died at the age of 45, and a friend answered the phone and yelled across the room to his widow, Virginia. He said, "This guy Chris Nowinski on the phone," and I heard her say, "Tell him I know who he is. I know why he's calling," and the answer is yes, because they'd seen a TV report on this. And I think the problem was huge, but it was buried. Like, who would tell the world how bad their husband was doing? Right, when they're celebrities and they were living off their reputations, and so it snowballed very quickly that NFL families started giving us their brains, and then it just expanded from there.
Tell me about the Concussion Legacy Foundation that you co-founded. What have you achieved with it so far?
So we essentially do 3 things. One is the research. We know about the brain bank and the fact that we've created a diagnostic criteria for CT, and now we're creating the way to diagnose it clinically in partnership with Boston University CT Center. We've tried to forever translate that into safer sports. And so we now have laws in all 50 states around concussions to protect athletes, that they have to be cleared by a doctor, they have to have training and coaches and the athletes. We've had some small victories on CT prevention. You can't head a soccer ball until 11 years old now in the United States. In football, they've completely changed how we practice, although they could still go much further. Ice hockey raised the age of checking from 11 to 13 to minimize head trauma for kids. So that's been good. And then we're trying to figure out how to help people. So we have a helpline and a patient services team that just takes inbound people going, my husband's losing his mind, what can we do?
Now that you have something that is so empirical, are you getting less resistance from organizations like the NFL?
Yes, absolutely less resistance. They don't necessarily like to talk about it, but they're proactively changing the rules of their game all the time. Last year we saw a new kickoff that no one's really asking for, but has dramatically reduced head impacts. So that part has been good. And there's far more services for retired players who are struggling. I don't like the fact the NFL is still recruiting 5-year-olds to play tackle football, and we're still creating this problem. But if you understand it from a business perspective, they need kids to become fans. And so it's this unfortunate reality that we're trying to change. But while the NFL has accepted this, the other sports are still fighting back. So the National Hockey League and FIFA and World Rugby all still deny. Some of them are making changes, but they will not talk about CTE. And I think that's unfortunate.
I was going to ask you, well, I mean, we've talked largely about wrestling. We've talked about the NFL football, American football, and boxing, of course, the obvious one. How much wider is it when it comes to sports?
It's anywhere where you're getting hit in the head hundreds of times a year with force is a risk. So, we published out of like 376 NFL players, 93% had it. We just published that 18 of the first 19 NHL players that we studied had it. In a rugby study that we partnered with a brain bank in Scotland and a brain bank in Australia, we found that half of our population had it, and your odds went up 15% per year you played. Soccer is another one where it's harder to study in the US because there aren't a lot of old soccer players here, but the UK, they found that pro soccer players in Scotland have 4 times the risk of dementia, and when you look at their brains, it's almost exclusively CTE. So we know it's out there, but forcing people to accept that or make these changes is a different battle. We're sort of reliving big tobacco in many ways that they don't want to acknowledge it because there's a business here to run.
The other arm of your work is Boston University's CTE Center. How does that streamline in with your work with the foundation?
So when we partnered with Boston University in 2007, basically the idea was, look, you guys are the amazing scientists, but like calling families when people die is not a skill set they had. No one ever had that. So we were sort of the front door of doing the outreach and reaching out to players, letting them know about this, and then translating those findings into messaging and policy. And so I've been very lucky to be a member of that research team, but I'm not the one in the lab studying the brains. I never trained for that. But it's a wonderful partnership because they're really truly independent, brilliant scientists who just really care about this and have just created the field no matter how much resistance has come their way and how many times they're questioned by colleagues. And we created the Center for the Study of Traumatic Encephalopathy. And now Dr. Stern heads the clinical research. Dr. McKee heads the pathological research in basic sciences. Dr. Cantu is our concussion expert. And then my role is to facilitate the research.
I'm sorry, who's this?
This is Chris Nowinski from Boston University School of Medicine. And when an athlete passes away, I read about his passing today, and I'm really sorry to be calling. I know I'm the last person in the world you want to hear from. It's my job to call the family to see if the brain's available.
It's been sort of funny watching doctors funded by sports leagues try to push back, constantly be proved wrong, and just come up with a different argument, move the goalpost back. And we were very proud that in 2023, the National Institutes of Health finally changed their language to recognize that repetitive brain trauma causes CT.
So it's kind of baby steps to some degree. But having said that, you're a tall guy. They're the bigger steps than most people could make, I guess.
Yeah.
I think what wakes people up is, are the stories. The human side of it all. And, we mentioned Andre Waters and taking his own life. Tell me about some of these, because some of these are people who were highly respected, very successful, and then their lives end up in a very strange place.
Yeah, I mean, the stories are sort of endless. I mean, at the beginning, started with Waters, then Justin Strelzik, who's 36-year-old NFL lineman, started hearing voices and decided to, bizarre behaviors, got in a chase with the police and decided to go on the wrong side of the highway and run into a tanker truck and die. And he had it. And the third brain I coordinated was Chris Benoit, who was a colleague of mine with the WWE for 5 years. And I knew was the nicest guy who had taught me how to throw a decent forearm on his own head, would just offer me, like, show me how you throw a forearm and I'll work on it with you. And I just whack him. Oh. And he didn't get mad about it. He was just like, I'm going to help you. And then suddenly he doesn't show up to a wrestling show. And they go to his house and found he's killed his 7-year-old son, his wife, and himself. And he had confided in me a few months prior that he had been concerned about how many concussions he had. He was sort of the only person interested in the book I was writing at the time. So there's that. And now we have multiple murders in the group. Philip Adams, a former NFL player in his late 30s, started developing sort of paranoid schizophrenic tendencies. They found notebooks he'd written that made no sense. And he just went down the street and killed 6 people, including 2 children. I mean, we told a story this weekend about Corwin Brown, captain at Michigan, which means highly respected, 8 years in the NFL, NFL and college coach, D coordinator at Notre Dame. At 40, he develops paranoid schizophrenia and bipolar. He goes home, takes his wife hostage while his kids are 9, 11, and 13. And he's been living with them ever since, all knowing what's going on. And those kids are never been the same. So it's just, you hear about these really horrible things. Aaron Hernandez, the former NFL player, decided to kill 2 people when he just signed a $40 million contract. And they get attention. And we can't always tie the brain disease to this, although we should be absolutely paying attention to it. And we probably are causing some people to develop schizophrenia. We already know traumatic brain injuries cause, mental health symptoms, schizophrenia, bipolar. And then, but the more common issue is people who develop cognitive problems in their 50s, 60s, 70s. This progressive Alzheimer's-like neurodegeneration that comes with bizarre behaviors. And so, there's just a lot of those stories, and a lot of the families never tell the truth about what happened. But it changes you in a big way.
I mean, saying 70 onwards, all right, you could imagine it wouldn't be as obvious. But when you're talking about Andre Waters, 44, I think, when it happened, when he took his life, people who are 40, and what sort of age bracket does it tend to hit at when it's severe sports?
Well, that's the big question. So when we just published a study looking at 160 brains of athletes who had been donated to the brain bank, just under half had CTE. In that group, 70% had apathy, depression, cognitive problems, all this stuff. But also the people who didn't have it had that, because people are basically donating the brain when they see those things. So it's hard to tell what is the brain injury and what isn't. You can have those things in other ways, and that's been used to discredit this or try to cast doubt upon it. But the reality is CTE is sometimes used to describe sort of a larger clinical problem, which is if you get hit in the head thousands of times, we've identified at least 13 different ways that your brain is injured and degenerating that we can measure. CT is just one of them. And CT starts, again, very small and progresses, but you can have a ton of white matter lesions and damage even when you have very microscopic CT. So in the younger cases who have these bizarre behaviors, it may not just be driven by the CT. It really could be the white matter damage, the vascular damage, all these different types of injuries that are happening in the brain. So it's sort of the idea that we're confident that cognitive change later in life, midlife and later, that's progressive and doesn't respond to treatment, that is usually predictive of CTE. The midlife behavioral stuff, sometimes CT is there, sometimes it's not. And that's why we try to tell people who are having those problems, leave CT out, just get treatment.
So you're dealing with actually what is a web of conditions depending on how much damage has been done to the brain and what sort of damage.
Yeah.
It's quite a complex web actually in that way, which makes your job harder in a way. But at least with CTE, you can identify it, especially now that you have the brain bank.
Correct.
In order to be able to go through it. What would make your life easier in getting this message out?
I think if the reality is, the best way to get this message out would be in partnership with sports organizations, right? They have the ear of everybody, and they've shown that they've been able to change public health on a lot of different sides, like heat illness and various things. So the idea that they're fighting us on this and that CT is not something you're allowed to talk about in sports is a tremendous missed opportunity, because the way I look at it, as a former pro wrestler, I used to let people hit me in the head with folding chairs. Like, if you're an adult, you can do a dangerous job if you want to. It's not, being a pro wrestler is no more dangerous than being a cop or a firefighter or serving in the military. It's a job. But you should have informed consent, and you should take reasonable steps to protect yourself. You don't have to destroy yourself if there's another way to get there. And that's sort of where wrestling has gone with this, is that they've invited me back in, and now I lecture the WWE, the AEW, all the wrestling groups once a year, and I show them what we're learning, how bad it can be, and let them make the choice of when are they going to take the risks and when are they going to do things differently. And they're making much better decisions. Concussion rates are way down. It's very exciting. But on the flip side, sports is not the same way. And so we still are recruiting kids young, hitting them in the head hundreds of times, and we're absolutely creating this, and we're not talking about it. And that's not the way that we should be doing this. this is their own kids. We're supposed to be building a community here, and now we're not taking care of each other.
Well, there's no future, of course, if you're going to have this kind of situation. So what you were saying earlier about the fact there are some changes in how young people can, for example, head a ball in soccer and so on, it's nowhere near enough, it sounds like.
Well, sorry. So where I was going to go with that is that what we should be able to agree on is that kids should not get CTE, right? If adults want to get CTE, I get it. Like, if you don't think there's another way to make money, fine. I hope there are, but there may not be. But there's no way that a kid can understand this brain disease and provide informed consent. So, like when the Football Association in England recently banned heading to 12, that's great. Some would argue it should be banned till 18 because kids don't understand. I think we can probably minimize the exposure enough that nobody will get it by 18. You know, we've sort of identified with soccer that punts, goal kicks, and corners are the biggest three contributors because of the highest impacts. And so if you just said, okay, you can't head a ball when the goalie punts it, you have to play it off your chest. And like small changes like that could actually almost prevent CTE from what we should probably call it pediatric CTE. We need to prevent pediatric CTE. Right. If adults want to get it, I get it. But we could also prevent most cases of that too with just some simple changes. But we just have to understand how bad it is. We have to hear these stories. We have to review the data and realize this is not something you should sentence another person to.
As someone who's played football and someone who's wrestled, knowing how those sports actually work, could you see them developing in a way that can minimize the exposure to CTE, but still keep the thrill, if you like?
Absolutely. I mean, the simple answer for football, if you actually add up people's hits over a career and look back who gets CTE, CTE is a math problem, right? Number of hits and strength of those hits will predict who gets it. If we played non-tackle until high school, flag football until high school, and then in high school, we took out hitting in practice, and we all played like Coach Buddy Tevens used to have Dartmouth play, which you never tackle each other. They actually had robotic dummies you would tackle. And you eliminated 70% of head impacts over a season through that, plus trained them how to tackle better. You would basically get people down to like 10 or 20% of the exposure by the age of 18, and you'd have very, very rare cases of CT in young people. And then in college and pros, you could still make it less, but it would be there. But you could probably cut 80% of CT out just through changing practice and raising the age when you start. So it is doable, but no one wants to do it because it risks the business model. Because if you don't get kids playing young, they don't become fans when they're old. And that's sort of a problem that we have to deal with. On wrestling, CT doesn't have to exist at all. Pro wrestling is fake, right? It's theater.
You said it.
Yeah. It's theater. And so the idea is that like if we don't hit each other in the head for real, you will not get this disease. And the brain can take a concussion or two or three without creating CT. We don't see it in regular people who had a couple of brain injuries. So it's just getting rid of that repetitive trauma, which for the most part we have. And I'm eager to see that we don't get this in the next generation.
Is there a big difference in the outcomes when you compare professional sport and amateur sport?
Well, I push back immediately on the idea of professional sport versus amateur sport. We have scientists in this space who like to make that distinction. That distinction is completely scientifically meaningless. Whether you got paid to do it means nothing about. We should be looking at it as just an exposure curve, right? And the way with football, we've been able to show that your odds of CT go up between 15 and 30% per year you play. In ice hockey, it was 34%. In rugby, it was 14%. That's like years of play is sort of our pack years of smoking. And that's the only way we should be thinking about it. And then we can drill down even further by number and strength of head impacts using sensors. But right now, just years of play. So it is a massive problem in some professional sports, and it is slightly less of a problem for each level of amateur going down.
I was thinking it more from the perspective of the kind of money that's involved. That's why. Because it's probably easier to change an environment when there isn't so much at stake, at the wallet.
Yeah, you would think so, but what we're fighting against is the idea of tradition. Like when we first started saying why you kids shouldn't be heading a ball, the pushback was, but that's part of the game. And it's like, well, the guy who started saying heading a ball did not know what CTE was. Yeah. And he probably would have said, maybe we shouldn't do this if it's going to cause your brain to rot later on in your life. So tradition is a terrible reason to be destroying the brains of children. And you would think amateur would be easier to change, but it has been proven to be harder because it's also very regional. And the problem with football versus ice hockey is that like ice hockey in the U.S. and in Canada is sort of governed by one organization, USA Hockey Canada. With football in the United States, there's no governing body. No one sets the rules. And so I once sat there at a panel with the head of Pop Warner who said, look, even if I wanted to get rid of youth tackle, it would just let one of my competitors come into that town, start a youth tackle league, and all the families who wanted to play would go there, and I'd put myself out of business. So the fact that there's no regulation of youth tackle football is why 5-year-olds are still getting hit in the head hundreds of times.
Presumably, if you can get through to the athletes themselves and they get a real sense of how dangerous it is and the consequences, then irrespective of what the kind of the league says, they could start to change things.
The athletes themselves, well, I guess at the youth level, like what are we going to tell a 5-year-old, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I was thinking of the older ones.
Well, but that's really the issue. Like the sad thing is, because again, the professionals are 1% of the population, right? I get a call every year from some 23-year-old NFL player who just realized, like, hey, this CT thing's real, right? I might already have it, right? And they're like shocked. But now they're like, well, I'm getting paid $1 million a year. I can't walk away now. But like that light bulb does not really go on for most people until their 20s, no matter what we tell them, no matter what they've read in the paper, no matter what documentary they've seen. It's really hard to understand this. So now that we have told, like there was a big moment, 2010, the National Football League Players Association put together a committee, part of my urging, of their own experts to sort of combat the NFL's narrative on this. And at the first meeting, they said, what should we do? Give us one idea. And the idea I said is stop hitting in practice. And the doctors didn't necessarily jump on it, but the players did. Because the players are all sitting in the back going, well, A, we hate hitting in practice anyway. We're not getting paid for that. And B, they said, oh, that it'll prevent CT? Yeah, we're all in. And they put in the collective bargaining agreement that they could only hit 14 days all season. Right, so the players at the NFL level are fighting for themselves. The National Hockey League just started their CT committee, so they're having their first meeting this summer, and so hopefully they'll start pushing back too.
So there is an expansion in the conversation. At least.
There is, right? More people are coming to the table.
There's a term I want to get your take on it, which I've heard a couple of times: subconcussive. Where does that fit into all of this? Is that even a thing?
I'm trying to eliminate that term. So we wrote an editorial in the British Journal of Sports Medicine saying subconcussive has been a misleading and dangerous term. What started as the idea was there are hits that you take that are not concussive, usually lower than a concussion, but they seem to correlate with CT better than the concussions themselves. But the problem with sub is it makes you think those hits are small. And the reality is 10% of the hits that a football player will take in a season are harder than the average concussion. But what predicts when you feel your brain getting damaged is a little bit random. The harder the hit, the more likely you are to feel something. But even then, you're not feeling your actual brain getting damaged.
I was just say exactly because you don't have the pain sensitivity.
Right. You notice functional differences in your brain, right? But the idea is, you have 100 billion neurons in your brain. Would you actually feel one die? Would you be able to notice if 1 million went offline? No. And so we basically wrote that editorial saying we need to change the terms. When we talk about impacts, where we don't actually know what's happening in the brain, that's either, and we're doing studies, we're labeling them a concussive impact or a non-concussive impact, understanding that some of those hits are harder than concussions. And then when we talk about the injury itself, you either have a traumatic brain injury or you can have a subclinical traumatic brain injury, which means that you don't feel anything, but we know microscopically your brain's getting damaged. And that sort of started to help people understand why concussions don't predict CTE, which is an important thing for people to know. Right? It doesn't matter if you had 2 or 5 or 10. None of that predicts who gets CT. But the number and strength of the head hits you take does. And there was one stat we included in there where there's a study that showed college football players, for every one concussion they take, will take 341 hits harder than that concussion. And that's probably where the CT risk really lies. Hard hits that you think you're fine on.
So you even have the difficulty in kind of setting the parameters that people can measure.
Yeah, and
it's
developing
quite
a language.
Difficult puzzle you have to kind of put together.
Yes, it's a moving target because we're learning as we go.
What has helped you along the way? What has been the biggest tool you've had that has allowed you to get your message across?
I mean, probably the biggest tool we've had is the scientists give us a diagnosis, and then the families have been so generous in sharing their stories with the world. without this constant drumbeat of stories and data, we would not have this conversation. And that's something I did realize very early on, is that especially at the beginning days, this was a disease that was primarily happening to celebrities, right? Famous athletes. If you want to get people to hear about it, you had to sort of work with the media to tell their stories. And the media has been a great partner on this. While the NFL is trying to silence everyone, they've gone out on a limb and said, no, this is a public health reality that we need to talk about. So it's that combination of the great science, amazing families, and being able to share their stories to the media that has gotten the world aware of this.
It sounds more like the human stories have had more impact than the developments in technology, but I'm guessing it's a balance between the two.
Yes. I mean, without the advances in science, no one could take those stories seriously. The stories are backed by ever-increasing solid science showing that this is, no matter what the critics say, this is a real disease that is caused by head impacts and is causing people to get dementia.
I'm presuming, Dr. Nowinski, you also have to hit every layer in this chain, if you like, or in this stack. You've got the players themselves, you've got managers, you've got the team, kind of the team branding, you've got scientists. You also have the coaches. Where do the coaches fit into this in terms of what's their sense of responsibility to the players?
That's a great question. So, yeah, most coaches don't want to engage in this. There's been one coach, a guy named Buddy Tevens at Dartmouth University, who was a former player, who was the first coach to get rid of tackling in his practices because he believed in this. And we diagnosed multiple players that he had coached over his career with CTE. And he was the only person to ever ask me, if you diagnose one of my guys with CTE, I want to hear about it. And I said, would you talk to their family? It would mean a lot to them. And he started calling their families to find out what happened to them and to learn and to try to incorporate that into what he knew. But he's the only one. The reality is, and what no one wants to talk about is, a coach in football can determine if his players get CT or not by how he practices. He influences that in a big way. Nobody wants that responsibility, especially because they didn't know they were doing this, 10 years ago, right? So that there's got to be some cognitive dissonance there, right? Like, who wants the guilt of thinking that how I designed practice might have contributed to this person's demise? And so it is not a blame game on coaches, but I think we have to, we have to understand this. We have to address this. I am excited that things are changing because more and more coaches have lost friends of theirs to this. And so I have a call tomorrow morning with a college football coach to talk about developing a CT prevention protocol to be put next to his concussion protocol on paper of all the ways that he's trying to prevent CT by minimizing hitting in practice and how they train. If there are more coaches like this coach, we have a chance to actually make a change.
It sounds logical to have that CT protocol.
I agree. No, I mean, it's completely logical, but you have to first accept that CT is caused by hits to the head and that it's worth preventing. And right now, very few people are willing to admit both those things.
Is your work essentially limited to the United States, or are you able to take this and scale it out internationally?
We have been able to take this internationally to English-speaking countries. So I recognized early on that we all read each other's news. And so this conversation started in the UK, and this conversation is happening a little bit in Australia and South Africa. And so we decided to really push the international starting in 2018, and in part because the NFL, when they were fighting this, started importing international doctors to come say, we don't have this in our country, therefore this must be all mass hysteria and not real. And one of them, the lead of that, was an Australian researcher. And so I said, one good turn deserves another. And I went to Australia and started a brain bank. And that brain bank, the Australian Sports Brain Bank, has now diagnosed had 150 brain donations, and half of them have had CTE. And it led to national Senate hearings and a complete change, including the Australian Football League acknowledging cause and effect. So that has been tremendous. The UK has done a great job changing on this. There's a neuropathologist named Willie Stewart who's really led the movement there, and now we collaborate, and that's happening. Canada, this is happening. But outside of those countries, and New Zealand, it's almost nowhere.
So the interesting thing about the international kind of collaboration is that if you have a sport that's played in different countries and each adopts a different protocol, the game changes, and perhaps teams are not competing in the same way or as on equal terms.
Right.
That must be a big challenge.
You're absolutely right. Like the big question around heading in soccer is, are you going to be at a competitive disadvantage if your team is practicing less or doing less? So it is, it's been sort of easier in a way to fight American football in America. But when you get to soccer and rugby as global sports, it is a much more complicated reform.
And it's so emotive as well. I mean, just people get so emotional about it, as you probably discovered.
Yes, yes.
Are there any sports you would advocate actually banning?
I mean, certainly, like, I don't feel it's fair to ever expose young children to hundreds of head impacts a year knowing it can create CT. So, like, we've tried to ban youth tackle football before the age of 12 in America. And we actually were able to convince an entire the California legislators to do it, and the governor threatened to veto it. So, I mean, you shouldn't. I mean, you definitely shouldn't have like boxing and some of these things for children. Like, it should not exist. But the reason why it does is often cultural. It has less to do with what's best for the kid and more what are the kid's options, and is CT a better option than joining a gang? And I think it's a false equivalence, but that's where the conversation immediately goes.
It's interesting. I've interviewed a number of boxers, including recently Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk, world champions. And of course, it's become such a big, wealthy, powerful sport. So that kind of, people literally want to see blood. It's kind of sad that people want to see it at its most brutal. How do you fight the psychology of the public?
That's a good question. So I basically, the approach is the public can have their blood sports if they want them, right? Really, if you're talking about pros, you have to talk to the athletes. Do you want this for yourself? And if you do, make sure you're getting paid for it, right? And make sure you understand the choice you're making and how it might affect your family. But I don't need to tell, you can't change the public's interest in contact or collision sports. Although having them appreciate the damage it's doing to them does help get them behind reforms, right? So like the NFL, what's most interesting now is like the pro wrestling audience is amazingly educated. So if they think someone actually has a concussion in the ring, they want you to stop the match, lift the veil, break the fourth wall, and take care of that person. So that's been interesting to see. You can educate the fans. But the other side of it is like we just have to keep talking about, okay, you can have that, but what about the kids? Why are we doing this to kids? Like, that's the biggest and easiest change we need to make, is the sports we have for entertainment should not be the sports we have kids playing.
Could you feasibly have a window for athletes and say, before a certain age and after a certain age, it's stopped? Is that even a fair, kind of concept?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, every sport should have a version that doesn't cause CT before 14. Like, that's a easy black and white issue. We should not have kids colliding with each other hundreds of times before the age of 14. We don't have that, but we should have that.
What would you like to see happen next, Dr. Nowinski?
So I know it's going to be an iterative change to make sports safer, iterative change to make adults safer and educate them. But I do think we have to start pushing CT education widely so that the change happens faster. But what I'm thinking about today is I'm thinking about the next 10 years. We need to start clinical trials to start to figure out how to cure this thing. Like, I'm starting to think about my own age now. I'm getting into my late 40s. Like, if we don't start clinical trials now, there's no chance we'll have a drug in 10 years when I might really need it. And so we have to nail down how to diagnose it in living people enough so that people are willing to invest in actual treatments.
Where do you think you are in this equation at the moment? What do you expect to happen to you in the next few years?
I hope nothing interesting in the next few years, but I would not be surprised if I follow the path of many, which is your late 60s and 70s can get pretty scary. Like, and it's a conversation I had with my wife when we got married. It's like, I don't know what's going on up there. I'm hoping to fix it before I really need it. But the reality is the stories we hear from our families are usually never great. But it doesn't have to be the end of the world. So I'll just continue to fight while I can.
So then, Dr. Nowinski, what gives you hope? What are the stories that make you feel, what are the things that you see in the work you do that make you feel there is something good that can come out of this?
So you hear about the tragic stories, but for every tragic story, there's one where somebody who was at risk didn't end it tragically. So last week, I went to the funeral of Don Hasselbeck. So famous NFL player, his two sons played in the NFL. He died of a heart attack tragically at 70. 15 years ago, he had pledged to donate his brain. He'd done a media tour with us. He'd spoken about how he had way more concussions than he was comfortable with, and he didn't quite feel right. But I stayed in touch with him, and he never showed any serious symptoms. And it was the most impressive funeral I'd ever seen, in the sense that everybody could just talk about what a great father he was, what a great husband he was, what a great grandfather he was, and it never affected him, whatever was going on in there. And I think if I could get to 70 and have people talk about me that way and remember me that way, I will be very happy.
Well, I wish that future for you too. Dr. Chris Nowinski, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chris Nowinski there. And his organization is ready to fully support people who feel they might be at risk with CTE. Just contact the Concussion Legacy Foundation. And I recommend that you take a look at the full documentary Head Games online to get awareness of CTE risks and to hear Chris Nowinski's full journey on the path to raise awareness of this serious issue. But that's it for now from me and the team. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a comment and to subscribe. We'll see you next time.
The world is changing, and the Global South is seizing the opportunities arising in a shifting geopolitical landscape. So, in a series of special interviews, Counterpoints is coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Join me, Melinda Nucifora, in discussion with policymakers, corporate leaders and disruptive thinkers, here on Al Arabiya English.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as a city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Como, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. Seeing he doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.